This boy stood against the kingdom's guards, and none were a match for his terrifying power. Those 3 red eyes were all the proof they needed. He was wielding a dark power that everyone feared. His name, Nox von Rainharbor, the son of a wealthy and powerful family. Weary of the battle, a red-haired girl arrived on the scene, utterly incredulous at what Nox had done. She screams, demanding to know why he betrayed everyone and allied himself with evil. Nox pauses for a moment, considering her words. Betrayal? That sounds like a joke to him, really. Nox said they were the ones who betrayed him first. The girl screams that he's lying, but you can see it in Nox's face. It doesn't matter. There's no turning back now. The truth is, this is the real me, a guy who plays games all day. Perhaps the best player this game has ever seen. The reason I play so much? My life is miserable. 2 years ago, a doctor discovered a brain disease that will kill me soon. Can you imagine the pain of knowing your life has a timer that's so close to the end? For the first few days, I was paralyzed. I went through countless hospital treatments, but there was no cure, only painkillers, an empty life. Because when you have no hope for tomorrow, living for today is agonizing. As time went on, the pain wasn't the only problem. Look at this. I'm coughing up something that looks like tomato sauce. I don't want to fill out these forms. If I'm almost out of time, I'm going to play one more time. This has to be my favorite game. In it, you can choose to be a genius at something, and you receive a penalty for it. But one thing I've never done is choose to be a genius in 2 things. Look at this. The penalty for choosing 2 genius traits is like a personal insult against me. You get a time limit as a penalty. Isn't that exactly what I am right now? A guy with a time limit. Character created. Let's begin. The headaches got worse. I felt like I was going to pass out right then and there. I can't. I just want to enjoy something good one last time. I managed to create the character, but it seems my own time limit has finally run out. A system window says synchronization is complete. The white-haired boy from before wakes up with a start. This is Nox. But now, much younger. The boy feels strange. He's sure he just passed out in his room, and now he's in some unfamiliar place. It was only when he went to the mirror that the boy realized. This isn't his face. This is Nox, the character from the game he was playing. Our protagonist has played this game so many times that he remembers everything. Nox von Rainharbor is one of the 3 Dark Masters of Inner Lunatic. Born into one of the most infamous criminal families and the youngest of 5 brothers, the family had produced geniuses for generations, and Nox was the first one with no talent whatsoever. This is what motivated him to ally himself with demons in his quest for power, becoming the kingdom's greatest disaster, just as we saw at the beginning of the story. But this makes no sense. It has to be a dream. He can't possibly be Nox. As he was freaking out, a notification window popped up behind him, displaying his information. His stats look good, but what's wrong with his energy? Does he have some kind of illness? The traits section clears up any doubt he might have. This time limit can only be the one he saw before he died. He doesn't remember Nox having any illness when he played the game. Does this mean he's like his past life self, living on borrowed time? Nox then notices there are unread messages in his system, and the system says, "Hello, Yuchan." No, I should call you Nox now. That name. Our protagonist was almost forgetting it. It seems the memories of his past life are becoming hazy. He remembers his parents but can't recall where they are, or if they're even still alive. But it seems it's actually Nox who has suddenly received memories of a person who lived in another world. On top of that, he realizes the system knows about his past life before he came to this place. The system says, "It's been a while." This surprises Nox. The system's voice says that the last 2 years must have been hard for him, and that he at least deserved to come to this place and get a chance to live again. Then, it says, "Welcome back." Until now, our protagonist hadn't considered that this was permanent, so this means he's never going back to his own reality. But who cares? What was so great about that previous life? Anyway, the system states that if Nox wants to learn more, he must enroll in the academy and become stronger. This is too much for Nox to handle. Now he's supposed to take orders from a system window? This is all so confusing. But now, there's no doubt about it. Yuchan has been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic. He's a villain, but does he really have to follow the path of the main villain? This all seems incredible, but Nox also has a limited time to live. On top of that, this isn't like playing a role in a game anymore. Nox won't forget who he truly is. He decides to follow the game's main route, as a villain, but he won't abandon his memories either. The most important thing is to survive, no matter the cost. And if necessary, he will become a villain to succeed where he couldn't in his past life. His disease had no cure and would have killed him in 2 years. But in this magical world, is there really such a thing as an incurable illness? As he decided to leave his room, Nox felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a symptom of his time-limit condition. An inflammation in his wrist prevents him from even opening a door. He can't even have a moment alone. In the hallway, sword in hand, he bumps into a maid. The beautiful girl drops all the plates, not noticing the person in her path. When she realizes who it is, the girl screams so loudly that everyone hears and fears the worst. This scream was so loud it even startled Nox, but he quickly remembered some important things. The girl begs for forgiveness. She's a side character, so he doesn't even remember her name. But everyone is afraid of him because of his vicious personality. Normally, Nox would react like this. He would forgive her, but he would give a warning that next time she would die. But that's not how our protagonist would treat people, and seeing the fear in the eyes of the other servants, he is sure that the original Nox was not a nice guy. Without saying anything, Nox just said that he is going to the training hall. They didn't expect this. The young master has no interest in swordsmanship. What is more surprising is that Nox orders the girl to go with him to the training hall. On the way, she fears that her master intends to punish her for what happened before, but it's strange that he hasn't said anything so far. The truth is that in Nox's mind, he was just thinking about survival. He needs to find out what is wrong with this body, so he doesn't get sick like in his past life. He gets lost in thought on the way. This game has so many layers of complexity and playstyles. The most important thing is to find out if the traits of genius he chose really worked, and if he really possesses the two of them, sword and combat. The swordsmanship genius leads a person to the peak of sword fighting. On the other hand, the mana genius leads a person to the peak of casting powerful spells. There are many other traits, but these were the two he chose. In the training hall, Nox has such a weak body that he can't swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What's the point of being a swordsmanship genius with a body as weak as that of a malnourished old man? 10 swings was his limit. He is completely screwed. This place has many weapons available, as expected from the Rainharbor family. Several legendary warriors were born and raised in this family. The head of the family also wields the tyrannical blade of darkness, an unparalleled power. Nox has no health, but time and money won't be a problem for him. His father doesn't care how Nox uses his time, since he is the youngest and least talented son in the family. No one has any expectations for him. Just swinging the sword makes Nox feel like he's going to die a second time. The maid brings him water and towels. She never imagined she would see her master putting effort into something. Nox asks her to come closer. The girl fears for her life. This is it. Now she will be punished. Nox gets embarrassed. He doesn't do things like that. She must listen carefully to his orders. She needs to buy everything he is about to ask for. She tries to say it's beyond her authority, but Nox. He asks if she wants the punishment he was considering earlier. The girl left, lost in thought. He hasn't changed a bit. Our protagonist was interrupted when the family's butler, Robert of Ernark, suddenly arrived and caught him by surprise. This man is his father's right-hand man. It makes no sense for this man to be here. Normally, he and his father don't care about him. So, Nox questions the reason for the visit. Rodwell brings news from his father. The head of the family wants Nox to attend dinner tonight. This catches Nox by surprise. He tries to refuse the invitation. Rodwell reveals that the young lady of the Steliner family has come to visit, and it is important for Nox to be present. Refusing could anger the head of the family. In that case, Nox has no way out. He accepts immediately. Rodwell notices his unusual behavior and questions the sudden interest Nox has in swordsmanship, since he has never practiced before. The young master then speaks in a serious tone. Rodwell, you are just a butler. Don't you dare overstep your bounds. What I do or don't do is none of your business. Nox leaves the room, leaving the butler lost in thought. His firm and cold attitude vanishes as soon as he closes the door. He was worried about something, but his attention turns to the girl. He never expected she would come to visit him. Night falls, and it's time for dinner. Someone says, "The idiot actually came." The comment was obviously directed at Nox, but he ignores it. The twins continue talking, sarcastically asking if he still holds a grudge against the Hart's family, and Alan keeps making comments criticizing Nox. They even mention that Nox touched a maid. It must have been disgusting. This arrogant conversation is irritating, but Nox turns a deaf ear. The maids announce that the most important person has arrived. Everyone turns their attention to the patriarch. Theo von Harborough has arrived for dinner, and he brought someone with him. A girl with long, red hair enters and greets everyone. Thalia von Steliner, dressed elegantly. Theo says that the young lady requested training for her knights and will be spending some time in the family's territory. The boys are excited by the maiden's presence, but the girl's gaze seems to go in only one direction. Nox is the future villain, and this girl is the one who will oppose him. He gets nervous, thinking that this is the girl who will one day thrust a sword into his chest. Theo is surprised that Nox also came to dinner, and our protagonist feels ashamed by it. The girl has no idea how Nox is treated in this family. They begin to taste the kind of food that only the rich can afford. The twins keep looking at Nox during dinner and then say it's time to decide who will be the next to enter Eldon Academy. And Theo agrees that he must decide on it soon. Everyone knows that Eldon Academy is the most important place in the kingdom, and that's exactly why Nox needs to get in. Besides, the system told him that he needs to go there to find out more. The head of the family comments that only 3 individuals from each family can be sent to the academy. This is to limit the influence of nobles with large families. The Rainharbor family has already used 2 spots. His first and second sons have been sent to the academy. Everyone at the dinner table grew tense when Theo declared that he would follow the family's tradition. Nox then asks if it's a duel between the brothers to decide. Nox's quick response catches Theo's attention. He then announces that in 3 months they will compete for the family's last spot. The twins begin to mock him, saying that a certain someone would bring shame to the family if he were chosen. They add that he doesn't stand a chance, so it's a waste of time for him to even try to duel. Nox then surprises them, commenting that he expects to hear those words after they defeat him in the duel. This taunt enrages one of the boys. The very thought of losing to the family's failure offends him. Nox thinks to himself that there's no reason to keep listening to insults, and stay quiet. He isn't the same person they once knew, so with confidence, he declares that he will be the one chosen for Eldon Academy. The boy's demeanor catches Theo's attention once more, while also leaving the twins furious. Someone else also took an interest. Thalia, with a smile, comments that the young master seems confident. Her smile might seem gentle, but it awakens a deep fear within Nox. This was the girl who defeated him at the end of his previous life. Later, when dinner ended and Rodwell gave his report to Theodore, he agreed that Nox seemed to have changed overnight, which was already a ridiculous situation. He wondered what had triggered the sudden change of heart, and believed it could be a demon, but that idea was quickly dismissed. However, what was happening was certainly more interesting than he had expected. Theodore asked Rodwell to keep an eye on Nox, and it seemed the boy was continuing his exercises, running around the mansion. The maids were all surprised, but also confused by the fact he was only running, considering he was set to duel with swords in 1 month. Nox wondered why he could hear their whispers but was interrupted by the system announcing that his stamina had increased by 0.1. This was a very low number, but it was important, since stamina was a major obstacle in his plan. His genius's trait could only be activated once he had at least 4 points in stamina, which saddened him, as he couldn't use it from the start due to his frailty. He panted heavily, as he thought about how he needed to increase it by 1.9 within 1 month. Feeling overwhelmed by this curse that cut his stamina gains in half, his entire run had resulted in just 0.1 points, and even his sickness trait also cut the growth in half, so he needed to work 4 times harder. Another problem was that he would be limited to 15 points, at most, but that was a concern for another time. Finally, Luna came to bring the items he had ordered the day before, impressing Nox. As he looked over the items, he believed they would help accelerate his progress. As someone who had already beaten the game 27 times before, he knew what they did. He took the items, and Luna asked what they were for, looking worried since they were mostly dangerous. Nox agreed, but said they were only dangerous for those who lacked knowledge, which left her confused. He then picked up the bottle of poison and began to drink it. The maid panicked and explained that it was poison, which Nox already knew, but it was the type of poison that would give him a temporary 50% resistance bonus, even though it would kill him in 10 minutes. Luna watched and was about to call someone until he stopped her, as he was not finished. He proceeded to eat the golem's core, which terrified her even more since it would petrify his body. However, the 2 items together activated a hidden effect as planned. The core was normally used to maximize defense or give life to an artificial golem, but when used with the poison, it would neutralize the poison and eliminate his curse of frailty. 1 negative trait was already gone, but Luna was still in a panic and asked if he was okay, only to witness the exhausted boy starting to take off his shirt, which confused her even more. Nox began to take off his shirt, which made Luna blush furiously as she watched him grab the other vial and pour the spring water on his body. This neutralized the petrification from the golem's core. The spring water and the core began to react with each other, and it was a strangely pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect was activated, giving him a temporary blessing of growth that would give him a growth bonus on his resistance until it reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll that was left on the cart, which Nox picked up and casually tore, doubling his resistance growth rate. Now the purple-eyed boy had broken the curse of frailty and taken other measures that would make his new resistance growth rate double that of average characters. He was feeling proud of himself and clenched his fist until he was tackled by the maid, who started to cry and asked if he was okay. Seeing him take off his shirt made her think he had lost his mind under the influence of the poison. She began to calm down until he told her to just get a towel for him, but he stopped himself. Looking at her face again, he felt he couldn't yell at Luna when he was feeling so good for having broken the curse. He told the girl he was perfectly fine, but she still wondered if he needed a certain person to check on him, or perhaps he just needed some rest. However, the light-haired boy explained that he had some things to do, which confused the maid until Nox said that running was what he had to do. The sun was bright in the sky, and Nox could be seen running laps around the courtyard. Lona was right behind him with a towel. While someone watched them from a distance, she muttered to herself, wondering what the hell led Nox to accept a duel with his brothers, when in her opinion he was not physically prepared. That person was Thalia, and her maid Emma quickly reprimanded her, saying that was not the way to speak about a member of the family that was hosting her. Thalia didn't really care what she said about the family, and continued to complain about how all Nox did was run. It didn't seem like he had any intention of training with a sword, and she heard that tutors tried to teach him, but were refused. The red-haired woman was convinced he would be defeated, yet she couldn't get it out of her head. So, despite her maid's confusion, she decided to go out and talk to him. She approached Nox and greeted him, but he was internally confused as to why she was there with him. He decided to act cold, and asked what her business was. She scowled at his attitude, and thought he was acting that way because he was impressed by her beauty. She asked the boy if he really believed he could beat his brothers. Although she complained that he was just running away, a point with which Lona silently agreed, she offered her help. But the boy immediately refused and told her to go away. This shocked her, and she asked if that was how he treated people who offered him help. Lona panicked in the background, as she believed that was no way for him to speak to ladies. Thalia scoffed and left, leaving the boy confused about what had just happened. Nox felt as if everything was spiraling out of control. He checked her stats and saw just how talented she was. Her stamina was even higher than the average man in this world. Even so, she was not on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she could still claim a spot right below them and would be able to kill a few demons. Her element was fire, and once awakened it would be elevated to white fire, which would give her the power to burn a corrupt Nox to complete destruction. With that in mind, gaining Thalia as a friend was not an option, as he didn't know how much it would mess up the story. He just needed to find a way to survive. While following the plot, after all, it was pointless to befriend his future murderer. A month later, Thalia was walking down the hall and remembered how some people were impressed with her true talent, which matched the Stelina family's reputation. She didn't feel that way. However, as she felt inferior to her sister, she tightened the grip on her sword. Thinking about losing to that woman, Thalia wondered if she would ever be good enough to be a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence without greed, and, from time to time, sacrifice themselves for justice. Furthermore, they must also master numbers, swords, and forms. The red-haired girl sighed, and thought that Nox believed running was enough to defeat his brothers. Thinking he had no chance, the next day, the sun shone upon the 2 brothers. They were in the training hall with everyone, including Celia. As Theodore's wife watched on, Peter asked Rodwell how he thought the match would go, but the butler wasn't sure. An announcer then explained the purpose of the duel. The fight quickly began, and Nox's brother immediately raised his sword. When Nox's father asked for Rodwell's predictions, the butler explained that his years of training would place that man in a commanding position, with which the father agreed, while his wife looked on angrily. And Rodwell wondered if Theodore was predicting a different outcome. It was true that Nox had changed. However, he didn't believe Nox would surpass Alan, unless there were some outrageous circumstances. In Rodwell's earlier days as a knight alongside Lord Leonard, the art of the sword was governed by a simple rule, where achievement was measured by the time one spent with the sword. The only factor that could change that was a talent from realms beyond, an overwhelming natural gift, but he didn't believe Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore spoke up and said it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities. For all they knew, any one of his sons could have a gift comparable to the 3 supreme ones. Nox thought about how unlucky he was, even in this current world. He remembered how his luck was supposed to be high. Considering it was at 7 points after all that running, the light-haired boy still hadn't managed to raise his stamina to 4 points with his blessing of growth. Nox had been at 3.8 the previous day, and was so close to reaching his goal. Lana was still running behind him, and asked if he was sure he needed her to run with him. The man affirmed it, and let his true intentions slip. He wanted her to suffer with him, but he told the girl she had one more item to clean, which made her pout. Nox laughed, wondering if all the running also gave her stamina. He checked her stats and discovered that she had a number that was higher than an average man's. After all the hard work he had done, he was still weaker than a side character. Lana mentioned the sun was about to set, and reminded him of his duel the next day. This made him pant heavily, feeling disappointed that he had run out of time as the next day dawned. Shortly before the fight, Alan called Nox and suggested that he should give up. Calling Nox a disgrace to the family, Nox just laughed. Knowing his brother only wanted to beat him, Alan agreed, since he wanted to impress Thalia. The light-haired boy then glanced over at the girl. He then checked Alan's stamina, and his face tightened with worry as he saw the high number. Before the announcer called both men and stated that they could not contest the outcome of the duel. But this only made Nox even more worried, as losing would mean the end of his journey and would cost him the opportunity to find out who sent the message and what life was like beyond his one-year deadline. He gripped his sword tightly. As the duel began, Alan immediately made the first move, which Nox dodged. Grunting as he slid back, he trembled from the power of the second attack. Nox wondered what he should do. Meanwhile, Alan laughed and continued to clash swords with him, when suddenly, the system informed him that his stamina had increased, making him smile and mutter to himself. Alan was confused and mocked him for it. Before continuing to attack the younger boy, Theodore's wife scoffed at the scene, believing that one of her other sons would attend the academy. As the duel went on, Theodore called the sight pathetic, which made the woman smile. Theodore said that they might have had expectations that were too high. Robert suggested stopping the duel for Nox's sake, while Theodore thought about how talented Alan and Hats were. Even though they weren't as talented as their older brother, he wondered if he would have to accept that none of his sons had the temperament to dominate everyone and bring the world under their rule. Nox panted, and Theodore sighed before rising from his chair, intending to stop the duel. But then it finally happened, and Nox could feel the power coursing through his body after the skill activated. She asked if his brother had lost, but then Nox activated a new skill that seemed to slow down time. A wise person, whose name Nox couldn't remember, once said that a genius and a common man experience time differently, and that was exactly what Nox was feeling in that moment. Everything was moving slowly, and even though this didn't automatically perfect his swordsmanship, his stats were no longer dormant. With one swing of his sword, the duel was decided. Alan's sword was knocked from his hands, making the older man flinch at the sudden movement and the fact that victory was now obvious. The sword clattered to the ground, and Alan clutched his hand with a stunned look, while Nox looked down with a cold expression. But Nox knew this wasn't the end of the duel yet. He knew the skill's effect only lasted for 5 minutes, so he wondered how to end it all. With a confident tone, he told his brother that he was being too slow, and that he would put a quick end to everything. He wanted everyone to come at him at once. Nox turned to his father and asked for permission to face his 2 brothers simultaneously, leaving Theodore surprised. While Thalia wondered what had gotten into the boy, his father was thinking. Muttering about how his curiosity was piqued, he allowed it. Despite Silas's objections, the duel would proceed, and the twins drew their swords, while Nox maintained a smile. Watching his brothers advance, however, Nox was also on guard. Alan told Rex to corner him, but Rex told the other to shut up. Nox's hidden effect activated again, and the boy knew what to do to block every attack, slipping past them while bumping their shoulders. Thalia stared with her jaw hanging open, and Nox knew what everyone was thinking. How he was the disgrace of the family, yet he was dominating 2 of his brothers. The twins glanced at each other, but Nox told them not to take their eyes off their opponent, before lunging forward and spinning his blade around. Another frenzy of attacks occurred, and Nox began to feel as if the burden of survival wasn't stopping him from genuinely enjoying swordsmanship. Everyone watched in shock, and the twins grumbled, shouting about how this situation was impossible. In seconds, both Alan and Rex were on the ground, looking up with expressions of astonishment and disbelief, knowing they had finally lost the match. It was also then that the system informed Nox that his moment of genius effect had ended. Nox turned to the announcer and said he believed the duel was over, to which the announcer confirmed with a grimace and a stutter. The winner was Nox, and the twin brothers cursed under their breath, their bodies trembling, as their arms went limp, their weapons falling to the ground. The blades clattered against the bricks, and Theodore smiled at his youngest son, who returned it with an exhausted expression. He bowed to the audience and gave his thanks, before heading for the exit. However, Thalia ran up to the boy, and believed this was her chance to talk to Nox, positioning herself in front of him. The sun was beginning to set, and Nox was coughing and panting, noticing that drops of blood were coming from his mouth. This confused him, but he realized it was because he had exceeded the time limit. It seemed the effect had a colossal drawback. If he used it for more than 5 minutes, it would trigger a debuff. This debuff was the fact that his life expectancy had decreased. by 2 days and 17 hours. Also, flushing the worst, an erosion of his days making him weaker, was the worst kind of debuff he could endure at the moment, and now he had less than a year to complete his goals. Fortunately, the side effect didn't manifest in the hallway, as people would have started to question if he was fit to go to school. A voice called out to Nox, and he turned to see Thalia with a worried look, asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he had been injured in the middle of the duel, which made him frown and curse quietly. Quote, he felt panicked and alarmed that Thalia, of all people, had to come to him and meddle in his affairs, especially because telling Theodore about these side effects would only make things worse. Nox tried to say something only to be interrupted by the girl, asking if he had defeated the brothers in that condition. This confused him, as the blushing girl felt ashamed and guilty for having misjudged him. Thalia thought about how she had been watching him for 1 month, and had not seen him train with a real sword even once. All she had heard was that Nox had swung a wooden sword a few times on his first day of training, making her wonder how he managed to defeat her brothers. This made her believe that Nox was hiding his natural talent, so she rushed out of the training hall and wanted to know what he did. However, after the duel, she witnessed the lonely boy with blood dripping from his mouth, and his body looked about to collapse from exhaustion. Thalia wondered if it really was not Nox defeating her brothers with overwhelming strength, and she began to think the rumors she had heard were misleading. He wiped his chin as the red-haired girl looked at the boy and believed he was a swordsman, a hard-working one who had strived for his victory. She looked at Nox and flinched when he coughed, causing her to move closer and ask if he was okay. Suddenly, he slapped her hand away and gave her a cold stare, telling her not to touch his body. He thought about how the 2 years he spent just playing video games had made him unable to truly socialize with other people. Besides the fact it did not help at all that she was his future assassin. Thalia fidgeted with her hands and said she just wanted to express her apologies. This confused him, as she admitted that she had seriously underestimated his abilities, ever since hearing he was delicate since birth. Now, she believed he must have his reasons for directing his efforts toward stamina. Apologizing once more, and knowing that anyone could make such a mistake, given the stories she heard about his attacks, Nox wondered how he should respond to this, and noticed the girl was just as modest as she was in the game, which was surprising since she was still a duke's daughter. He turned and said she could do him a favor by not telling anyone about the bleeding she had witnessed, to which she agreed without hesitation, causing him to walk away without any more worries. However, this would not be the last time he would see her. Time passed, and Theodore felt as if his premonition was well-founded. He asked Rodwell what he thought of Nox. The butler could not understand the reasons for him being so passive at first, but he believed that Nox had reached a stage that none of his brothers had at his age. The father had the same opinion, but suspected that what they had seen was just the beginning, just a fraction of his abilities, so he wanted Rodwell to keep an eye on the boy. Rodwell agreed, and Theodora wondered if Nox could have enough talent to inherit the winner. He clenched his fist and told Rodwell that the report would be of utmost importance. Here, it seemed that Theodora didn't have much time left, to which the butler bowed and said he would do his best. Night fell, and Nox received the notification that he had completed a tutorial mission, but this no longer seemed like a game to him. Despite the features that remained, his reward for winning was receiving 3 attribute points, making him sigh at the fact that he had spent an entire month just to add 2 points. Despite this, he looked at his stats and wondered where to add them. He decided that he would add them all to luck, and the simple reason was that when playing the game, luck was more important than ever, so he could test the improvement immediately. The system also mentioned that there were benefits available, like the fact that he could receive a random skill scroll and conjure a skill, which made him excited. So he immediately summoned the dispenser, which was a bit strange to see in person. Nox turned the switch and hoped he would receive a normal level scroll. Since his luck was higher, he remembered what the colors of the scrolls were as he swallowed nervously. A ball fell from the dispenser and opened shining brightly until it revealed a golden scroll, which made him excited. As he opened it immediately, he then used the conjurer skill and knew which one to summon, to help in collecting the hidden treasures of the mansion, and this skill would prove indispensable. Soon Theodora would call her children, so the conjuring skill could wait for now. The scroll showed that he had received a skill that gave people with fewer points a 20% disadvantage against him, making him remember why he loved the game. Nox looked out the other window and remembered that Green, the second eldest son, would be returning to the mansion soon, since his graduation had been a while ago, and he would be returning from night training at this moment. Nox would prioritize resting, and he believed that Thalia wouldn't cause them any more trouble since she wouldn't break her promise, making the boy think she would have no other reason to go after him the next day. Nox was quickly proven wrong when he saw the girl walk up to him. He asked what she wanted, and she mumbled something incomprehensible, confusing him. when she repeated herself, and asked if he could teach her how to progress as fast as him. Thalia wanted to progress quickly, like Nox, so she asked the boy to teach her how he got to where he was. Nox started to sweat before walking past her and asking if she really hadn't discovered the secret. After a whole month of spying, making her face blush with shame as she tried to deny the accusation, she ran after him and begged him to duel with her, or at least consider sharing his methods with her. This made the boy with purple eyes remember that Thalia longed for her sister's approval, so she was probably doing the same with Nox due to his earlier performance. He decided to turn around while pretending, telling her that before asking, she should consider what she herself possessed. Nox paused for a moment as he didn't know what to say after that, but he also told the red-haired girl to stop comparing herself to others. The boy ran off quickly without saying anything else, leaving the girl stunned and with a red face, as he wondered if that was all he could tell her when Nox left the building. He let out a sigh of relief and looked back, hoping the girl wasn't following him, as there was no need to have Thalia by his side. As he proceeded to get his hands on a hidden treasure, this treasure was in the Linhaba mansion, where his father and other brothers awaited his arrival. Nox was astonished when he saw the Linhaba family horse farm for the first time in person. Believing the words he would hear about being one of the 3 best farms on the Godwell continent, he bowed to Teodoro, and his father told everyone that they were called to choose a horse as a lifelong companion, making Nox swallow hard as he realized that the time had finally come. Of all the animals, horses held the most sacred place in the family's tradition and on the continent, as anyone wishing to become a knight or mage had to acquire a horse at a young age and form a bond that would last a lifetime, even through a riding course at the academy. And cavalry warfare would become more common as the game progressed. Taking good care of it also saved on transportation costs, which made it indispensable. This made it all the more necessary to choose the right horse. His father spoke and said that Nox would have the first choice as the winner of the duel. He had only one chance, and watched as Nox walked away, making Teodoro murmur in thought as he wondered if his son had good discernment. The horses whinnied, and Nox was surprised by the excellence of many of these horses. However, there was one specific horse he was looking for. His eyes scanned around before landing on a black and gray horse that had a prominent ribcage. The boy walked towards it and chose it without hesitation, surprising his twin brothers. While Teodoro kept a frown on his forehead, he suggested that Nox reflect on his choice, making Nox look surprised. But he expected such a reaction, as most would think he had just made a foolish choice. Despite this, by using his keen eye ability, he was able to see the horse's statistics, and also saw that it was of high quality. The pet's grade could level up over time, usually only 1, which meant this horse would become a top-tier horse, or even better when it was fully grown. On top of that, the horse was also an obsidian horse, which was one of the rarest horse breeds in the game due to its strength and beauty. The boy knew that Theodore would have probably taken the horse if he knew what breed it was, but for now, it looked frail due to all the debuffs along with the negative trait that would cause it to die in a few days. This trait might be even worse than its limiting illness, but he stuck with his choice because he knew how to prevent this negative trait from becoming a problem. Theodore wondered why Nox chose that horse, believing that he was likely seeing a lot of himself in the horse and letting his emotions get the better of him. Nox's father expressed his hope that the boy would not regret his decision. As the man turned and walked away, the twins and Nox were surprised to see the clear disappointment Theodore felt. Rotor then approached Nox, reminding him that the horse still needed a name. The gray horse rubbed its face against Nox's hand. The light-haired boy looked down, then knelt and chose the name Cal, the same name he always used in the game, from another world. This held a deep meaning for him, and Cal's new home ended up being Nox's room. The boy hummed thoughtfully, knowing that he needed to keep his next move a secret from everyone. Keeping the horse in his room was the best way to do that. He saw the horse looking intensely into his eyes, as if it were communicating that it couldn't simply give up on life. This resonated with Nox, as they shared the feeling of clinging to any small chance they had. Upon realizing that Lona was outside his door, Nox called out to her, making a slight threat that made her stumble into the room. She was shocked that he had found out she was there, but he simply dismissed it as obvious. He then informed the maid that from this day on, she would be responsible for the horse. The long-haired girl pouted, turning her face away with an unhappy expression, clearly annoyed since she was the one who had made the bed. Nox paid no attention to her reaction, and simply stated that the horse was sick and needed delicate attention. Cal's weak condition made Lona worry, which reminded Nox that his future plan for the horse would be terrifying to most people. He questioned if Lona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, a scream echoed from Nox's room. It was Lona, announcing that Cal had died. Nox sighed at the scene. He had been anticipating the horse's death the entire time. Still, he understood Lona's sadness, as she had grown fond of the animal. In any case, this outcome was inevitable. Nox knew from the beginning that saving Cal was not possible. He told the girl to stop crying, because it was distracting, a statement that left her completely perplexed. His explanation that Cal would return to them soon, this only deepened her confusion. And Lona began to wonder if the horse's death had affected his sanity. The boy sighed and instructed her to step back. He then took out a scroll. He unrolled it on the ground and channeled his magical energy into it. The scroll emitted a bright flash, and Lona watched in shock. She couldn't help but wonder if he was using his magic, even though it was against the law. The distractions were causing him to lose control of his power. Frustrated, Nox shouted at her, asking if she wanted to see Cal die a second time. If that wasn't her goal, he demanded her silence. She complied immediately. Nox desperately needed to focus because he still couldn't fully control his mana, and his human sensitivity trait was dormant. Besides, the Empire's law was strict. Only members of the royal family could use their magical energy before they turned 15 years old. This rule gave royals a significant advantage in magical training, often leading them to greater achievements. Since Nox was not royalty, his only option was to unleash all the magical energy he could muster. He felt a pulsing sensation in his hands and wondered. He wondered if this was the true feeling of wielding magic. Smiling as he prepared for his unique ability to conjure, he knew there was no room for error. He was about to use black magic. An image of a skeletal hand holding a book flashed before his eyes. The system informed him that he could now summon Cal. He could bring him back as a zombie pet, and it asked if he would like to proceed. He agreed without a second thought as a glow enveloped the horse. It lay before the open book. Nox recalled that the undead in the game shared two common traits. They were resurrected with black magic and dark-type energy. The second trait was that even after death, they retained their consciousness and gained enhanced strength, including absolute loyalty to their master. However, there was a complication. Only one family, the Marbos family, possessed the power to create such beings, as they were masters of the dark element. They were very similar to the Linrabos, but instead of knights, they were dark mages. Nox wondered if characters outside that family could ever acquire these abilities. The answer was a firm no, unless they possessed the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, which was exactly what he had summoned. Dark hands erupted from the ground and wrapped around Cal, while a black liquid trickled from Nox's mouth. Lona watched in shocked horror, but he ordered her to be quiet, as he needed more time to channel his energy. He grunted with the effort and coughed up more blood. He realized his magical energy was depleted, but fortunately, his efforts had paid off. He looked up and saw the horse rise to its feet and neigh loudly. Nox had succeeded. He looked at Carl, now his zombie pet, and saw a glimmer in its eyes. He panted, exhausted but thrilled to have finally done it. Something right. Lona, still with tears of worry in her eyes, watched Nox stand up and call for Carl, who trotted over to him. He checked the gray horse's stats and was pleased to see that the negative trait had disappeared, replaced by the expected improvements. He informed the horse that from this day on, he would be its owner. Carl seemed to make a satisfied sound as Nox petted it. Both the boy and the horse were startled when Lona suddenly hugged them. She was overwhelmed, breaking into tears, consumed by worry after seeing him cough up blood, after already being distressed about Carl. The horse snorted and moved away from Lona, apparently offended, which was surprising since she was the one who had been taking care of it. As she started to argue with the horse, Nox's mind shifted to his next objective, the hunt for the mansion's hidden treasure. A few nights later, Nox left his room, passing the stables, and heading towards a forest. He was holding some items, relieved to realize that the paths were exactly as he remembered from the game. He put away the items, thinking about the second hidden treasure, which was located in the forest. Failing to find it would mean he wouldn't survive. It was the key to slowing the progress of his disease, which limited his life. A rustle in the bushes put him on high alert, but he quickly told himself that he was just nervous. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was no longer a game. The boy looked at a wooden sign warning people to stay away. It declared that this was the Forest of Lost Children, a place where people would get lost and die. Nox entered the forest, and the system notified him that failing to complete this stage would result in his death. A breeze stirred the leaves as the light-haired boy moved through the tall grass. He remembered the details of this forest. It was strictly forbidden because of the complete darkness and thick fog that could disorient even the most skilled individuals. The name was fitting, as anyone who entered was as good as lost. It was important to remember, however, that it was the Forest of Lost Children. This meant that adult characters received no reward for clearing the monsters inside. and the creatures became several times more hostile towards adults. Nox had learned that lesson the hard way while playing the game. In this regard, the forest's difficulty was at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back in his old world, he didn't care about the reward, but now, it was exactly what a dying man needed. He ventured deeper into the forest, took out a torch, and lit it, watching the bright flame. The trick to navigating the forest was to observe the direction the smoke followed, and then walk in the opposite direction. Nox was about to do just that when he decided to deal with something else first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was his only answer. The boy sighed, drew his blade, and slashed at the bushes, followed by a scream that echoed through the forest. Before this, Thalia was surprised that Nox was not impressed by her beauty. The situation left her confused. Ima had pleaded with the red-haired girl to stop following him, worried she would be blamed for it. Thalia, however, was not concerned. Later that night, Ima walked through the halls, still worried, knowing that Thalia possessed talents just like her sister. With a sigh, Ima went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room empty. Panic and confusion took over the maid before she could process what had happened and wake the household. Meanwhile, the leaves continued to rustle in the forest. Thalia was sitting on the ground with an embarrassed expression. While Nox looked on, perplexed, she greeted him and was about to explain her presence, when another rustle made him pull her behind him, just as something emerged from the bushes. It was a gray wolf. Thalia was surprised to find gray wolves inhabiting a forest so close to the mansion. She swallowed hard, realizing she did not have a real weapon to defend herself. The wolf growled and approached before letting out a howl, undoubtedly calling its pack. More howls answered in the distance. The wolf snarled again, but Nox just smiled. He moved forward quickly, slashing the monster across the chest. A second cut to the neck made the wolf collapse to the ground, dead. The girl stared at the boy in astonishment. Blood was now splattered on his face and clothes. He asked again why she was following him, which made Thalia blush and invent an obvious lie. Nox had no patience for this and threatened to leave her there if she did not tell him the truth. His response shocked her, and she grabbed his wrist, starting a confusing explanation. It was not a complete lie, but she was not getting to the point. Nox sighed internally, realizing that Thalia was overestimating her abilities and, surprisingly, held no resentment against him. He was also amazed that a girl could be so careless, to the point of following someone in the middle of the night. Still, he decided to let her tag along, since he could not just abandon a main character in the forest. However, he made one thing clear. He was not helping her, he was just keeping her alive, to avoid a feud between their families. Thalia felt a pang of guilt, and Nox hoped she had learned her lesson. But the girl kept talking, trying to thank him, which surprised him. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of the other wolves. They snarled loudly as they began to circle the pair. They stood there, with Nox still holding the torch, and a chill ran down Thalia's spine. Suddenly, Nox pushed her away, telling her to stay back. He handed her the torch, explaining that she would only get in the way of his blade if she tried to fight. Things were not going as planned, so Nox needed to focus. This forest was part of the prologue, not the main story. This meant there would not be a stage boss, which was one less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, just one step below a boss, and it would probably be an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued to snarl before attacking. Nox knew that, just identifying the threat would not make things easier. He slashed at the approaching wolves, feeling as if he were constantly living on the edge. He saw another wolf leap at him from above. It was time to put his pride aside. He had to face this challenge as he used to in the other world. He gripped his sword firmly. He tried to remember his mantra. As soon as he recalled it, he cut down more wolves and sighed in relief. Thalia watched in awe, convinced that Nox was not even trying his hardest. She wondered if he had ever hunted even one wolf before. The words Nox had spoken to her echoed in her mind. It made her think that he saw her own swordsmanship as inadequate. The wolves continued to howl, and Nox held his position. Knowing what was coming, he heard a rustle in the grass. A much larger animal emerged into the clearing, the elite gray wolf. Back at the mansion, servants with torches searched for Thalia. They found footprints leading into the forest, which they assumed belonged to Nox and Thalia. A wave of fear washed over the servants, who knew the horrors of that place. Emma collapsed with worry. She insisted that they had to follow them, but Rodwell immediately stopped her, saying that they could not. This confused the maid. He explained that it was a forest that even the Leonhardt family had failed to conquer. For the family, the forest was a symbol of shame. Admitting that an area within their own property remained unexplored was like publicly declaring their incompetence. What the lumberjacks did not know was that only children who had not yet come of age could actually succeed in the forest. Rodwell wondered why Nox had entered. He noted the cautious nature of the footsteps, which showed no signs of a struggle or kidnapping. This meant that Nox had walked into the forest voluntarily. He clenched his fists, no longer able to deny that Nox had truly changed. His former self was gone. He told the others that there was only one way for them to return. Nox would have to find his own way back. Emma, still with tears in her eyes, heard the distant howls of the wolves. This only amplified her fear. She felt that she had let Thalia walk to her death. The red-haired girl seemed to pull a dagger from her ankle, and Nox glanced over quickly. Realizing that fear hadn't destroyed her focus, he reminded her to stay out of it to save energy, and to run as soon as they were attacked. Nox knew it wasn't the time for a life-or-death speech, not with the elite gray wolf lurking, but he wanted the girl to remain alert, and he was glad she was vigilant. However, he couldn't trust her to protect his back yet. Because of that, Nox activated his ability to slow down time, intending to defeat the elite wolf in a single blow. The wolf seemed to mock him and crouched down, making Nox realize its plan. At that moment, the other wolves rushed forward to attack. Nox dealt with them easily, but they suddenly stopped, which confused him. He then saw the elite wolf stand up and snarl. Several wolves ran and leaped towards him. He tried to focus on a few but couldn't track all four at once. One of them got behind him and snarled as it advanced. The light-haired boy spun around just in time to see the wolf get stabbed in the throat with a dagger. He realized it came from Thalia, who shouted for him to be careful. He looked up and saw the red-haired girl in the trees. She knew he had told her to run, but she just couldn't do it. The boy was surprised to see that Thalia was actually helping. Thalia shouted to the light-haired boy, asking if he was okay and hoping he wasn't hurt by the near attack. Nox was surprised to see the red-haired girl helping, but his thoughts were interrupted by a snarl. He turned and cut down 2 more wolves. He assured her he was fine, which made her sigh in relief. But he couldn't help but feel that he must look pathetic. Nox sighed, then realized his body was trembling. The side effects of using his abilities for too long were already setting in. It was frustrating, especially at such a crucial moment, because something was now rising from the ground. It was the elite wolf. The purple-eyed boy smirked, gripping the hilt of his sword as he watched the elite wolf. It circled around him. Suddenly, it charged forward, surprising Nox by dashing past him and back into the forest, leaving him completely confused. Silence fell over the area as the boy tried to understand what had just happened, until he heard a rustle. He turned, but it was too late. The elite wolf sped past him again, leaving a deep gash on his side. Thalia watched with concern. She called out to Nox as the wolf retreated into the forest once more, leaving the boy in silence as he clutched his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, feeling that this forest raid was all wrong. Even though the raid was his own idea, it was a logical feeling, because real life was very different from a video game. The boy frantically looked around. The silence continued as Nox considered how the monster was coordinating attacks with its pack, and was now using the environment to its advantage. He heard the leaves rustle before it lunged again. Nox immediately identified its location and swung his sword at the monster. However, the wolf stopped abruptly, preventing Nox from landing a blow. This surprised him as the snarling canine attacked the light-haired boy again. He realized the wolf was waiting for him to make a big move to expose his own weak spot. His hands gripped the sword and he gritted his teeth, growling, until blood began to trickle from his mouth, adding to his frustration. The wolf pounced on him, and everything seemed to move in slow motion. Nox's life flashed before his eyes. He thought about how he had already beaten this game several times but had been foolish to become overconfident in a situation like this. Nox wondered if he was really stupid enough to think he could do anything. He knew this wasn't how he had imagined his death. The boy shut his eyes tightly, bracing for a second end, but it never came. A sound cut through the air, and the surprised boy opened his eyes to see the canine whimpering with a dagger stuck in its eye. He realized that if he had weak spots to expose, the elite gray wolf did too, and the only person who could have revealed them was not him. Nox gripped his sword and let out a battle cry, plunging the blade through the wolf's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere, until the beast collapsed to the ground. The boy fell too, completely, exhausted from the side effects of his skills. He panted as Thalia cried out in concern, realizing the other wolves were still alive. Despite this, his fears subsided slightly when he saw the remaining wolves, whimpering and backing away. The red-haired girl jumped down from the trees and rushed to the boy's side, asking if he was okay. He reassured her, wiping the blood from his mouth, and was about to say he owed her big time, but he held back, remembering he was thanking an enemy, the very person who was destined to kill him in the future. Nox pulled away and reassured her again, but his tone was colder this time, as the cut from the elite wolf still stung. The boy stood up and said it was just a flesh wound, which brought some relief to the girl. Then she turned her head and saw a spider crawling on his shoulder. The sight of the arachnid sent a shiver down her spine and made her scream. The boy was confused, turning around and wondering if more monsters had appeared. He was interrupted by the girl grabbing him in tears, which left him even more confused. Thalia trembled and muttered about the spider to herself. She looked again, screamed once more, and made the boy stagger. Nox sighed and laughed at the fact that the girl, the redhead, was afraid of spiders. He pushed her away, saying she shouldn't have followed him into a forest. If she was so afraid of them, Thalia asked if he really wasn't scared of them, but Nox replied by asking if any knight would be afraid of spiders. This made the girl feel embarrassed, and she tried to defend herself with her off of him. He felt he could finally breathe. But then Nox started coughing again, which worried Thalia. He tried to tell her it was none of her business. Nox thought about how the girl hadn't gotten in his way during the fight, and had even saved his life. In a way, he felt incredibly grateful, even if he would never say it directly to her. But now Nox just needed to find a way out since his goal had been achieved. The sun began to rise, and Emma continued to cry. Feeling that everything was her fault, Rodwell stood there, wondering if things had gone terribly wrong. Thalia's disappearance could easily turn into a dispute between their families, and that wouldn't be the only consequence. There had been other reports of children from the mansion disappearing into the forest, which would make the family's incompetence a matter of public debate. Rodwell's attention was drawn to the forest. Where the mist was beginning to dissipate, everyone was surprised, and the commissioner's mouth fell open in amazement. Emma ran to Rodwell to ask if this meant it was defeated, and Rodwell agreed his only hope was becoming a reality. Emma's eyes filled with tears of hope. As soon as they saw Nox and Thalia emerging from the forest, the other servants began to wonder if Nox had really conquered it. Rodwell couldn't organize his thoughts, but one thing was becoming clear. The succession for the leadership of the Aliraba family would not be peaceful. Nox wondered why everyone was gathered there, and Emma ran to hug Thalia, tears still streaming down her face. The commissioner explained the situation. Nox seemed surprised that everyone was so worried about the black sheep of the family being missing, but then the boy turned to see Emma grab Thalia and lift the girl with an angry expression, saying she would have to recite the codes of conduct. Thalia panicked and tried to apologize, but Emma continued, saying the head of the Steliner family would teach her the lesson. Nox was surprised to see that the maid was so strong. Emma expressed her gratitude to Nox, to which the boy replied that he hadn't intended for Thalia to follow him, but added that she had proven herself to be capable and didn't deserve a punishment that was too severe. This made Thalia blush in surprise. Later, they returned to the mansion where Nox began to take off his blood-stained clothes. He was still surprised by the crowd that had been waiting for him, but none of that mattered now. He had finally obtained the hidden treasure he was looking for. It was a ring that slightly increased its stats but also had a special effect that allowed the wearer to absorb small fractions of an opponent's lifespan upon defeating them. The stronger the opponent, the more life the wearer could take. This was the only artifact of its kind, but of course, the ring alone couldn't save him from death. It wasn't as if he could extend his life indefinitely, since the description specified that it was only small amounts. Still, this gave him more hope. He put it on, knowing it was better than nothing. He could feel his stats rise slightly. He called for Lona, knowing she was outside. The maid asked if he could see through things, to which he replied, maybe. This made Lona embarrassed, thinking he could see under her clothes. Nox gave a light tap on her head, and the girl wondered if he had gotten stronger, as she rubbed the spot. Changing the subject, he told her they were going to arm wrestle. She seemed confident as she agreed to his terms. He would increase her salary if she won, and decrease it if she lost. As they counted down, Nox slammed her arm down the instant they started. She was in disbelief, and begged the boy not to lower her salary. But he mentioned, having heard from a certain maid, that he was the family's famous troublemaker. He smiled at her as Lona continued to plead. Suddenly, Nox's weakness activated, causing his wrists to fracture and giving him a cold. Nox was disappointed, and told Lona to just bring him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the happiness of getting the ring. He knew he should prioritize rest, but he hated being hit by a combination of ailments. Somewhere else, it seemed someone was trying to remember Nox's face, knowing his name from another world. The cacao and the ring of black fire, the two hidden treasures of the Leon and Raba mansion. The sun shone over the mansion, and Nox discovered that even with both treasures in his possession, he was sentenced to 6 months of confinement, with no chance to use them. Nox looked at the notice from the inside, grumbling to himself. He felt he shouldn't face any consequences, considering he had conquered the forest, that no one else dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid, who seemed hesitant to say anything. Nox reminded her that her salary could also be reduced, for failing to keep him in a good mood, so she quickly and stutteringly agreed as the boy collapsed onto the sofa. It was frustrating for him, He was just starting to feel at ease with his new life, and watching Carl grow brought him great joy. This confinement couldn't continue. It wasn't just about those things. His death was approaching fast, and he knew he would die before the 6 months were up, something he knew thanks to a system notification. These alerts, they seemed more worried about his remaining time than he was. His body trembled before he rose from his chair and told Lona he was going to speak with his father to regain his freedom. She was about to say that his bath was ready, but was interrupted by a knock. The door opened, revealing Rodwell, who greeted him with a bow. The boy was surprised by both the butler's presence and the message that Theodore wanted to speak with him. Bodies of knights and monsters were scattered across the ground as Theodore remembered the fateful night, now known in history as the Night of Carnage. The monsters screamed, charging toward the man who held his dark sword, before he cut down the enemies in his path. The images of advancing demons, piles of human bodies, and the sheer carnage flashed through his mind, making him feel it was more of a plague than a battle. Theodore looked at the horizon, feeling a heavy, dark energy around him. This reminded him that he needed one of his sons to inherit his sword, the Conqueror. Someone with only average potential would not be enough. The man wondered who would be the right choice, who possessed a talent strong enough to one day end him. A knock sounded, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Nox was on his way, to which Theodore acknowledged. He thought about how even he had failed to solve the mystery of the forest, and that Nox's achievement deserved recognition and a reward. Unsurprisingly, the Omegas had interfered and blocked the recognition. It was difficult for them to believe that Nox had changed, and they demanded a full investigation to confirm that the forest had truly been conquered. This was something that not even Theodore could ignore, as an investigation would be necessary. Anyway, Nox entered the room and greeted his father. Theodore mentioned the boy's past wrongdoings, likely referring to the time before his reincarnation, of which Nox was fully aware. Regardless, Theodore acknowledged his achievements and said that Nox could name any prize he desired. This greatly surprised the boy. He began to sweat, as he didn't remember this from the game. Theodore was usually cold and authoritarian, so Nox raised his head and asked for confirmation. His father rose from his chair and swore on the history of his black blade that he was telling the truth, and would grant whatever Nox wished. Nox was stunned. The older man continued, explaining that any excessive request would affect his opinion of the boy, but he had a little faith in Nox. Nox asked for time to think, and permission was granted. He also received permission to leave the estate whenever he wished, as long as he didn't cause a commotion like last time. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who reminded him of his family name. The next day, everyone gathered outside to say goodbye to Thalia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed as she said goodbye, but Nox tried to ignore it. Even as the girl smiled at him, Rodwell told the boy it would be polite to respond, so the purple-eyed boy groaned in frustration and turned to say goodbye to the girl as well. He said they should meet again. When she became a great knight, Thalia asked what she needed to do to become one, and he replied that she needed a brave heart that wasn't afraid of spiders. The girl blushed in embarrassment and punched him in the stomach, making him regret his choice of words. He should have said a wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed and said that he should keep the back of his neck clean to greet her blade. This sent a shiver down his spine as it was in poor taste. Considering what he knew about the future, Emma bowed and thanked the boy for everything he had done, including saving Thalia, but he said that wasn't his intention and asked them to leave. Without further delay, the carriage departed, and one of the characters was finally gone. Nox felt he was gradually getting used to this new and strange existence, and hey, he might even be enjoying it. Another notification appeared, informing Nox that he had 146 days remaining. He sighed, realizing he couldn't get a break from the reminders. A few days later, Luna asked if he needed a new maid to attend to him at school. Nox murmured thoughtfully, about to remember something when a knock came at the door. She entered and told Nox that she was there to introduce the maid who would serve him during his time at the academy starting today. A green-haired girl greeted Nox and introduced herself as Citra of Lobelia. The boy introduced himself back then, opened her stats, and saw exactly what he expected. She was there to spy on him, for Titus the system reminded Nox of his impending death, making him sigh as he prepared for the day, but he could take comfort in the fact that he was making rapid progress. Despite all the setbacks, Nox looked out at the balcony, knowing that he would soon be heading to the academy. Luna appeared excited about it too, asking if he was nervous. He answered with a question of his own, asking why she seemed so happy about his departure. She pouted and cried, saying she would miss him, but the boy told her to stop the act. He knew he shouldn't waste time joking around with Luna, when that time could be better spent improving his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle the programs at school. After all, it was the best academy in the Empire, and it would surely be full of talented students. He had to survive alongside them and become part of the main story. To become the villain he was destined to be. Nox wondered why everything had to be so complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by a question about a new maid that I used to see at school, he murmured thoughtfully, before Rodwell entered to greet him and introduce the very maid Lona had mentioned. The green-haired girl introduced herself. Nox also introduced himself and checked her stats. Realizing she was there to watch him for his father, she still maintained a facade of being kind and caring. Theodore was one of the most powerful and cunning men in the game's universe, mainly because his sword skills were not just due to raw talent. His rise to power was built on his suspicious nature, constantly watching everyone and everything. The maid had Theodore's expectations placed upon her, and she confirmed them without hesitation with a cold look in her eyes. It was said she was first in the line of succession for the leadership of the Lobelia family, and in exchange for her service to him, he would support her restoration to that post. Zeit promised to do her best to help Nox, but Theodore didn't like the words she chose. He stared at her, making her flinch. She bowed again and said she would watch the boy and report every single detail, down to the last note. Then she left, sighing. After escaping his intimidating presence, the girl took a deep breath and pulled something from her neck, looking at a family photo, as she knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. As night fell, Nox thought about how he now had a spy, wondering if she was chosen to ensure that he wasn't possessed. This was understandable, since demonic possession was a fairly common thing in this world. After all, the original game's story began with Nox's downfall, when he was possessed by a great demon. Nox believed that no one would discover his true identity, but he was still worried about Zeit. She wasn't a character in the main story, which Nox saw as a waste, since she was destined to be the next head of House Lobelia before her uncle murdered her parents and stole the claim to leadership. The rest of the story was predictable. The girl fled and ended up as a maid for the family. Although she projected a cheerful demeanor, she was desperate inside and would soon break. If Nox remembered correctly, the girl would end up taking her own life even before the first chapter of the story. He wondered what he should do. Should he save a character destined to die, at the risk of altering the story? He understood perfectly well that this could interfere with his plans. The next day, Nox met with the two maids to tell them he would be hunting monsters inside the mansion and wanted them to be his assistants. Lona was shocked and shuddered at the idea, pretending to feel sick, but Zeit interrupted and agreed without a second thought. The girl with green hair, the brown-haired girl, sobbed and told Zitri not to agree with everything. Nox knew that fear was a normal reaction, which made Zitri's response all the more interesting. Nox reminded Lona of her lack of vacation days. Even if she tried to get out of it, he smiled and mentioned her salary, which made the girl cry, and ask what weapon she should bring. The boy chuckled. Zitri told the girl that she would be joining them. After informing Rodwell, Nox thought about how he needed to focus on gaining more days of life, especially now that he was free. As they rode to the forest, Theodore watched from a window. A few days later, the Forest of Lost Children had become just like any other forest. After it was conquered, a growl was heard from a gray wolf, which Nox quickly attacked and sliced down. He was testing the ring's abilities as he absorbed a small fraction of the wolf's life. He sighed, relieved when the system informed him that his remaining time had increased by 2 hours. Nox looked around as he realized he had probably hunted every wolf in the forest, and he had only gained those 2 hours from that one session. In any case, he considered it a success. His thoughts were interrupted by Zitri, who mentioned that he had been hunting for 1 hour and asked if he was tired. This soured the good mood he was in, as it reminded him of how long it took to hunt without his time-slowing abilities in reality. He had only gained a net of 1 hour. Nox grabbed his bottle and drank, wondering what to do, since he could not hunt monsters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the biggest problem was that there was not an endless supply of monsters. He had practically eliminated the forest's monster population at this rate. His grand plan to prolong his life would soon fail. The purple-eyed boy sighed, and wondered if there were other monsters nearby, but Zitri told him he should not say that, as uninformed people might think he had gone mad. He looked at the setting sun and realized they should return to the mansion. The green-haired girl asked if he wanted her to prepare a bath, which surprised Nox, but he agreed with the suggestion. She smiled happily while Lona asked, frantically, what she could also do. She ended up being assigned to tidy Nox's room despite his confusion. The brown-haired girl ran to gather supplies while Zitri laughed at the scene. Nox called out to the green-haired girl, wanting to ask a question. He wondered who she served. This shocked and confused her. Nox looked at her genius assistant trait, knowing that her blade was directed at him, and that he should not try to claim her for himself. Zitri averted her gaze with a conflicted expression as Nox asked again, causing her to flinch and continue to hesitate. He knew the answer she wanted to give, and mentioned that he had no intention of pressuring her. He added that at least she did not try to feed him a lie. Nox stated that he did not care who she served. He only cared that she was his servant, and that she would use him just as he would use her. The boy turned away, focusing on their mutually beneficial arrangement, which was enough for them both. As night fell, they returned to the mansion, and Lona was gossiping again, talking about how Nox was mean for demanding so much of her time. She thought about when she asked why she had to join them, and how Nox looked like a devil to her when he said there would be no fun without her. Zitri laughed and looked out the window. She remembered being familiar with the rumors about Nox's change of heart that had reached her even when she was still with her family. She had assumed they were unfounded, since it was rare for someone to undergo such a huge transformation, but it seemed to be true after serving him for a while. She learned that he had defeated both his brothers in a single duel, and had rightfully earned the right to represent the family name at the academy. Nox was strengthening his position within the family, unlike Zitri, who once destined to inherit the rightful leadership of her family, was now lost in despair. She sighed to herself, and remembered the words he had told her that day, about how she would use him, just as he would use her. This made the green-haired girl stop writing and wonder what he meant. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the Lionheart mansion, that Zitri had been expelled from the Lobelia family, and as a commoner no longer deserved to serve the Lionhearts. When the girl read the letter, she crumpled it. It claimed that the previous head, Darien of Lobelia, had committed the crime of trying to trade away the family's honor. Since Zitri was associated with Darien, her privileges were also revoked. The light vanished from her eyes, upon realizing she could no longer remain in the mansion. Even among the families who wielded darkness, the Lionheart family held the greatest authority. Even to serve the half-abandoned son, they would not employ a commoner without a surname. Zitri believed she would soon be fired and replaced. Despite this, Zitri still tried to maintain a fake smile, and greeted the other maids who had already heard the news and looked at her with disdain. However, Lona still greeted her as she always did. This left Zitri confused and uncomfortable as she felt her hand being pulled, and wondered if this was just Lona being Lona due to their friendship. In any case, Zitri believed this wouldn't do anyone in the mansion any good as Lona pulled her down the hallway. Nox knew this would likely be the end for Zitri, since Theodore had probably also received a letter. He knew that all the accusations against Zitri's father were false, but he also knew he couldn't help. He had no way to predict the consequences that the simple flutter of a butterfly's wings could have on the world. Birds flew across the sky as the gray wolves of the forest continued to be slain by Nox. Lona felt a shiver thinking that the boy was a little more terrifying that day. The brown-haired girl whispered to herself and Zitra, mentioning that Nox usually showed some degree of mercy, but that wasn't present today, she murmured thoughtfully, and Zitra wondered if she should be nervous, looking at the bloodied blade he had thrust into the ground. Nox grumbled to himself, wondering if he just wasn't having the luck that he had hoped for. A hidden boss is generated when the monster population of the forest drops below 20% of its usual level. The species and timing of this hidden boss's appearance are random, so if Nox had found and defeated one, it could have boosted his stats. He sighed and was about to dismiss the thought when he suddenly felt something rushing through the trees, catching his attention. Nox wondered what it was but had no time to react as it sped past him. He knew it was definitely the boss. He turned to face it and saw it was an elite, giant wasp. A creature he knew was tricky but not impossible to defeat. His thoughts didn't even have time to finish before he heard Zitra's voice calling out to him. He turned to see the maid, using her own body to shield him from the wasp's attack. This was something he probably could have blocked himself, so Zitra's actions were unnecessary. So, knowing that, why did she do it? How many people would throw themselves to block a monster's attack with their own bodies to save a person who had recently made it clear he would use them? With that, Nox gritted his teeth and activated his time-slowing ability. When Zitra was younger, she was a very clumsy child, always falling and getting hurt, before crying and causing her parents a lot of worry. Her mother and father always said she was always nursing an injury, words that remained true even as she grew out of childhood. When Nox asked the green-haired girl whom she served, Zitra wondered where her loyalty truly lay. She remembered that horrible memory where a family member had killed her parents and taken over the family name. So Zitra wondered again where her loyalty was. Nox's words echoed in Zitra's mind, and it seemed she woke up to Nox and Lona hovering over her with worried expressions. The boy had already defeated the wasp, and he told the green-haired girl to stay with them, feeling tense as he tried to reassure her that they were taking her back to the mansion. Zitra thought that Nox was a liar for saying he would use her, yet he was worried about her condition. She wondered why this was happening before her vision blurred and her eyes closed. Tears streamed down her face, and the girl noticed a tremor and a slight fury in the boy's voice. Back at the mansion, Theodore was reading the letter that had spread the news. Rodwell confirmed his assessment. Theodore had taken the girl in, only to use her as leverage and ultimately absorb the Habelia family. The family was facing difficulties after the death of the previous head of the house, so it could have been an ideal opportunity for Theodore to infiltrate them. For example, they could have argued that their heir was in danger, using the family's instability as proof. As Citri's protector, Theodore would have the perfect excuse to get involved and subjugate the family. However, before anything like that could happen, it seemed the girl had been cast out. So the older man asked Rodwell for his opinion. The butler said that having a servant with no surname would subject Nox to contempt at the academy, so it would be prudent to remove her. Theodore suddenly agreed. They were interrupted by another servant, who rushed in to inform them that Nox had returned from his hunt, bringing with him Citri, who had been injured by a monster in an attempt to save her. Nox used a very expensive antidote on her. This surprised Rodwell, who asked if the man was referring to the mandrake, decontaminant, which the servant confirmed. Rodwell felt exhausted by the situation, and Theodore wondered if Nox had developed feelings for the young servant girl. He believed there would be consequences for such feelings. Meanwhile, Luna was standing over Citri, trying to wake her. She succeeded, and the girl, crying, was overjoyed to see Citri awake and alive. The green-haired girl wondered what had happened and worried about Nox's reaction to what she had done. Luna explained that Nox had ordered an antidote to be used, saying it was very effective, and had threatened the doctor into using it despite his reluctance. Citri wondered why Nox would use such an item on her, after his previous words. This made Citri try to get out of bed to ask where Nox was. Luna mentioned that he was talking with Rodwell and remembered that she needed to tell Nox that Citri was awake, so she left quickly. The sick girl got out of bed and went to a suitcase, starting to pack it, while thinking that she didn't belong there, or anywhere. She grabbed her necklace, opened it to take out the family photo, and wrote a note for Nox. It said that her pendant would pay her debt to him, and that she would always be grateful to him. Citri left the room, but stopped when she saw Nox there, asking where she was going. She trembled as his cold eyes stared at her, as he asked the question again. Before Citri had been healed, Nox had asked the doctor if he valued a vial of potion more than a human being. The doctor tried to explain that the problem was that he needed permission from Theodore or Rodwell. Nox interrupted the man, looking at Zeit's body and asking if Rodwell's words truly held more authority than his own. This made the doctor feel guilty, as Nox said he would personally inform his father about what had been done. The antidote was used, and Lona asked if the girl would be okay. The doctor reassured her, saying that the poison had been neutralized, causing Lona to sigh in relief. The boy turned to leave the room, telling Lona to let him know when Zite woke up. When Nox went to meet with Theodore, his father was surprised, as he had not expected an unannounced visit from Nox. Theodore seemed to already know the topic of conversation. The boy activated his positive trait, reminding his father that he owed him a wish. Because of this, Nox stated that his wish was to keep Zeit by his side. His father looked down for a moment while Nox reflected on his actions and beliefs until now. How he had been trying to preserve history and avoid the butterfly effect. How he knew his status was that of a spy under Theodore's control. None of that mattered in this moment. The moment Zite threw herself in front of Nox to protect him, it became clear that, although she could not answer his question, her actions made Theodore decide to grant the wish, causing the boy to bow and turn back to his father. Once more, Nox asked to elaborate on his wish and received permission, just as the system began to warn him that his agitation was affecting his act. But Nox continued, stating that he would not tolerate anyone messing with his people, whether it was the Lord or his own father. With a cold gaze, Nox left the room. This brings us back to the point where Nox found Zite about to leave. Asking where she was going, the green-haired girl was hesitant but admitted she was leaving. She felt she did not deserve to stay, but her words were interrupted by Nox, who asked where she thought she was going. His assistant, still in his service, was leaving despite her obligations. She mentioned how Nox knew about her spying on him for Tilda and how she had not been honest. She was confused about why he kept giving her a chance, even when she tried to deceive him. Her tearful face wanted to know why the boy was not just discarding her. This made Nox smile at the real Zeit, the one who was hidden beneath her disguise, the look of someone who was struggling but had not given up on finding her way out of the darkness. Nox explained that deception was a fate shared by all humans, but Zeit still felt she had wronged the boy, which Nox agreed with. He then asked if she was going to leave, without correcting those mistakes. This confused her. The purple-eyed boy explained that she was staying, and that he did not care whether she had a family name or not. All that mattered to him was her talent and her service. He told her she would redeem herself for her mistakes by continuing her duties at his side. Zitri was moved once again, as she agreed with his words and promised to help him for as long as necessary. Nox smiled upon hearing this. Zitri decided to answer his previous question, turning to him and hoping that her answer would satisfy him. He smiled back and confirmed that it did. Lona resumed her gossiping the next day, talking about how he had threatened the doctor, until she was surprised by Nox's presence. He was surprised that she didn't even try to deny it anymore. The girl turned to Zitri and reminded the maid to get some rest. Then she ran off to do Zitri's chores for her. Nox sighed at Lona's flighty behavior. He turned to Zitri, reminding her of his imminent departure for the academy in 2 months. She said she hadn't forgotten and had already prepared the essentials, like the basic tools he would need. She thoughtfully mused over what else she had put in Nox's luggage. He smiled, realizing Zitri was no longer pretending, which worked better for him, as it would also save him the effort. And now he knew that the two of them wouldn't betray each other if one of them was cornered. The boy smiled, believing this was enough for both of them. Zitri then wanted to ask the boy if he was all right. Since there were some unfavorable rumors circulating about him, Nox sat down and asked about them. Wondering what else there could be since he was already hearing the usual, he found out the rumor was about the reason he hadn't fired her, his personal feelings for her. The boy almost fell out of his chair upon hearing this. It made him wonder why he was even playing the character of Nox. He sighed and apologized to Zitri for the situation, but the green-haired girl said that wasn't her intention. In fact, she was just worried that it might make Nox uncomfortable. Nox told Zitri there were worse rumors about him, like how the youngest Lionheart was a rude and simple-minded scoundrel. Zitri was about to hesitate and say otherwise, but he told her to lie to him if she wanted to be dismissed, which made her immediately agree that this was what she had heard. There was something else she had heard about, and it was how he was known to be lecherous among women. She wondered if this was true, making Nox feel worse about the character he was playing, but he was happy that his reputation as a swordsman had improved compared to the person Nox used to be. Nowadays, the rumors were about his careless talent and exaggerated ego, but he needed to stick to the role of a villain after all, and it was Nox's job to remain evil and help the main characters stand out. In the end, he wasn't the hero of the game. He told Zitri that was enough with the rumors. He wanted to tell her to fetch something. She wasn't the only one who had to prepare for survival at the academy. She wondered what he needed, and Nox, he knew it wouldn't hurt to let her know the plan. Due to her loyalty, it might even make her better at her job. With that in mind, Nox told her that he wanted to study magic before his enrollment, and that he needed her help. This surprised the green-haired girl due to the imperial law. He knew this, of course, and wasn't easily intimidated, but Zitri saw it more as him not holding any grudges. In any case, she understood and trusted that he had his reasons for the decision. She knew to start by looking for textbooks on the subject, which made Nox smile, seeing that she knew what to do. The boy heard a noise outside and looked out the window, hearing about someone named Grand arriving. This was a man Nox had almost forgotten, and he felt that an important event was approaching, as it would be a chance to add many days to his life. Nox told Zitri that it would soon be time to leave for a distant place, making her sweat as she realized another scheme was afoot. Later that day, Theodore congratulated Green on his graduation. This man was Theodore's second eldest son and naturally one of Nox's brothers. Nox immediately checked Green's stats, and he saw that the man was a snob and a degenerate, just like the rumors about Nox himself, but he was also an opportunist. But the reason his character wasn't widely discussed was because Nox was an even bigger troublemaker in the family, and Green had an easier path to graduation through his cunning nature and political schemes. Each cycle, the academy accepted fewer than 1,000 students, of whom only half would receive their diplomas. So there was no way Green had played fair. Theodore asked if his son had arranged to travel to Chades, making the man pause before confirming. His father knew that Green's main duty was probably to subjugate monsters. Nox knew that Chades was a natural territory, south of the mansion, with a desert serving as a border between them and the eastern kingdom of Terralin. It was notoriously barren and infested with monsters. Green would receive a first assignment to stop a wave of monsters. This would be important for the boy, as the reward was recognition as an Imperial Knight. Green knew about the monster swarms, and Theodore mentioned that the territory would prevent damage to the rest of the Empire, telling his son to defend it well. Green agreed, but Nox knew that the mission was more than just killing monsters. This side chapter in the game was linked to many other chapters, so there was a lot to gain. Nox called out to his brother and asked if he was aware of the benefits he would gain with Nox present. This question surprised Green, making him think his brother didn't know what Chades was like. But Nox explained what he understood, recalling Grand and the rumors he had heard since he arrived. Nox knew that Grand's ability was emerging, hearing his brother ask if Nox, that he had really conquered the forest in the company of Thalia. Nox confirmed without hesitation or agitation, emotions that Greenlee's ability allowed him to detect. This was also the secret behind his mastery of cunning conduct. Green also asked about the combat in the training hall and the help from Zeddy, things that Nox also confirmed while activating his Heart of Steel ability against the detection skill. The brother laughed and said he had reasons to refuse, saying he would be too busy to retrieve the dead body of Nox. Suddenly, Theodore said that Nox could go, surprising Gray. Theodore reassured his brother and insisted on taking him. Gray tried to refuse until his father glared at him. He looked at Nox and told him to make good use of his remaining 3 days. Then he left. The boy was surprised by the ease of it all. Nox wondered if this uncle of his was planning something, but his thoughts were interrupted by Green, asking what Nox's plans were and if he had lost his mind. Nox said he had lost it some time ago, making Green grab Nox's collar and tell the boy to be more cautious. He said it would be a shame if he got hurt even before leaving for Chaders. Suddenly, someone seemed to have dropped a bottle of wine. Nox turned around and saw Zeddy stumbling behind him. As Zeddy tripped, the wine slipped from her hands. Nox was surprised to turn around and see that it had splashed on his clothes. The green-haired girl bowed and apologized for her clumsiness. She suggested he wait in the room while she fetched a clean shirt for him, which made Green let go of the boy. Nox apologized to his brother and said he would take his leave, walking away and saying that in 3 days, they could continue to reconnect. This made the older brother grit his teeth and clench his fist as the purple-eyed boy walked through the corridors with Zeddy by his side. He thanked the maid for what she did to spare him from the conversation. But Zeddy couldn't help but sigh at the amount of adversity Nox seemed to attract daily. She changed the subject to ask if he was really sure about going with Graham to Chaders. Nox interrupted her and was about to confirm until he himself was interrupted by a sharp cry from Lona, who ran up to him and asked if he had lost his mind. Nox wondered if the brown-haired girl had forgotten that he was her master, but he sighed and insisted that the decision was already made. He wondered what the big deal was about him going to Chaders, thinking that it was appropriate. Zeddy agreed with Lona and was worried about Nox's safety, believing that Chaders was too dangerous despite his brave spirit, as there were thousands of monsters and bandits known to reside in the land. The number didn't scare him. Nox believed it just meant there were more things to hunt and more lifespan for him to steal. He reassured the maids that he had plans for such dangers and was about to tell Lona and Zeddy that both of them would remain at the mansion while he undertook the campaign alone. However, Zetri interrupted in a stern tone, declaring she wouldn't let him do that. The green-haired girl continued, reminding him that she was an aide exclusively in his service. Therefore, she had a duty to assist him regardless of his location. This meant she would follow him to Chester's. Nox said this would risk her getting injured, but Zetri was well aware of that. She reminded him that he could get hurt too, since they were both heading to a dangerous place, especially since she had heard from Lona that Nox was delicate. Zetri went on, asking if Nox believed his delicateness would allow for an unassisted journey, given his frequent memory lapses and inexperience with tasks like laundry. She asked if he truly believed a journey without help was even feasible. The boy ran a hand through his hair, realizing that he had forgotten this was no longer a game. Such details of life actually mattered, and if he were to die, Zetri's position in the mansion would become even more precarious. So for her, coming with him was actually the safest choice. With that, Nox decided to agree. He said she shouldn't drag them down, and suggested she get to know Cal, his horse. Zetri understood, and was already one step ahead. She was about to say she had a great relationship with Cal, but this information shocked Lona, causing her to ask how that had happened. The green-haired maid explained that she used the best sugar cubes, which cost half of her monthly salary, but it had accelerated the friendship between her and the horse. Lona was jealous of this, since she always received poor-quality hay for the horse. She continued to complain, until Nox tapped her on the head and turned to leave, saying that Lona would continue with her usual duties at the castle. Zetri would accompany him on the journey, so he told the green-haired girl to prepare well. But Nox couldn't help but wonder if she was truly worried about his safety. A knock was heard, which made everyone freeze and look up in confusion. The door opened, revealing Rodwell, who informed Nox that he was being summoned to receive an item. This surprised Nox, as his father wanted to give him something. He remembered Theodore's words, and wondered if this was what he had meant. He would soon find out. The boy met with Theodore, and mentioned the summons, which Theodore confirmed. He wondered if his son could truly handle the item. Both of them then looked towards the blade, which lay in an open box. It was a sword that Theodore explained had belonged to the family's founder. Nox was stunned by the situation, as this was not at all what he had expected to receive. In all the times Nox had played the game, he had never once caught a glimpse of this sword, and yet, here it was. Even after 27 complete playthroughs making him think he was a pro, there was a sword he had never heard of. He wondered why Theodore was offering it to him, and couldn't understand his intentions. But this made him think the sword would be important later. Theodore spoke. Knowing the sword looked humble, interrupting Nox's thoughts, his father told him that this was the sword the first leader of the family spent his entire life wielding. Nox asked how he could demonstrate his ability to handle it, to which his father simply said to hold it with that. The boy took it and lifted it, only to suddenly feel a heavy and dark aura coming from the blade. He realized it was absorbing his magical energy, and noticed that the color of the blade had also begun to change. This made Theodore stand up. When he saw his son feeling the flow of energy, the boy nodded, and his father explained that the sword absorbed the wielder's magic before multiplying it several times. This surprised the boy, and he asked if it was a blade not to be handled lightly. He was interrupted by the sword, absorbing his magical energy again. The system warned the boy that his magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate and was negatively affecting the act he was performing, which worried the boy. Theodore spoke again, saying that if Nox wanted to be the next owner of the sword, he had to hold it for 10 whole minutes. This was something Nox couldn't imagine. Theodore said the sword was called Stormbringer. The sword was currently under restraint, and the system told Nox that it would absorb magical power, while converting it into attribute points, and would also emit the amplified magical power. This information wasn't really helping Nox at the moment, as he was trembling from how much it was affecting him. Negatively, Nox soon realized that his magical energy had been completely drained, so the sword decided to use his life as an alternative fuel. This confused him, as the system alerted him that his remaining lifespan was decreasing rapidly, which worried the boy greatly. He believed he needed to drop the sword for his own safety. However, Nox saw that it seemed his hands didn't want to let go of the sword. Despite his efforts, this frustrated Nox as he was upset with the situation. He was trapped. Theodore watched, thinking about how the sword Stormbringer was a rather wicked weapon. It would lead the wielder to destruction in exchange for its service, and his family's history and fame came from its blade, but no descendant of its first owner had managed to master it. Most of those who tried fainted the moment they picked it up, something Theodore had witnessed many times. Therefore, if anyone lasted 10 minutes on the first try, it would be a real feat. Even Theodore only managed to last 1 hour, after all those years of training with him, and yet, something in Theodore urged him to try. The 14-year-old boy who had not yet developed his magic when Nox saved the young dying servant. It became clear that amidst all the recent disturbances was Nox, which was hardly a coincidence. The boy was growing, and his potential was revealing itself. So Theodore wondered if the boy would surpass his expectations, watching as Nox fell to his knees, still holding the blade. Perhaps the talents of Nox were comparable to those of the three Supremes. The very idea was reason enough for Theodore to test the boy. Could he endure for the appointed time? Theodore believed that Nox would become the most powerful leader in the history of the Lionhearts. Nox pointed the blade to the ground. As it began to crack the floor, he panted. While Theodore believed that his son had potential to surpass him, the boy gritted his teeth and turned to the older man, who mentioned how he suspected the boy was hiding the power he possessed. Within himself, Nox was about to ask what was happening until his father walked past him, saying that the sword now belonged to Nox, but this did not make Nox happy, considering he had lost so much of his life. 3 days later, it was time to leave for Chatos, and Szeth felt content, mentioning how kind it was of Theodore to give the boy a pouch to store all his items. Even so, Nox was still not happy, which left Szeth confused, since she thought he was looking forward to the expedition, but he seemed so upset. He sighed and wondered if he should feel gratitude towards his father for the pouch after the sword had drained. Most of his remaining time he looked ahead at Gray, who was talking with the others. Nox knew that his brother had taken a small fortune and exaggerated the burden of him being along. But Nox did not care, as he would use his brother too. Shouts were heard, as there seemed to be trouble with the directions to Chatos. This left Gray annoyed with the man called Ron, who had been hired by Gray to guide them. The men argued, and Szeth looked at Nox, who called the guides fools for leading them down the wrong path, so he went to his brother to discuss the problem. Gray tried to wave and dismiss Nox, but Nox continued his words, which seemed to annoy Gray. Nox asked if it did not worry him that he might find the right path for them. Gray could not believe his brother would think he could be a guide. Nox suggested using his talent for just 1 day, since several of his mages had said that he had a remarkable talent for finding paths. Gray had his doubts, but was still surprised by the claim, while Szeth looked on with the same surprise. However, his expression soured because Nox was lying so casually, without hesitation. A late arrival could pose a serious problem. But if Nox failed to do what he claimed in front of everyone, it would supposedly weaken his morale and bring satisfaction to Green. After all, risking a slightly extended journey was not the worst choice, so Green decided to allow it. This made Nox smile and tell everyone to follow him. Later that day, a camp was set up for everyone to rest. At night, Green complained to his guides about how Nox had found the path so quickly. They were in a territory where even the most experienced guides struggled. The older brother continued his furious complaints while Nox watched silently from a distance, knowing it was easy for him. He already knew the paths from his previous experience in the game, cheaters. It was a strategic location he had visited hundreds of times, but Etri wanted to ask the boy directly how he had managed to find the way so quickly. Nox claimed that the terrain had helped him, leaving her confused. That was until she saw the claw marks of an evil bear, a type of monster native to the southern region. It was found near the southern borders of Cheaters. This information surprised the green-haired girl, but it also worried her about the possibility of being attacked. But he reassured her, saying that the bears are afraid of fire. Everyone nearby gossiped among themselves about how different Nox was. They said he might even surpass his well-mannered brother at the academy. This left Green even more upset, and he asked one of the servants to confirm Nox's success against the twins, which Choots confirmed. With this, Green wanted to see the boy's abilities for himself. Then Choots said there was a perfect item to help, pulling out a bag. Green laughed maliciously upon seeing it. As he glanced at Nox in the middle of the night, everyone went to bed, and even the guards seemed to be drowsy. A monster rustled through the trees towards the camp, something Nox was already expecting. He already had his blade in hand, before getting up and telling Etri not to leave the tent. The leaves swayed in the wind, as Nox stepped out of the tent and stood before the 4 monsters he knew as ogres. Although he knew the camp was safe from monsters, the boy looked toward what he knew had attracted the monsters to them. That mud must have been mixed with the pheromones of an ogre, which caught the attention of other ogres whose senses were heightened for the mating season, so they would not be able to resist. Nox knew the mud must have been Green's idea to put him in danger, but he was not alarmed by their presence and even greeted the ogres as he drew the AX Stonebringer. The monsters growled before charging at the boy, who blocked their attack, leaped into the air, and plunged his blade. On the back of one of the ogres, the other ogres tried to aim their clubs at him, but he was faster and moved past them, cutting them down along the way. They all screamed in pain as Nox looked at the dark sword. Realizing that all his worries about it draining him were wrong, he smiled before continuing the massacre, feeling as if the sword could read his mind and begin to move in anticipation. Now, only one ogre remained, but it was stumbling, dropping its weapon and trying to escape. However, Nox whistled for Cal, causing the horse to transform into its true form. Nox mounted it and galloped towards the ogre, cutting it down. Nox let out a sigh of relief upon seeing his remaining time had increased. By 1 day and 9 hours, his thoughts were interrupted by Zetri peeking in and asking if everything was all right. He reminded her of his request, but she ignored his words and was surprised. Upon seeing the ogres' bodies, she asked if she should call the night patrol. Nox said it wasn't necessary. As the ogres were invited, this confused her until he explained that it was Gwen's idea to pit them against the others, which was why Gwen's tent was far away. Zetri asked if this meant that Gwen was planning to restrain Nox, which the boy confirmed without hesitation. He explained that he potentially would pose an obstacle to Gwen's pursuit of the house's leadership, so Gwen likely wanted to examine his capabilities. Probably these cowardly schemes were the only way for him to gain a decisive advantage over Garen, his older brother, who was a superior swordsman, but Gwen would be taught a lesson. About how that didn't work on Nox, the boy took out a vial asking Zetri if she knew what provoked the ogres even more. He then squeezed ogre blood into it, as that was what provoked them. Just like humans, since they couldn't forget a grudge when their kin were killed. The owls hooted throughout the night as Gray was awakened by the humming of the crystal balls. This confused him, as they only made that noise in the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered what could be the case until he heard banging noises as his servants burst in to tell him they were under attack. Gray left the tent and saw it being set ablaze by ogres. A chill ran down Gwen's spine as he hoped they wouldn't pursue him, but the sun was seen rising. As everyone finally fought off the ogres and were cleaning up, Gwen was screaming and kicking for potentially making a mistake, but even the servant was confused. However, Nox seemed completely unconcerned with the situation and asked Zetri if she agreed that the morning was wonderful. She agreed and mentioned that breakfast was ready, but also told Nox that maids don't sit with their masters. But Nox said that wasn't the case right now, as there were worse situations, like the swarms of ogres that had attacked Gran's tent. This made Zetri look on with contempt as she sighed. As she remembered the audacity of the person she served, Nox laughed and began to eat while watching the tents being dismantled. Seeing that they weren't going to throw away the blood-soaked tent, the girl asked what they were going to do about it, and Nox pretended not to know. Zetri explained that the bloodstain would attract more ogres, But this was something Nox already knew, and that was exactly what he wanted. However, he wouldn't tell Zetri this, to keep her from complaining, but this was the perfect opportunity to gain more lifespan. As he finished his breakfast, he realized that he would need more ogres soon. In the distance, Nox heard a crash and told the green-haired girl that they would join the rest. Meanwhile, a lost ogre was walking through the forest until it seemed to sense something. It turned around, confused, before being suddenly overpowered and killed in seconds. It was now the second day of their journey, and Nox had successfully grasped the topography of the area, which made him feel relieved given the length of the journey. Gran asked Nox about his plan for the pursuing ogres, wondering if it was possible to lose them. Nox confirmed that it was. He said they could choose to quell the disturbance, but that would also attract other monsters, so it would be wiser to just exit the forest quickly. However, Gran didn't believe his words, and was annoyed that the soldiers were rallying to Nox's standards instead of his own. Another soldier approached and asked Nox why he was stomping on the ground. Was it because he knew some monsters were known to emerge from the earth, causing panic among the others? The boy looked down and confirmed, explaining that they were crossing a certain habitat. Just then, everyone began to feel the ground tremble. Zedric was startled, and screams were heard. Nox announced that the worm was coming as he saw it emerge from the ground. This was a monster that resembled mostly an earthworm or a python, but such a resemblance hid the fact that it was a dragon with a malformation, because of which it couldn't use magic. However, it was still powerful, as it wasn't uncommon for dozens of ogres to try and fight it, only to meet a collective demise. This was also the reason why he had been searching for such a monster, watching it devour a horse, as none of the others knew that Nox had been stomping on the ground to summon it. The boy turned to the others and told them to hide in the bushes, which confused them. Nox smiled as he recalled saying that the ogres wouldn't be a problem for them. In truth, that wasn't technically wrong, even though luring the ogres out wasn't initially in his plan, he saw swarms of other ogres emerging from the forest. Zetri had a worried expression on her face, terrified by the legion of ogres, but Nox calmed her down and asked the green-haired girl if she knew what a worm's most and least favorite creatures were. She was confused before flinching at the loud bang, as Nox explained that the answer to both was ogres. As the two species fought, the boy explained that ogres were the worm's favorite prey, but they also weren't the closest of friends, so an advanced adventurer should know how to turn such situations to their advantage. The worm screamed and crushed one of the ogres, while the other monsters tried to hit it with their clubs, while everyone watched in shock as the two species tried to finish each other off. Green gritted her teeth and wondered if Nox had predicted this. Zetri wondered if they should just wait, but Nox had other plans. The purple-eyed boy watched the battle and began to throw some stones at the ogres, which confused Zetri about how that would help. As the ogres continued to be killed, the system informed Nox that his energy was increasing, along with his lifespan, extending it by 8 hours for every defeated ogre. This wasn't something he would explain to the green-haired maid, but he needed to improve his stats. Nox realized that all the ogres were now dead. Green wondered what the plan was now, since he couldn't possibly face the worm alone. So, Nox stood up and ordered the soldiers to aim for the worm's mouth. There was some hesitation, but in the end, they all followed Nox's command, as the boy activated his ability to slow down time and charged forward. The arrows and spears slowed in mid-air as Nox leaped and slashed the worm multiple times. He spun and landed just as the ability wore off, revealing the worm exploding in a shower of blood from his attacks. This increased his lifespan by 10 days, which was more than he had expected, but he was pleased that the large monsters benefited him so much, though it wouldn't have been nearly as easy without the ogres. When Nox's endurance reached 5, his temporary trait expired, which was part of the details from when he had activated the scroll. It was a shame the trait from all that time ago had expired, but at least he had made it this far. Nox clenched his fist as everyone checked on him. They cheered for his incredible skills. Nox was about to respond until he was interrupted by more cracking and rumbling noises as another worm erupted from the ground. Nox was slightly surprised by the presence of a second worm. However, he was about to be even more surprised when someone shouted for the others to get out of the way, just as the worm was immediately cut down and killed by a newcomer. This person, wearing a monocle, was someone Nox recognized, and he wondered why she was here. Nox wondered what this person with the monocle was doing here, recognizing the character instantly. Everyone else also recognized who this person was, knowing she was one of the students of a woman named Chelsea, the genius swordsman, the strongest unit in the universe, and one of the 3 Supremes alongside Theodore. This man was called Paracelsus. This newcomer asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they should refrain from expressing gratitude when they were saved. Nox remembered that this was also the man who harbored a great hatred for the nobility. Schultz felt offended on Green's behalf and asked if Paracelsus knew who Green was. But Paracelsus just gave a passive-aggressive response. Paracelsus introduced himself and said he was a type of mercenary, Nox recalled. As expected, this man hated nobles, given his background. But more importantly, he wasn't supposed to appear on the scene until the Academy chapter began in his previous life. Nox had played this game countless times, but Paracelsus had never appeared before the start of the academic year. The boy wondered what was happening, clenching his fist as he looked at Paracelsus, and wondered what he would do now. The sun began to set as the group rode through the terrain, and Green tried to talk to the mercenary, asking if he was also heading to Charters. Paracelsus confirmed, and said he was going there to hunt monsters. This made Nox think, remembering that Paracelsus was a man who traveled to different kingdoms of the Empire to prepare before the start of the school year. Thus, Nox wondered if the kingdom he traveled to was chosen randomly each time. Green noticed that Paracelsus was traveling alone, which meant the man with the monocle showed confidence in himself and his abilities. So Green mentioned that he paid his men well and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining the campaign against the wave of monsters under his command. Paracelsus looked at Nox's brother with a raised eyebrow, murmuring as he thought before turning away and saying he was intrigued with the idea of working under the Lanaba family. Nox watched from a distance while Schultz tried to defend and take offense on Green's behalf, but Green interrupted and waved his hand to stop the other man. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and consider carefully. Green had seen this man take down a worm with a single blow, so he wanted to have him under his command to regain the trust of his soldiers that Nox had taken from him. The group finally arrived at their destination, which Nox announced to the others, looking ahead and seeing how the place was much more desolate in real life than in the game. They were allowed to pass through the gate, and Green clicked his tongue upon seeing rats scurrying about. But his attention was drawn to a girl who asked, bluntly, if he had any food to offer. Green looked at the girl with disgust and pulled his horse away from her, making her retreat in surprise. Nox also looked away, which made the girl's expression fall and her head lower. Paracelsus looked at the girl, and also clicked his tongue. The group was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Tigan, greeting them. He greeted the others and explained that he was the chief of the city guard. He had already heard the news that Green was on his graduation mission and had Nox for support. He continued to speak with the noble, while Paracelsus thought to himself. He mused that he might have been too delusional about the children of a supreme being any different from the other nobles, since they were chosen to represent the family. When the mercenary witnessed Nox fighting the worm, Nox didn't seem too bad at swordsmanship, but for Paracelsus, he still believed these nobles were spoiled through and through. He looked on with disappointment and observed the city around him, noticing how evidently disordered it was. The town's inhabitants had no capacity to withstand the monster wave, which made Paracelsus wonder if those who didn't die from starvation were truly the most fortunate. As the sun was nearly set, it was decided they would discuss everyone's tasks the following day, so Tigan led them to an inn where they could all rest. Everyone dismounted their horses and began to prepare for the night. Green looked at Paracelsus, who had mentioned the earlier proposal, making Green excited until Paracelsus refused the offer. Without hesitation, Green furrowed his brows in confusion and asked if Paracelsus knew what he was saying, asking if the man with the monocle intended to prepare for the monster wave without any help. Nox watched from a distance as Paracelsus explained that his intention was to proceed as previously planned, but he wished Green luck on his grand campaign. Green called Paracelsus a commoner, however. This only made the mercenary laugh, as he had already been the target of much crueler comments, such as vagabond. Even so, Paracelsus still wished Green luck in navigating all the challenges, so Nox believed this was the end of their interactions, and wondered if their paths would cross again in the future. Night fell, and Nox told ZT to rest well, as they would be busy the next day. He went to his room, only to notice that the girl from earlier was outside, sitting near a bonfire with other children. The girl jumped in surprise when he called out to her, as Nox asked if she wasn't looking for food. All the children looked at Nox in surprise as he took out a bag full of bread. He handed the bread to the children, making the girl cry with happiness. Nox knew he couldn't save everyone, and this action was just him, acting on the little goodwill his otherworldly self used to have. But the children were still happy with this kind act as they ate their food, something Nox didn't want them to have to beg for anymore. Besides, Nox and the others needed finding ways to survive in this city in the distance. It seemed Zeit was watching what Nox was doing, smiling softly at the fact that the boy had adopted a cold demeanor. Early the next day, Tegan was explaining to the others how every year The south of Chater is plagued by frequent monster outbreaks. In its efforts to fend them off, the city had nowhere to turn but to the subsidy and support of the king. As they passed through the area, Gwen asked if the palisade served as the city's only defense, to which Tegan confirmed. Although it all needed some repairs, Nox looked at the walls and sighed grimly, knowing the entire city would be massacred in 1 hour when the waves began to advance. This campaign was just a side quest in the game, and Nox could choose whether or not to save the city. But so far, he had always chosen to save it. Why, you ask? Because the city becomes extremely valuable. Since Chater later becomes one of the most profitable lands in the Empire, Tegan continued to converse with the noble young men, explaining that this year the monsters were proliferating at an unsettling rate, something they had never seen before. Nox realized that these people had no idea of how that unusual increase would eventually help this land, but that was for their future selves to discover. There were villagers who reported sighting a griffin. This made everyone freeze, as Granny muttered thoughtfully and asked where it had been spotted. Blocking that griffin's advance was crucial for the success of the campaign, since such creatures were known as the kings of the desert, and at least in this game, they were meant to be repelled, certainly not hunted. Despite this, Nox's plan was to hunt it. Everyone looked out at the desert before them. While Tegan explained that it was a neutral territory that served as the border with Terralon, Nox finally spoke, and wondered if no one was curious, since the known habitats of griffins didn't even border the lands of Chater. So he asked if they weren't known for inhabiting Terralon for the most part, questioning why it was present near Chater in the first place. An icy silence fell over the men, as Nox realized their reaction answered his question about who the traitor was, and it would be the signal for the start of a subquest. The first thing Nox would do was eliminate the infectious rot from the city. Later, Schultz was seen angrily crumpling some papers, as he felt that Nox was starting to become a major obstacle to his plans. Nox's scheme had made Schultz lose Granny's favor. He gnashed his teeth in anger, for he had wasted all his time flattering Granny to gain her favor. But his angry thoughts were interrupted when he heard Zite coming down the inn stairs. Schultz remembered that the girl was Nox's servant, and a commoner, so he immediately hatched a plan. He slammed his hand against the wall beside her. He grabbed her arm and pulled her close, leaving her confused and wondering what he intended to do. The man said it was obvious, and that they should find a place for their conversation, but Esther pulled her hand away and tried to back off. However, Schultz continued his advances and said that, as a knight on a mission, he still needed some fun, and he asked Esther if it wasn't the same for her. He grabbed her shoulder, and the green-haired girl was about to respond, until she realized that fighting the man would put Nox on Green's bad side and expose him to all sorts of scorn from his family, so she decided to let it happen to protect Nox. Schultz said that as Nox's servant, she should pay the price for Nox's actions. However, Nox's voice rang out as he said that he was more than willing to pay the price himself. Slashing sounds were heard. Esther looked on in shock at Nox holding a bloody blade. The boy glared coldly at Schultz, telling him to name the price he would have Nox pay for Schultz's failed efforts. The man was confused and said that Nox wouldn't get away with what he did for mutilating a knight of the Grand family, but Nox didn't care and sliced off Schultz's other arm, making him scream even more in pain. Schultz asked if Nox believed he could take refuge behind his family's name, but his words were cut short by Nox, who mentioned that the one trying to hide behind the names of Alia and Raber was Schultz himself. The man's last moments were spent staring at Nox's blade, which was then plunged into Schultz's back, killing him. Esther was worried about what would happen to Nox for his actions, but the answer would soon be revealed as Green entered the inn and asked if he had killed Schultz. The boy answered immediately, which made Green scream at his brother, but Nox asked if it wouldn't be fairer to ask what happened instead of screaming. Green grabbed Nox's collar and demanded a reason, with a threat to which Nox gave a simple answer that Schultz had tried to assault his aide, and that he wouldn't just stand by and let it happen. This answer didn't satisfy Green, but Nox asked if Green was sure of his priorities, releasing a massive amount of power from his body, as a show of intimidation. Green was shocked at the sight of what Nox was capable of, unable to believe the power he now possessed compared to before. Nox's brother said that the boy could have at least reported to him first, but Nox cut him off, and reminded him how he was known as the black sheep of the family, and how reporting and waiting weren't his strong suits. With that, Nox suggested they postpone the judgment and let their father make the final decision. Gwen swallowed nervously and reluctantly agreed, making Nox smile, before telling Zetri it was time to go, after which they promptly left. The older brother stood there, wondering how long Nox had been like this, and why the sword was so familiar, but Gwen knew that he shouldn't underestimate the boy anymore. Nox knew there would now be a commotion among the soldiers, since they were divided into factions and were at a crossroads where they would have to make a decision. wondering whether they would follow Gwen or Nox. He looked at Zetri, asking if she was okay, but she asked the same question back, wondering why he protected her when it would likely worsen the situation. Nox asked the green-haired girl if she knew what kind of person her master was, reminding her that he was the good-for-nothing of the Lei family in Raba. He explained to her that no matter where they were, she should never lower her head, to which she felt touched by his words and agreed. In the inn, Gwen slammed his mug on the table, furious about how Nox had transformed from a troublesome task into a completely different person. Coupled with the fact that the sword Nox wielded looked similar to his father's, Gwen wanted to be cautious with the boy ever since they left Chatters, but his thoughts were interrupted as the other man from before entered the room, to report that the mess had been sorted out, adding that Nox was different from the rumors. Not only was Nox different, but Gwen believed this man was also different, as he was supposed to be the captain of the knightly order that operated in the area. This confused Gwen, since Nox knew the place better for some reason. Since the monster wave hadn't begun, Gwen intended to make more use of the knightly order, ordering the man to get rid of all bandits and monsters in the vicinity, and to immediately report anything that happened involving Nox. The man agreed and promptly left. Meanwhile, Nox was still outside with Zetri inspecting some vials, when Zetri asked if he had looked around the city walls. He affirmed that he had, and the green-haired girl asked how they would stop the wave, at which point Nox walked off with the girl in tow. Nox said he was thinking of recruiting someone new because he knew there was a genius in this small village. A woman named Alina, a character Nox would recruit every time he came to Chatters. A talented potion maker, and Nox's personal potion supplier. He walked through the back alleys while Zetri asked if a genius potion maker really existed in a place like this. Nox confirmed it and explained that she had her own reasons for staying in such a place, that reason being that this is the hidden route to clear Chatters. In the future, Alina would be working for someone else, instead of the Arkan Empire. So if someone doesn't complete Charis with the hidden route, they can never get Lena. They continued downward as if Nox knew where he was going. Then Zetra noticed a light. He pointed to it and entered the building, only to witness a drunken woman staring at them. Nox greeted her, and the woman screamed in surprise at the presence of other people. And Zetre was in disbelief that the genius potion maker was a drunkard. After calming down a bit, Alina apologized for her behavior, and Nox said they needed to talk. Nox thought about Alina's character at this point in the story and knew he had to get her to join his party. Despite her flaws, he observed her stats and read that her only negative trait was being a drunkard. He sighed, knowing that the Lenhaver family probably wouldn't recruit such a genius. Nox said they had no choice, and Zetra argued that it wasn't wise to recruit drunkards. Nox agreed, but said it was complicated. Alina asked why they had come, and Nox got straight to the point, wanting Alina to join his team in exchange for giving her what she needed most. She didn't know what he was talking about and tried to refuse, but Nox knew her reasons were related to May, surprising her with his knowledge. Nox immediately explained that May would be executed soon, shocking the woman even more. Nox said that things could change if she accepted his offer, so he asked one more time, wanting to know if he had changed her mind a little. Alina thought about Nox's words. She felt conflicted about the offer and the situation regarding her friend, May Erica. May was the person who confronted the knights for their decisions, like raising taxes, and she was also Alina's only friend. She would tell the men to their faces that they weren't doing anything for the city. Despite receiving funds, the man just glared at her angrily, before eventually dragging May away. Alina wished it had been her who was dragged away after reacting so aggressively, crying over her own weakness. She berated herself for not trying to rescue her own friend, and believed that Nox wouldn't save the red-haired girl anyway. She didn't think she would be able to forget this situation for a very long time. In a tavern, the men Graham had hired were drinking the night away. They were laughing about what an idiot he was, pretending to be a knightly order while Graham believed it without suspicion. Everyone laughed, and one of the men said it was worth searching the residence of the Ronin order. They wanted to get the badge that could land them even bigger jobs if they showed it around. The Liang Raba family believed they would receive benefits worthy of someone in the position of captain of the Ronin order. Things got even better, since the leader's name was also Ron. Ron said that if they held Gwen hostage, they could get a huge payout, and they all continued to laugh. When another man spoke up, questioning if their actions were wise since they were dealing with the most influential family of the Dark Three. But the others stared the man down and called him a coward and an idiot. He backed away as Ron calmed everyone down, then stood up and asked rhetorically if they knew where they were, explaining that they were in a city that even the imperial family had abandoned. Ron suggested they should just hold Grand hostage, take the money, and then flee. He believed that no matter how influential the Liancourt family was, they couldn't do anything in an enemy nation, surrounded by sand. They continued their discussion, but one man pointed out that Nox was also with them. Ron agreed that the boy was dangerous and said they shouldn't engage with him until they had finished their business. Another man said there was nothing to worry about since Nox was just a kid, so they all went back to laughing and drinking once more, until the candles suddenly went out. Everyone was confused and began to grow restless. Ron told everyone to calm down, until he felt blood splash onto him, which left him bewildered. He looked around and noticed someone had been decapitated, and he heard the screams of the others. This confused Ron even more. As he walked over to see another dead body, he realized they had an enemy in their midst, and screamed for them to show themselves. Nox was standing right behind him with a cold glare, calling them all vermin. As Ron backed away, Nox expressed surprise at their hiding spot, and asked why they had the audacity to steal from the Leoncourt family and to overestimate themselves so greatly. Ron claimed Nox was mistaken, but Nox cut him off, revealing he already knew about their crimes, along with Tegan's, and how they planned to use Grand. The man gritted his teeth and asked what Nox wanted, saying that all he had to do was just look the other way this one time. The men began to surround Nox, threatening the boy, but Nox simply activated his sword and spun, cutting down several men in a single motion. He then asked Ron if anyone was really naive enough to believe that. Ron ordered everyone to get the boy. They all charged at Nox, but he easily dodged their attacks and swiftly cut them down. Ron watched from a distance, believing that Nox had been hiding these skills the entire time. The man drew his blade and activated some kind of power, telling Nox to remember that. He was dying because of his own arrogance. The others believed Ron would win as the man unleashed his southern sword technique, but Nox wasn't fazed. He simply slashed through the attack, destroying it with his genius-level swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked by this feat, and Nox proceeded to kill those around him, calling them vermin once again. Nox asked why they had the audacity to ask what he wanted when he was already taking exactly what he desired. He then proceeded to activate the very same technique that Ron had used. He activated Ron's technique and destroyed the attack. The boy drew his blade and prepared the southern sword technique. During this, Nox thought about geniuses and what it meant to be one. He felt himself standing in the middle of a vast white space, in white clothes, continuing to wonder if being a genius simply meant being more exceptional than other people. He took a step forward and ended up before what looked like some kind of mirror. If being a genius wasn't about being more exceptional, then it meant being someone who proved that they could reach a higher level that most people couldn't achieve. The mirror shattered, and Nox felt as if from the moment he risked his life, he had been repeatedly questioning himself. What does it mean to be a genius? With a smile, Nox returned to reality. He knew that the sword technique he was currently using was nothing special compared to the techniques he would learn in the future, but it would definitely be enough against his enemies. All the other bandits were cut down by the attack's wide range, while Ron could only collapse to the ground, in despair that his plans had been so easily thwarted. The southern sword technique of Teodir was something that had taken Ron more than 10 years of his life to master, and now a boy like Nox had somehow understood it in seconds. Nox stepped on the blade that Ron was wielding, looking down at the man with a cold gaze. The brown-haired man snapped out of his astonishment and shouted, jumping back as he tried to threaten that Taiga wouldn't let Nox get away with this if Nox killed Ron, or that Taiga might have already heard what Nox had done. None of these threats bothered Nox, who simply interrupted Ron, saying there were no witnesses, explaining that he was simply assassinating them. Ron was still confused, so the boy put a finger to his lips to silence Ron, as Nox explained that if no one lived to tell the tale, it would just look like an assassination. The boy kept a smile on his face, knowing what the world would think, before he cut down and killed Ron. Somewhere in a dungeon, Mei was being held prisoner and was chained to the brick walls while muttering to herself. Taigan was talking to her and had found out that she didn't want to work or be sold to the other nobles, but the girl didn't speak at first, so the man slapped Mei across the face to make her talk. She just smiled and said she wouldn't listen to people like him, causing him to grab her face and state that there was nothing she could do at that moment. He told her that the only thing someone so lowly as her could do was to struggle on the ground, but suddenly, she spat on him. Taigan paused for a moment and asked what she was doing, before slapping her again, asking if she wanted to be sold to a dark mage. Mei thought about her past, and how a teacher told her she had mixed the potion to the wrong way, despite trying her best, which meant she probably didn't have any aptitude for the subject. The girl apparently had no talent at all from the start. Not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship or anything else. The teacher got excited when he got to Alina's potion and felt he had nothing left to teach the girl, continuing to praise the half-elf. While Mei felt almost jealous, Mei saw the teacher sighing about how Alina was an orphan of war, but came from a noble family and had a chance to at least leave the orphanage. Alina was an alchemy genius and seemed like someone who didn't belong in a place like the orphanage. From the very beginning, the half-elf girl always had a glow around her, but despite that, she always tried to play with May and had that radiant smile that made the red-haired girl feel a helpless envy for Alina, which was why she decided to sacrifice herself instead of Alina, because she was sure that Alina would accomplish much more than someone like May ever could. She told Tegan that, struggling on the Passode ground was the norm her entire life, and that whatever he wanted to do with her after her death was not her problem. May didn't want to become a burden to Alina, so she allowed Tegan to continue beating her, until a voice echoed in the room telling May to stop hurting herself. Nox told the red-haired girl that if she left that place as a corpse, Alina would be sad. The boy and his blade walked down the hall, and Tegan asked what brought him there. Nox said that according to the law of the imperial family, he would execute the man. Nox mentioned to Tegan that his partner Ron was already dead, so it would be better for the man to surrender right now. Tegan hummed thoughtfully, looking at Nox and asking if the boy had come alone. Nox affirmed immediately, without hesitation with that. Tegan smiled and said that the young master of a noble family had underestimated him too much. He asked if Nox thought he could defeat Tegan alone. Nox smiled and confirmed. As Tegan drew his blade with a serious expression, other knights began to fill the room, apparently trying to surround Nox and block the path to the cage, while Tegan ordered them to kill Nox. Screams were heard from all the men who charged towards the light-haired boy who looked ahead without alarm. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before activating his time-slowing ability. Everything began to slow down, almost as if everything was frozen in time and the 5-minute limit began. But that wouldn't be a problem for Nox. The boy passed by all the knights, cutting them down along the way without a care in the world. He held his bloodied blade and entered the cell where Tegan and May were. He passed by Tegan as well and looked at the man's face as the clock continued to tick. He appeared beside May, reaching out to touch her face, his ability still active. But he slowed down, returning to reality, to pour something on May. She asked him who he was. Nox immediately gave his name as her vision grew blurry. He told her everything would be over. After she woke from her slumber, the girl was rendered unconscious, likely because of what Nox had poured on her. Tegan spun around in shock, realizing that Nox apparently had already defeated his men and was now inside the prison cell. When Tegan turned, he didn't realize Nox had done something to him, causing him to stumble and fall to the stony ground as he struggled to get up. He looked back and saw that his feet had been severed. This left him utterly confused, as he hadn't even seen it happen. All the knights screamed in agony as their blood trickled down the dungeon walls. Nox approached Tegan and told him that he shouldn't think he would die so easily. Tegan stared at Nox, a bewildered expression on his face and a chill running down his spine. He couldn't believe what was happening, and that he, the great Tegan, had lost to a mere child. The boy stared coldly at Tegan as Nox wondered once again what it meant to be a genius. At that moment, he pointed his blade at Tegan, pausing for a moment before thinking that it was Nox, the character who was the genius, raising the sword into the air. The boy wondered what being a genius meant to the character, before proceeding to stab and kill Tegan. At that moment, Tegan couldn't help but see his life flash before his eyes. When Tegan was younger, his father was the captain of the Chasers Mercenary Corps. That man was supposedly the most remarkable person in the village to everyone, including Tegan. Every man wanted to be like Tegan's father, but it seemed that Tegan saw a different side of his father behind closed doors, even though people respected the man in public. As Tegan's father held his mother's hair with a bloodied hand after beating her, the older man would ask his son if he knew the reason why the people of the town followed him. The boy would look away, saying he didn't know why. Then, Tegan's father would place a hand on Tegan's head, telling him the answer was strength. He explained that possessing overwhelming strength could let a person get away with anything, and that was the law in a town on the frontiers of the Arcalum Empire. Tegan asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent, causing his father to pause for a moment before letting go of both his son and his wife. While admitting he wasn't the strongest on the continent, he said he was just one of countless nobodies and that there were numerous swordsmen, incredibly strong on the continent. There were also children Tegan's age who were geniuses, stronger than Tegan's own father. Tegan's father told him that was just how things were on a continent at war. Back to reality. Tegan knew the reason he had survived for so long was because he chose not to fight these geniuses. When he saw Nox raising the blade that would bring his doom, the man repeated Nox's name in his mind. Tegan believed that Nox was one of the unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned. He believed that being a genius meant being so talented that no one could ever reach them. Tegan let out a sigh with fear in his eyes as he uttered his final words, saying that the only reason he was dying was because he chose to fight Nox, a supposed genius in his eyes. With that, the blade pierced through Tegan's back, and Nox finally killed him. Meanwhile, Alina was sitting in a chair in their hideout, curled up in a fetal position with her knees to her chest. She wore a desolate expression, having lost all hope that May would ever return. But her attention was caught when someone called her name, and as the half-elf girl turned her head, she saw her friend entering the building with Zitre at her side. Alina was shocked and in disbelief at the sight of May. Alina threw her arms around the red-haired girl in a tight hug, crying uncontrollably. She said she had been so scared, thinking May had truly abandoned her. May reassured Alina, and apologized for her actions that made Alina feel that way, admitting that she herself had been selfish. She had wanted to do things on her own while leaving Alina behind. Zitra smiled at the touching scene. Alina pulled away from the hug to ask the green-haired girl where Nox was. She explained that he was finishing things up and was having a conversation. Alina was confused by the response. Zitra said she believed Nox was having a heart-to-heart with his brother, but she knew that didn't seem to be his true intention. As the night went on, Gray was impatiently tapping on the table. He wondered how much longer Ron, the noble from the Liankaba family, would keep him waiting. A knock was heard, and Gray wondered who it was, until he realized it was his younger brother, Nox. Nox wanted to know if Gray was available to talk for a moment. Gray wanted to know why. Nox thought he would want to talk, but then Gray noticed the blood on Nox's shirt, which made the situation feel a bit terrifying. Since Nox insisted it was an important matter, his brother allowed it and told Nox to take a seat. Meanwhile, Rodwell was telling Theodore that they had received a message from Nox. He had eliminated the corruption within Chatters and had requested a separate reward. Robert couldn't understand, so he handed the letter to Theodore, who recalled that Chatters was a place no one wanted to bother with because of how unprofitable it was. But it was also a major headache. It was a headache for the Imperial family, since letting it fall would allow monsters to advance toward the Central Territories. The central government allocated a large amount of funds, troops, and also mercenary groups for its defense, relevant areas, so it couldn't be completely abandoned. Tilda believed the dogs had no value, and agreed that all the bandit groups would be dangerous, even for Glenn, and that the situation would likely worsen if the wrong bandits attacked, if they couldn't overcome a situation of this level. They didn't deserve to be called part of the Liankaba family, which was the reason why. Theodore placed the Black Sword Knights with them to prevent them from dying. Returning to the matter with Nox, Theodore didn't believe Nox had the generosity to purge corruption for nothing, so he was confused about why he wanted authority over Chatters. Nox's father had read that Nox would even give up his right as the youngest son of the Liankaba family if he couldn't make a profit. Rodwell asked if Theodore was going to reject the proposal. Theodore decided he would accept it and still obtain jurisdiction of the area, believing it was a good opportunity to see how good Nox was at managing a territory. Rodwell understood and would send a letter to the Empire to begin the talks. He proceeded to leave while Theodore pondered his son's name and wondered how far ahead the boy was planning. Birds flew over the inn on a bright morning as Glenn discovered that Ron and Tegan wanted to kill him and that he was their subordinate. Glenn was upset with the whole situation and how he had fallen into their traps, feeling offended that these men tried to take advantage of him by deceiving the Liankaba family. Even so, the man looked up at Nox, believing he was more of a nuisance. Nox asked if his brother was afraid of him. Glenn felt anger at this response, but decided to hold back for now, since he wouldn't become a knight if he didn't pass the test, so he had to accept Nox's offer. With a sigh, Glenn asked the boy what he wanted, which amused Nox. He explained that all he wanted was the right to command all the soldiers, under Glenn's command. Glenn knew that, as regrettable as it was, his life was in Nox's hands, especially since he didn't know exactly how strong Nox was. In exchange for the command, Glenn wanted Nox to guarantee his life and let him take credit for the outcome. Nox agreed, but said that was 2 requests, which meant Glenn had to give something else in return. This made the older brother glare angrily. He said he would also hand over the mineral rights and artifacts from his great mine. With that, Glenn insisted that Nox would handle things correctly, to which the boy said it would be easy. He stood up and said he would be in his brother's care while he was in Chatters, smiling, and telling his brother that he hoped he wouldn't do anything rash at Alina's house. Nox requested some potions, and although she had never made them before, she believed it was possible. Zitri believed it was a good answer, but she also believed that Nox's plan was far too dangerous, and she wondered why he needed to kill the griffin. May also agreed, but Nox said they shouldn't be afraid, because he wouldn't have mentioned it if it were impossible. They were being reasonable with their concern, but he had to lie. Since he couldn't tell them about the prize he wanted to obtain, he decided to be vague about it, which Zitri reluctantly agreed to, but Nox knew that killing the griffin at the beginning of the game was actually almost impossible. Since no one had ever managed to do it well, at least that would be the case if you didn't count Nox. The boy began to elaborate on the plan, and remembered the hidden route, the one that would make killing the griffin possible. Compared to the normal playstyle, this would only be revealed to the so-called completionist players. Something Nox was since he had finished the game 27 times. He asked if everyone understood, to which all the women affirmed they did. The reason he wanted to kill the griffin was because the reward was truly great. With that, they would proceed with the plan. The next day, as the sun was setting, Nox fed his horse. He knew that if he didn't risk his life, he couldn't survive, since this was the kind of world he had. Transmigrated into the next day, it seemed that a large swarm of monsters began to charge through the forest while Nox watched from above, telling everyone to get ready. Alina and May confirmed, and Gray did as well, but with more annoyance in his expression, the boy turned to the soldiers and said they had only one chance. Nox wondered why the moment felt so new, the fact that he had become Nox and the sole strategist. Zetri ran after him, her voice full of concern, just as she had warned the day before. The plan seemed too dangerous, but Nox silenced her with a single gesture. He met her gaze calmly and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he would not die. With that, Nox jumped from the wall. His mind flashed back to a promise he had made but couldn't keep all because of his terminal illness. He skillfully slowed his descent by digging his sword into the wall, then launched himself towards the approaching horde of monsters. To start the attack, he threw a corrosive potion at an iron golem, instantly making it a vulnerable target. A single swift strike was all it took to bring the golem down. System messages flooded his vision, confirming the defeat of the iron golem and an increase in proficiency for the trickster's southern sword technique. Nox began to cut down monsters left and right, thinking that if he hadn't made that promise, he could actually die here. A cunning smile spread across his face as he slaughtered the creatures, goading them to become his stepping stones so that he could finally enjoy the game that had become his reality. His smile grew even wider upon spotting a griffin. A colossal beast soared overhead, staring down. Nox met its gaze with a determined look, asking if they should begin at the walls. The spectators were in pure shock. Delena, awestruck by the spectacle, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't imagine a knight with such incredible combat skill. Is something like this really possible for a human? May, equally astonished, commented on Nox's speed. Noting that his movements were too fast for her eyes to follow, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of place the Reinhardt family truly was. Zetri offered some information about the Reinhardt family, explaining that they were renowned for their swordsmanship and a place where brutal internal conflicts determined the worthy heir of the Black Sword. Zetri stated with confidence that Nox was the most talented of all the candidates. Meanwhile, Green, feeling a pang of jealousy, fought a headache brought on by the constant praise being heaped upon Nox. Zetri wondered why Nox never bothered to address the unpleasant rumors circulating about him. She was sure he had his reasons, even if she couldn't guess what they were. It was then that May spoke up, admitting that the rumors about him might not be entirely true. She speculated that Nox must have compelling reasons to maintain the facade of a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't imagine what they might be. Zetri, with a knowing smile, acknowledged her words. She then leaned in and encouraged the others to play along with Nox's game, reminding them that he was a wise person after all. Before she could finish, Alina intervened, asking if Zetri wanted her to help hide the true nature of Nox. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also promised to keep silent. Seeing this, Zetri couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming between them. Suddenly, the griffin's war cry echoed through the air, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Green, witnessing the beast's formidable presence, couldn't believe that Nox actually intended to fight it. In his mind, Nox was on the verge of insanity. The battle began. The griffin charged with its claws, but Nox skillfully dodged the attack. Seizing the opening, Nox went on the offensive, but the griffin quickly used its powerful wings to ascend out of reach. Once the beast was in the air, Nox shot a cold glance at Green, a silent order to act. Although frustrated, Green knew he had to follow orders. He obediently commanded the troops not to fire until the griffin approached the walls of the fortress. Once it was close, they were to fire the ballistas on his signal. Green made sure everyone understood the order, and the soldiers responded with a resounding acknowledgement, immediately preparing the ballistas. Finally, the moment arrived. As the griffin drew near the fortress walls, Green gave the signal with a green light, and the ballistas were fired. Realizing the danger, the creature let out a cry of fear, but it was already too late. A ballista bolt pierced its wing, causing it to cry out in pain as it began to plummet. As it fell freely toward the ground, Nox watched with a satisfied smile. He knew that neutralizing the griffin's ability to fly was the key to defeating it. Without hesitation, he drank a metallization potion, increasing his resistance. Confident in his strategy, Nox reveled, as his plan to take down the formidable enemy unfolded perfectly. He recalled a few days ago, when Green, overcome with rage, had protested the order to create ballistas. Considering it beneath him and suggesting someone else do it, Nox's response was simple. If Green found the task so unpleasant, he could face the Griffin on the battlefield himself. After a moment of reflection, Green relented, asking how many ballistas were needed. Back in the present, Nox approached the fallen Griffin. He had to admit, Green had his uses, his instincts were good. Nox's cold, calculating gaze, fixed on the wounded creature. All that remained was to see how effective Alina's potion was, and end this. Overcome with fear, the Griffin tried to flee, but the searing pain from its injured wing forced it back to the ground. Nox advanced on the struggling beast, taunting it. He noted the Griffin's frustration, pointing out that for a high-level monster, such an injury should be nothing. But the ballista bolts piercing its wing were far from ordinary. They had been coated with a potent poison to which the Griffin was particularly susceptible. Nox told the monster to wait, eagerly for what was to come, as the real pain would begin in 5 minutes. When the Griffin swung its claws toward him, Nox coldly replied that 5 minutes was all he needed. The skill, Genius Time, was activated, and in Nox's perception, everything froze. The pressure emanating from the Griffin was overwhelming, a far cry from the game. Still, Nox knew he wouldn't be the one to die today. The Griffin, initially confused, was suddenly struck multiple times from different directions. By the time the creature realized what was happening, Nox was already behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Nox looked to Green and called out his name. Green, completely shocked, wondered if this was really the Nox he knew. However, he reluctantly accepted the reality of the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistas again. Bolts rained down upon the Griffin, piercing it from various angles as its painful screams echoed through the air. Nox let out a chilling laugh as his sword began to emanate a dark aura, pointing the weapon at the wounded beast. He flashed a cold smile and declared it was time to end this. The Griffin's anguished cry tore through the battlefield. As more arrows found their mark, the spectators, both soldiers and civilians, were frozen in shock and disbelief, witnessing the battle's intensity. Indifferent to the agony he caused, Nox advanced, unleashing a technique known as black execution in a single, swift motion. He severed the Griffin's slashing claw before the mythical creature could comprehend the turn of events. Nox's sword pierced through the mythical creature, splitting it in two as the Griffin fell lifelessly to the ground. Nox calmly sheathed his sword, declaring his victory. The duration of the genius's skill had ended, and the strain from the technique was evident in his heavy breathing as his cold gaze fell upon the surviving monsters. A terrified chill ran down their spines. The monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing their retreat, the people of Chetan erupted in victorious applause. A system message notified Nox that he had gained a 60-day life extension for defeating the Griffin, increasing his remaining time to 179 days. The joyful cheers of the people echoed, and many shed tears of happiness. Watching the celebration, Nox couldn't help but smile, admitting it felt great to see everyone so happy. Meanwhile, Green was paralyzed with shock at the unexpected ease with which Nox had dispatched the formidable monster. The Griffin was a high-level beast. He couldn't believe it had been taken down by Nox. To defeat such a creature should have required the prowess of at least one academy professor. The realization weighed heavily on Green, as he wondered if he had no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's strength. He realized that if everything Nox had shown was real, it could bring a massive shift in the successor rankings within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Green made a firm decision. He had to align himself with the winning side. Approaching Nox with the soldiers, he took charge, stating that he would oversee the removal of the Griffin's body while leaving Nox in charge of distributing the loot. Nox was intrigued by this unexpected gesture. Before leaving, Green advised him to go back and get some rest. With a knowing smile, Nox recognized the impact his display of strength had on his brother. As Green departed, Nox took the moment to access the hidden clear rewards. A message appeared, detailing the item he had obtained, the Griffin's Heart. It was an advanced-grade miscellaneous item with a wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Jungle. Its special effect allowed it to be used in crafting an elixir that could enhance resistance and agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could increase or decrease these stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the Griffin's Heart was in her hand. She agreed with Nox. There was no doubt that a wind power was inside it. She speculated that with this, they could create elixirs or equipment that previously only existed in rumors. Nox, having no time to waste, was determined to use the heart for an elixir. He asked Alina how long it would take. Alina explained that it depended on the situation with the tools she currently had. It might take a while. Determined to speed things up, Nox offered to provide all the necessary tools. But in the middle of the conversation, he made an unexpected proposal. With a casual posture, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as maids for the Haven family. The shock on their faces was evident. May pointed out their status as commoners, questioning if such an arrangement was even possible. Nox remained unfazed, asking if something like that really mattered. He stated that if they possessed the skills he needed, he would use them, and there was no reason they shouldn't use him in return. However, he emphasized that he would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Nox knew that at this moment, no one could properly utilize a monster's core, especially a unique item from a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be defeated. It would be impossible for anyone but a true genius to create something with it. At that moment, Alina spoke with a firm declaration. She stated that since he had saved them, they would follow and trust Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox's smile revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated acquiring two genius individuals, recognizing the immense potential they possessed as he prepared to leave. He informed them they would leave in 3 days. The elixir would be made secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes, emphasizing the need for secrecy. Both Alina and May affirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Nox and Zeddy left Alina's hideout and headed towards the inn through the sewers. During the journey, Zeddy stopped abruptly, prompting Nox to ask why. Zeddy explained that she had observed he was very different from what she had heard. Confused, Nox asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor that he was a selfish person, who only cared about himself, but now she knew that at least that wasn't true. She then asked Nox to promise that, if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could help, despite her low position. She also expressed confusion about why so many people disliked him. Nox turned and started to walk away, assuring her that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then changed the subject, complaining about the cold night and asking her to hurry so she wouldn't catch a cold. As they continued, Zetri couldn't help but smile at his complaints. Later, however, an embarrassed expression covered his face. In front of her, Nox was lying in bed sick. He knew what she was about to say and stopped her. Finding the situation humiliating, Zetri reassured him, saying that such things happened, and that he was still growing. Then, a system message appeared before him. It revealed he had caught a cold due to frequent illnesses and another negative status effect, chronic cough. Nox sighed, frustrated with this absurd situation. A few days later, when Nox and Green returned from their expedition, the announcement of their arrival echoed throughout the territory. The news of their return spread quickly. It drew attention, especially to the presence of May and Alina with them. Whispers spread through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers. They debated whether they were Nox's new servants. Some expressed skepticism, citing Nox's history with women. Nox was used to the persistent image that clung to him. No matter what he did, the perception of him as a good-for-nothing remained. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd. Questioning if they had work to do, he commented that they must have a lot of free time to waste. The harsh rebuke caused the onlookers to disperse quickly, making a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, the head butler, Rodwell, approached, bringing news that the Patriarch had requested a private meeting with Nox. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he anticipated the impending conversation. A few minutes later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo looked at him and acknowledged his arrival. Nox immediately knelt. He bowed deeply and confirmed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes. He stated that they needed to discuss certain matters and hinted that his youngest son might also have something to share. Theo continued, observing that the rumors praised Nox's critical role in the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, except for the traitors. Even Green had acknowledged his accomplishments. Nox tensed up. He cautiously asked if his older brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he answered affirmatively, stating that Green had admitted that he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, looking down, wondering what Green could be seeking with such praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes and pulled out a small stack of papers, and told his youngest son that he hadn't been summoned for some trivial matter. He handed the papers to Nox, praising him for completing a nearly impossible task and glorifying the Rainharbor family name once more. Fulfilling his promise, Theo would grant him what he had requested. Nox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that the traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master stood up, smiling, as he bowed in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table, rubbing his chin and observing his son intently. Nox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father could possibly want to address. Theo soon voiced it. Nox, you are Nox Rainharbor, the youngest son of the family. Would you consider taking my place? Nox's eyes widened in surprise, a flash of fear crossing his face. Theo narrowed his eyes, studying his son's reaction, as Nox bit his lip, wondering why this subject had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, a remarkable palace stood imposingly. A masked, red-haired man held a watch-like device displaying a recording of Nox killing the griffin. He reported to an older man, with a pink feather on his shoulder, that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the son of the Rainharbors had been victorious and the traitors utterly vanquished. Rumors were already circulating about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Crumbs, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Crumbs asked if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Rainharbor family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. The red-haired man bowed respectfully in agreement. Both men wore golden jewelry and had skin a shade darker than most. Smiling, the red-haired man stood up and took the hand of a young girl with short red hair who wore a pink scarf. Crumbs tenderly caressed her cheek, telling her that the day they subjugate the kingdom and the day she awakens was near. Back in his father's office, Nox still didn't know how to answer Theo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the great responsibility that came with leading the family. Nox looked at Rodwell with intensity, but Theo disagreed, stating that now was indeed the right time. Feeling panic rise, Nox apologized to his father and respectfully declined the offer. He clarified that he could not take the title, not now. He even suggested that Green would be a more suitable choice. Theo slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he did not want the leadership, considering it too heavy and beyond his capabilities. Theo questioned if his son feared the responsibility, to which Nox calmly replied that he found such feelings to be natural. There was a pause. Theo closed his eyes and told Nox that he understood and respected his choice. For the time being, Nox expressed his gratitude, and Theo warned that his talent, extraordinary, would not remain hidden forever. People would continually test him, and he should be prepared. Nox wanted to respond but simply nodded in agreement. Theo then dismissed him, knowing that he was probably tired from his journey. Thanking his father for his consideration, Nox left. Minutes later, Nox was back in his room, sitting, while Zeta, his maid, was nearby. She asked if the head of the family had really not reprimanded him. He reassured her, saying there was no reason to worry and that nothing negative had happened. There was no mention that he would need to reject anyone. Zet looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that the rooms for Alina and Mia had been prepared. Nox praised her, saying it was excellent work. She brushed it off as just a maid's duty, but before she could finish, the young master interrupted her. He told her that if everything in the world were done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, theft, or murder. Zeta awkwardly placed a finger on her lip, and he praised her again, saying she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Nox's expression turned serious. He was thinking that everything seemed to be in motion now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for mages and knights, the Ellen Academy. At that moment, Theo told Rodwell that the conversation with his youngest son had been as difficult as he had thought. The butler replied that he still felt the subject was brought up too soon, because if Nox had known everything about the position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family disagreed, saying that the young master's gaze was as if he had already written his own future. He felt that if Nox feared something, it was not the position or him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something similar, to looking into an abyss. Theo thought that at the moment, Nox was only afraid of death. He wondered why, in this new reality, he was still afraid of it. Rodwell told him not to jump to conclusions, but thought his youngest son was deeply affected by what happened to his mother. Theo smiled sadly, and agreed. He then added that Nox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic man who couldn't protect his own wife. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, telling the head of the family that he believed Mr. Green would soon become active, and was planning something big. Theo frowned, and said he would take that into account. In an unknown place, and countless corpses were scattered across the ground. The entire land was stained red with blood as demons flew towards Theo. Suddenly, one of his adult sons appeared before him, telling his father that he should just give in and agree to it. Theo thought that this must be the power of the Grand Duke. Thalia was in front of a mirror, wearing a beautiful, fluffy yellow dress with many other clothes scattered around her. Emma was folding clothes and asked if she was all right. The maid looked tired, holding an embroidered dress and questioned her lady. Emma pointed out that she had already shown her that outfit almost 20 times. Thalia rushed back and forth, examining the new dresses. She said one dress was good, and so was the other, then asked which accessories would match. On the table were accessories and beautiful pink shoes. Emma told her she was getting too excited. A light blush appeared on Thalia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was just so beautiful. Emma sighed deeply, clarifying that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Nox, since this would be their first meeting after he was officially announced as her fiancé. Thalia turned away blushing, and asked if perhaps the ruffled dress would look better. After that she frowned in displeasure, and Emma offendedly said she wasn't helping at all. She had to admit she didn't care. The maid glanced sideways tiredly, and told her mistress that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Rainharbor family estate, Nox was looking handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel on his collar. He saw Lena. She had her head buried in the sofa. She heard his footsteps, raised her head and said that he had arrived. Lena looked disheveled with dark circles under her eyes. He agreed with her and started to ask about the elixir, but cut himself off, asking with concern how she was feeling. The young master said she didn't look very well. Lena smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, saying she always got like this when she was focused on a goal. She would take care of her friends, so that Nox wouldn't have to worry. Lena smiled and said she was the best. She laughed sweetly and then told the young master not to worry about them. "You'd better take a look here," she said, pointing her hand to the side. Nox looked and saw a bottle of glowing blue liquid. The young man approached and took the bottle in his hands. A black screen appeared, displaying the item's information. It was an advanced-level disposable wind elixir. Its attribute was wind, and it gave 1 more point to resistance, and 3 more points to agility. The elixir had no special requirements or effects. The bottle levitated above Nox's hands, and Lena looked at him expectantly, asking if he liked it. The system notified that the potion's effectiveness increased by 200% since it was made by the alchemy genius Lena. The young master smiled, thinking that he had finally obtained the wind elixir. This not only increases resistance, but also has a hidden agility stat that greatly influences the timing of the genius skill. He simply had to get this potion, and thankfully, he had the talent of Elina, the potion genius. If he hadn't recruited her, everything would have been so much harder. She waited for his answer. The young master kept smiling and told her she had done an excellent job. Elina blushed with joy and smiled. Nox immediately drank the liquid. A turquoise energy flared around his body, and for a moment, it was as if the wind itself was blowing through the room. He told them they were all done now. The young master stepped out into the hallway, followed by Zetri. He smiled and said with confidence that it was time to pay Lena a visit. His main characteristics were as follows. His name was Nox, and he was a 15-year-old human male, with a darkness attribute. Nox had no achievements. His bonuses were genius in close quarters combat, genius in magical perception, a strong mind, and master of acting. His limitations were terminal illness, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Nox's stats were better. His stamina was 6+1, his mana was 9+1, his luck was 11+1, and his charisma was 26. In addition, he possessed skills like Genius Time and mid-level inheritance swordsmanship, Southern Sword, and Ignition Technique. Nox's remaining lifespan, due to his fatal illness, was only 150 days. The system notified him that the Genius in Magical Perception bonus had been activated now that his mana had reached 10 points. The young master looked quite handsome. Even wearing white gloves, everyone immediately started to gossip about his arrival. A student noticed his white hair and lavender eyes, asking if this was the youngest son of the family. Rainharbor, a guy with blonde hair, confirmed it, saying he'd heard that Nox would be entering the academy this year. Another student wondered if that worthless son had really gotten in. He was quickly warned to watch his mouth, or he might lose his head. Nox smirked and asked why it was so noisy. He rubbed his neck, looking at them with arrogance, and asked if there were dogs barking somewhere. The man immediately went silent and walked away. The young master also strode toward them. Zetri watched him with concern, and then her eyes widened in surprise. She saw another carriage. Emma emerged from it. She smiled and called out to the young master, and Zetri bowed before her. Meanwhile, Nox looked displeased, muttering that they had already arrived. The system notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable, because he was too shocked. Emma agreed with him, saying it was because of the entrance ceremony for Elan. She pointed to the carriage and told Thalia that she needed to get down and greet Lord Nox. Thalia began to panic, asking aloud if Nox was really there. She quickly slammed the carriage door shut and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Thalia emerged, dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face Blushing, Nox looked at her, thinking that although he had expected her to be here, everything felt strangely unexpected. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly reeling in shock and asking his maid, Ron, what she had just said. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she had only mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Thalia. She was about to elaborate, but Nox panicked. He grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a big deal, but now he closed his eyes in despair, realizing it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Thalia was visibly embarrassed, stuttering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Nox averted his gaze and returned the greeting, indifferently. Thalia looked delighted, smiling as she watched. Zeit approached his master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Thalia, his fiancée. Nox replied irritably, telling her not to say that. Thalia cheerfully asked how he was. Coldly, he replied that he was fine, and asked how she was. She answered that she was also fine, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by a neigh from a horse. Everyone turned towards the sound. Before them was a green carriage. Nox thought of another renowned genius from the academy, Elaine Eleanor, from a rival family that secretly ruled the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair. Exuding an aura of grace, Eleanor descended, smiling as she announced her arrival. Nox thought about her intense dislike for the original Nox. From the game, Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and spoke to her servant. Addressing him as Lord Nox, she commented that she didn't know he had been selected to enroll at the academy, expressing her joy at meeting him. Nox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed. Recalling a childhood memory, she added that she was the same, heiress of the merchant family he had despised. Giving him a slightly threatening look, she smiled, mentioning that she never thought they would meet again. Nox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the wealthiest merchant family, which owned nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He grew a little worried, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his acting master skill was once again unavailable. He recalled his childhood, seeing a red-haired girl looking at him with displeasure, calling her a nobody, mocking the idea that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor blushed with shame and cried. Nox looked at her, realizing their tense relationship was, as a consequence of his own actions. He thought there seemed to be more people than ever, ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong. Observing that he wasn't acting like himself, crossing his arms, Nox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Nox narrowed his eyes in irritation. Thinking she was a stubborn fool, he suggested she leave if she intended to fight. Eleanor laughed, saying she knew he was still the same unpleasant fool. The young master frowned. He asked what she wanted, and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, laughing sweetly, apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Rainharbor family. Nox thought to himself. He knew her desire for him wouldn't just disappear like that. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were female, 15 years old, human race with a wind attribute, and titles like genius at calculation and genius at acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and a weakness against southern sword techniques. While Nox studied her stats, he noticed her characteristics remained the same, which, in his opinion, was for the best. His thoughts turned to her rival family. They were willing to pay a high price for the D in her name. Eleanor's father had paid dearly, and she hated it, but she still made the most of that fact. She was very vindictive and sensitive, and the old Nox had decided to pick a fight with her completely. Nox tested her patience and commented, calmly, that she shouldn't have bothered coming. Eleanor bowed before them and told him she would be leaving, but they wouldn't say their goodbyes, as they weren't close enough to wish each other well. Nox, calm as ever, told her he wasn't bothered, since he expected nothing better from a country bumpkin like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Thalia they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She looked a little worried and thoughtful, but she quickly agreed. They headed for the academy entrance. Nox thought that now he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Thalia because she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of this situation. Looking at the building, he thought it was time to rise again. A few minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his fiancée that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking amongst themselves. Nox considered that although some of them might be useless and didn't align with the original story, it would still be advantageous to gain their support. He recalled several people, including Celso and Eleanor. The yellow-haired girl, the black-haired guy, and the pink-haired girl, the strongest characters in the game. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to avoid them. So as not to deviate completely from the plot, a cautious approach was necessary suddenly. He asked Zetri if he was imagining things, or if many eyes were on him. Zetri told him that was indeed the case. The aristocrats would glance at him from time to time with shock and occasional contempt in their eyes. The maid frowned, and told him she thought he would be popular. In a lane, the young master crossed his arms and repeated her words, and asked if she thought the stairs were too hostile for him to be considered popular. Thalia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, someone coughed loudly. Asking if everyone could hear him, silence fell. Nox looked at the stage. Realizing that everything was finally about to begin, the servants bowed as a white-haired girl stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone in unusual clothes. Blue eyes and a strange mark on her chest, she looked somewhat human, although the students murmured, questioning if she was a child or a dwarf, and where the professor was. Nox thought they were idiots. For before them stood an unimaginable monster, who could not be judged by her appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master, detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avon. Trinity, her age and race were unknown. Her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of Elaine Academy and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were excellent for mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like 1 inferiority complex. Short stature and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 will, and 10 charisma points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Leader's Aura, along with the active skills Water Bubble. Freezing Ray and Blizzard. The young master turned pale, realizing she was a character he should maintain good relations with. Thalia looked at him questioningly, but he warned her not to say anything about this girl. If she valued her life. Noah smiled, broadly introduced herself, and announced, sweetly, that she was the new dean of the academy. Raising a finger, she began to warn the students, but before she could finish her thought, her hair stood on end, and her eyes glowed an ominous blue. She warned that if anyone called her Shorty again, she would kill them. Then she asked sweetly if they understood. She told everyone they would begin the entrance test for Elaine Academy, surprising them as the code did not mention such rules. Noah looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the new dean's rule to eliminate the rabble. A huge and strange seal glowed with blue light over the students. She wished for everyone to experience it, and sinisterly wished them good luck. Nox's eyes widened, realizing it had suddenly begun, as all the students vanished. They found themselves in a forest with the sun shining brightly, the students lying on the ground, breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted for them to get up. He called them idiots for just lying there in front of him, as the students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal. But the man turned his attention to Nox, the young master who was standing on trembling legs, fighting to stay upright. The man narrowed his eyes and examined Nox, who swallowed nervously, noticing how the man's bald head shone like a garlic clove. This was Bruno, a martial arts instructor and a graduate of the academy. He was known among the players as Takaki, an unfitting nickname considering his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Nox knew it would be challenging to prove his worth to him. Bruno watched him closely and, in a loud voice, called him Snow White. He asked if Nox felt sorry for himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression wouldn't give him away. He replied that nothing was wrong, activating his master-level acting skill. Bruno told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against distracting thoughts. Nox calmly raised his hand and asked Bruno to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for the time being, he could set aside any topics of conversation not related to the matter at hand. The instructor agreed, and then said that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students. He told Nox he had better cover his ears, adding that of course, Nox would still be needing them. Nox obediently covered his ears with his hands. Bruno's hands began to glow with a blue light, and then he clapped them together with force. Following this, a deafening and unpleasant sound echoed out, causing the students to cry out in pain. They scrambled to their feet, asking what that noise was. One brown-haired guy shouted the question, but the instructor smacked him hard on the head. He told him he was the one making a weird noise, and asked the boy if he had a problem with that. The guy stared at Bruno's bald head, which seemed to be glowing, and then he and the other students narrowed their eyes at the sight. The instructor crossed his arms over his chest and asked if, on top of calling him names, he was also going to pull a dissatisfied face. "Do you have a spare life or something?" he demanded. The boy silently apologized. A few minutes later, the students were carrying their unconscious classmates on stretchers. The instructor yelled at them that they needed to carry the students who couldn't be woken up to a safe location. After that, the remaining students stood before Bruno, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about the Ellen Academy entrance test. Nox listened calmly to his speech, thinking that this test was all about diligently hunting monsters on this magical island. As a reward, upon the monster's defeat, different colored gems were left behind. The fewer the mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why that was. Wouldn't it be better to have more? The young master answered the question for himself, a smile playing on his lips, thinking that this was only half the truth, because in a test they observed two things. The first is human sensitivity. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from her spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. It is these two indicators that allow mages to perform better in battle, and that is why the gems are specially selected this way. This was the main point of the test that Bond didn't tell the students, that this place was created through a spell by Noah, the current dean, and that many creatures and pathetic worms live here. Since they don't even know how to fight, they will be given some leeway. They can form teams. The students immediately began to look at each other, to find a partner. Suddenly, swords began to appear beside each student. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people on a team is 8, and that it would be best if they hurried and decided. After that, he turned and said that he would be waiting at the top. Everyone looked at him, shocked. A girl called out to him, saying she still had questions. Another guy asked if he had really just left like that. The man told him yes. The guy with the brown hair rubbed his head where he'd been hit, which still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him. Everyone watched seriously as he left. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if anyone else wanted to help the princess. Behind her stood a girl with long blonde hair. Alina smiled and said she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore it on her family's name. The students glanced sideways at Nox, but he turned away and walked off alone, into the depths of the forest. He smiled, thinking that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply wouldn't survive here. What matters most here is having the knowledge to strengthen his gravely ill body. He needed to use this. He approached a cave and said that for this, it would be better to act alone. Nox smiled and quickly ran inside. Meanwhile, the instructor was at the top, with his subordinates behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his hat and then rubbed his beard. Thoughtfully, he said that no matter how you look at it, it's very strange. Because the new student not only resisted the dean's magic, but he didn't finish his thought, and asked if Nox had also gone into the forest alone. Does he have no sense of fear or what? Bernard said that was definitely not the case, and the other reason he wasn't worried was clear in his gaze. Even a diamond in the rough is still a diamond. He said he was waiting for Nox to show his worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Hoffer family. He looked down and waited for him to show everything he could do. After a while, Nox's sword was covered in blood. Many dead monsters lay on the ground, and gems were beside them. He kept walking, and a person was watching him. It was a girl with long white hair, who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Thalia, the girl with yellow hair, and the girl with pink hair, were fighting goblins together, with the creatures surrounding them. They held their swords in front of them. It was a bloody scene, and the yellow-haired girl was without a sword. Thalia worriedly wondered where Nox had gone. She had planned to stay with him. The pink-haired girl suddenly caught her attention, saying that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl said she needed more enthusiasm. Thalia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was named Penelope, and she was holding a large, purple gem in her hands. It shone and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them they had gone quite far. She believed the purple crystals were valued much higher than the others. The girl with pink hair told her that might not be the case. After all, this is a test by Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure there was something hidden behind it all. Penelope agreed with her and then looked around, excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles. Their clothes were bloodied, and they sighed heavily. The princess told them that in their current state, not everyone could go on. The pink-haired girl frowned, thinking this wouldn't work because she had promised to get Penelope to the top. The current Arun Empire is rotten to the core, so to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, thinking that she needed to do everything possible to make that happen. Thalia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could just gather those who could still stand and press forward. She asked what Penelope would order them to do. The pink-haired girl told her she had thought of that as well. Penelope frowned, clutched the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who had looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them they would press on. They just needed to hold out a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already exited the cave. Vapor escaped from his mouth. Because everything around him was covered in snow, he rubbed his hands, trying to warm them. The system notified him that a third-level cold restriction on his limbs was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing became intermittent. Furthermore, all of the character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled deeply, thinking how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the restriction on his cold limbs had been lifted. Due to the owner's fire magic, the young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to find a solution for this limitation. Looking ahead, he murmured that this was enough for now. He walked further, and a small ball of fire levitated beside his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere, and the wind was howling. He noted that this was quite fitting for the frost witch Noah. The young knight looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the mountain's peak, but there was far too much ice here. Breathing deeply, he closed his eyes and sat down, placing his palm on the ground. A purple energy began to emanate from his hand. He wondered how this could be explained if this place were just an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and the purple energy spread throughout the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He figured that this place was created artificially by Noah, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if it were absorbing energy. He thought it was hard to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the Academy's dean. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and enormous ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Nox's. The young master observed them and noted that they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a novice, but to him they were merely dust beneath his feet. A troll attacked with immense force, but Nox swiftly dodged. Another giant attacked with a massive wooden club, but the young master ducked, dodging once more. When the troll tried to strike him a third time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword, his eyes glowing purple. And he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't just corner them before they had a chance to blossom. The ice trolls weren't so weak that just any student could face them in the real world. Encountering them would only make a person wish for a swift end. He stared seriously at the monsters, deep in thought. But his contemplation was cut short when 4 enormous trolls stood before him. A girl with long white hair was watching him, from behind a tree hidden. Nox advanced rapidly past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's monsters might have a specific behavioral pattern like a built-in handicap. The first troll would always attack vertically and stay in the center, while the next would attack horizontally, but slowly due to its wide swing. He ran towards the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him, but it had the weakest attack of all. When the last troll attacked, Nox blocked the strike with his sword. Smiling as he realized he could parry the attack, he immediately brandished his sword. Slashing the monster, he moved swiftly and started attacking the other trolls with his sword. Blood spurted from their bodies as he pulled back his weapon and struck another monster with all his might. With all the opponents defeated, they fell to the ground. Nox bent down and picked up a gray gem. It had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he wondered why he had ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that someone had specifically placed here, and he could exchange it for a scroll, a very important one at that. The young master was going to strengthen his skill. Genius time. After completing this quest. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man held a purple crystal. He told his partners that at this rate, they would be the first among their classmates, but Eleanor looked disappointed. But a brown-haired girl looked at the stone with interest, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The girls smiled happily, clapping their hands, and agreed that they had done a good job. Eleanor, lost in thought, simply agreed. She said that this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts drifted as she remembered. She recalled Nox entering the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange feeling, and looked down, her face devoid of emotion. Remembering her childhood, a man shook her shoulders, demanding to know why. Why had she argued with Heinrich Hofer's son? The man was dressed in a long burgundy coat, he shouted, reminding her that they must rise above all others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Eleanor looked at him in fear, crying. He yelled that she needed to find a way to get close to Nox, no matter the cost. She thought that this man had never once seen her as his daughter. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had disappeared to, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Perhaps he knew a secret way to pass this test, to pass with a high score. Suddenly, she raised her hand. She told everyone she had a proposal. She smiled and said that if any of them wanted to rise, even higher, with her, then in the name of the Rival family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The short-haired girl asked if she wasn't satisfied with the jewel, warning that they could get hurt if they went further because it was too dangerous. Eleanor smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then she asked if they agreed that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The blonde-haired guy said confidently that he would go further with her, and she agreed with him, and a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them as well. Eleanor looked down sadly, thinking that it always came down to money. She didn't know what Nox was planning, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she put on an artificial smile and asked if it was time to move on. At that moment, Nox was at the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason for taking risks and going alone was simple. Everything would be fully rewarded. He looked at the bodies of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the genius time skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it. Even if he attracted everyone's attention, suddenly his eyes widened. He turned around and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he was holding his sword firmly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him. Smiling, he told Nox that he didn't expect to meet him again this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox he was truly happy to see him. The young master looked at him in shock. Gritting his teeth, this wasn't in his plans. A black screen appeared in front of him, with Paracelsus's basic information written on it. Male, 15 years old. Race human. Attribute steel. No achievements. His bonuses were a sword genius and close-quarters combat. A brilliant doctor, strong-willed, ruthless with the strong and compassionate with the weak. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, and despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of resistance, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were 4 passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer's sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the game Dream Prophecy and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus was supposed to fight the main character of the game Dream Prophecy in this part, and be inspired by his kindness as he would protect Eleanor who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Nox's eyes widened, realizing that something might be wrong. Paracelsus looked at him. Angry, he quickly pulled out a small dagger and threw it at Nox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the protagonist was, who was supposed to entertain the swordsman. Paracelsus drew his sword and smiled, then told Nox that he was interested in the crystal in his hands, and demanded that he hand it over. The system notified the young master that the master's acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a filthy worm. With contempt, Paracelsus began to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly jumped back from the lunges. He thought he must be mistaken, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Nox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast and immediately attacked Nox again. The tip of the sword nearly hit him, and the young master pulled his head back, frowning. He thought he would really have to entertain Paracelsus. He asked if he realized that he was messing up all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled menacingly, saying he had no idea what Nox meant, but something bothered him. When they had met before in Chatas, he had already wielded a sword perfectly. The young master asked what he meant, and Paracelsus replied meekly that apparently he had many worries. He asked if Nox could simply do as he asked, so that they could each solve their own problems. The swordsman commented that the gem would probably yield the highest score, and Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him he would have no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood face to face, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him he was acting despicably, asking if he had planned this from the beginning. Paracelsus smiled and told him that he had fallen for it himself. Nox thought that he might be the strongest character, but his talent hadn't fully awakened yet. Even as a genius, he had his skill, genius time, for such situations, but now was not the time to fight seriously. The young master looked serious, considering that he might need this ability if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky, but unavoidable. Nox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name and teasing if Nox would ask him to be gentler for old time's sake. The young master frowned and called him by his name, Paracelsus. The swordsman smiled slightly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to unravel the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, calling him an idiot. The young man smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After some time, Eleanor's team reached the summit, surrounded by snow. Suddenly, Penelope called out to her, saying she knew she would make it there too. Eleanor bowed before her, telling the princess she wouldn't get in her way. She just needed to check something. Meanwhile, Nox and Paracelsus continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his sword, but the young master dodged the blow. Penelope agreed with Eleanor, adding that she herself didn't want a meaningless battle. The pink-haired girl called her princess, and said it would be difficult to overcome the son of the Rainharbor family and Paracelsus unless they received mortal wounds. Echidna placed her hand on her chest and told the princess she would follow whatever she decided. She found it strange watching the fight between Paracelsus and Nox, because the youngest son of the Rainharbor family, whom she knew, had always been unremarkable. She frowned. She wondered when he had become so strong. A tense silence filled the forest, where only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelsus were fighting each other, and Thalia looked worried. Echidna asked if she really wanted to watch the fight. Thalia sighed in alarm as Echidna said she never imagined that the destroyer of the East would become her classmate. Apparently, his name was Paracelsus. Thalia asked if Echidna really knew the guy fighting Nox. Echidna closed her eyes and frowned. Then she stated that he was known as the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. He had been destroying bandit gangs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Thalia admitted she didn't know that. Her partner continued, saying it was the first time she had seen such a big change in the son of the Rainharbor family. She didn't know he wielded a sword with such skill. Echidna crossed her arms and watched the battle with interest. She commented that if it weren't for Nox's brutality and laziness, he could have become a good knight. Thalia replied awkwardly that she didn't consider him pure. Her partner laughed in surprise and asked how she knew that. Thalia remained silent, looking away. Meanwhile, Paracelsus attacked Nox repeatedly, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows. He was surprised to notice his opponent's voice trembling with rage, but it was only natural. Paracelsus had lost his only teacher, and that teacher had died because of an idiot from Mills Academy. Paracelsus paused and told Nox the games were over, then swung his sword fiercely at him. Nox parried, and a system notification informed him that his sword skill at the master level had been activated. Nox smiled. He asked Paracelsus why he was so angry. As they pressed their swords against each other, Nox told him that it wasn't he who had killed his beloved teacher. This enraged Paracelsus even more. It led him to swing his sword rapidly at Nox, but Nox dodged every blow, thinking that his opponent's attacks had become a little simpler. Paracelsus might be talented, but he was still too young. They faced each other, and Paracelsus tried to strike Nox again, but Nox quickly kneed him in the stomach, making him gasp silently as he flew several feet back. Sighing heavily, then attacked again, pointing his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense as Paracelsus mocked him, asking how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him he could talk as much as he wanted, although he felt that his opponent's attacks had intensified and that it might be better not to prolong the battle. His legs were already tired. As Paracelsus attacked, Nox realized that if Paracelsus used his master's living sword technique, he would probably lose. There was one reason it had become an imperial sword technique. Paracelsus warned Nox not to get distracted, attacking again. Nox parried, expressing disgust and mocking him as a pitiful commoner. Another system notification informed him that the swordsman's restriction, despising aristocrats, had been activated. Paracelsus looked at him with pity, asking if aristocrats were the reason why people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed their confrontation, their swords clashing as Nox mocked him for wasting energy on hatred. He smiled, asking if Paracelsus wanted to know something about his precious teacher. Buying time, Nox spotted his classmates nearby. Eleanor. Among them, he thought to himself that the monster would appear at exactly 9 p.m. A system notification confirmed that it was 8:58 in the evening. Paracelsus, smiling menacingly, warned Nox that he could cut off a body part to get information. Disgusted, Nox asked if he really intended to harm a nobleman and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated, looking around, observing his classmates as witnesses. Nox announced that this would be his final attack, regardless of the outcome. Paracelsus called him overconfident, suddenly lunging forward with a sinister smile. Eager to test his opponent, Nox responded by swinging his sword quickly. Moving past him, a shocked Paracelsus asked what was happening, while an indifferent Nox told him to get out of the way. He ran past, saying he didn't have time for this. A strange black patch moved across the ground, towards Eleanor, who watched Nox in shock. Noticing how fast he had become, she suddenly heard a strange noise and turned around. A dark shadow crawled over the snow, heading straight for her. She froze, her face pale, Realizing she couldn't escape its approach as the black creature appeared before her, she screamed, asking if anyone was there, wandering frightened in the night. She watched the monster, thinking she could die senselessly here as she covered her ears. She whimpered in terror, then, opening her eyes wide, she saw Nox standing in front of her. He cut down the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic lamentation?" The dark shadow dissipated, and the young master looked at her in silence. "Nox?" she asked him in shock. "Why are you?" But she couldn't finish her thought, as Nox sternly informed her that she couldn't even kill one such small creature, despite being an elite. He found this reaction completely natural. The Nightwalker was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, the monster wasn't even half as strong as it should be, but this demon was real, and the person who set it up was the killer of Professor Paracelsus. Eleanor almost became his victim in the original game. She became softer after the main character saved her, which Nox thought was a very foolish outcome. Everyone looked at the young master in surprise. Eleanor frowned, clenching her fists in shame. Nox looked at her calmly, noting that the main character didn't seem to appear in this world. Eleanor blushed slightly, and Penelope asked him not to be so rude. She said that he had saved her, but the situation wasn't so simple. The princess asked if he agreed with her, Nox. He bowed before her and agreed, and Penelope told everyone that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have taken their abilities into consideration. Nightwalkers were not the demons that candidates should be fighting. The young master calmly replied that the enemy always comes, unexpectedly, and told her it was strange that she, of all people, should know that. The princess's eyes widened, and Echidna quickly stood in front of her, telling Nox that he shouldn't intimidate Penelope. She said angrily that she was sure he understood the complexity of the situation perfectly, otherwise he wouldn't have come to help. Nox thought that she had pinkish, gray hair and a vertical pupil. It was definitely Echidna from the Xeno family. She was a prominent figure, the future head of the Xeno family and close to the princess, and known as the Serpent of Greed. Basically, the Xeno and Heinhofer families did not get along. They were families with opposing attributes, but in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is simple. Nox calmly told her that, to be honest, he didn't even want to talk to a holy-type dog, and Echidna asked him, displeased, if he really dared to defame the Xeno family name. The young master asked what she would do to him for it. At that moment, a man was watching them from a hill. This man was Bannon. He shouted loudly for them to stop arguing. After that, he quickly jumped down and called everyone idiots. Nox calmly asked if the test was over. The instructor answered in the affirmative, and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bannon told him that he didn't think any of them would actually get the gray stone. It was unexpected, but well done. If, of course, he could set aside Nox's arrogance. Nox looked at him questioningly. After which, the instructor announced that the highest score was given to Nox, who managed to obtain the gray stone, while the owners of the purple stones were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with this. Everyone was silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked if the Nightwalker's attack was part of the exam, saying that the monster seemed too real, and demanded an explanation. Byron told her that this case would still be investigated, and that for an unforeseen, life-threatening situation, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He looked at Nox again, calling him Snow White, and said that he was also entitled to a special reward for saving a classmate's life. The young master calmly walked away and said he didn't need a reward. He thought that getting involved with him would not only complicate things. Without the main character, the world would drown in injustice, and that wasn't right. But accepting the reward would mean admitting something that wasn't true, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he went in the other direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" His eyes widened, and then he looked back with displeasure, thinking that everything always goes wrong. The system notified that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master looked at her calmly and told her he was just killing a monster. Then out of nowhere, she appeared. Eleanor frowned questioningly, looking at him. He turned away again, frowning awkwardly. Nox sighed deeply, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, known by the nickname Money Fox, was rich and calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought. With money, even a human heart. With everything. He didn't finish the thought. Sometime later, Eleanor was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting across from her. She looked out the window and asked him why Nox had saved her, pointing out that he even refused the reward from the instructor. She remembered his words about just killing a monster, but that seemed like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms and asked if it wasn't pointless. "Don't you think so too?" he asked. He told her that Nox was the most common scoundrel. Eleanor disagreed. "It's not that simple," she argued. "Nox lied to me. He must have had a reason. The man asked if she truly believed that, and she frowned, looking out the window. Her face grew serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her he would try to gather as much information as possible. She interrupted him, saying she would handle it personally. Then, she warned him that the Heinhauser family would not stand idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. A scroll rested on her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects that she would be studying at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his head in understanding. Sometime later, in the academy dormitory, Nox sat in a chair. Zetri, watching him with concern, asked if he was really okay, mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, that he would get better. However, he knew there were unanswered questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to recover his lost memories and find out who was sending those messages. He believed it was necessary, there was no other option. The character he possessed, Nox, was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly and asked, "Is this really a way out?" Zetro gasped, calling his name. Nox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both a villain and a protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red, dark smoke swirled, and bodies were scattered across the ground. A piece of fabric, like a flag, fluttered on a staff bearing a bird emblem. Among the corpses stood a girl with long, red hair, holding a sword and glaring fiercely. A man in a long cloak and an iron mask called her the Lady of the Moon, saying that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, vowing to awaken. The Lady of the Moon declared that the continent would soon be shaken by another storm, a bloody one. The man asked if she was ready. She turned around, instructing him to prepare, confident that her goal would be achieved as she pulled on her cloak, adorned with a moon-shaped charm. Blood stained her hands and clothes. She vowed to destroy the Aran Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. At another time, Nox reflected on his past life, remembering that experienced players often shared a perspective. The line between protagonist and antagonist was thin. Of course, he agreed with this notion. Both characters faced similar trials. Only boss monsters represented absolute evil. Villains were usually those who had endured trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking down a narrow, dimly lit street, Nox, dressed in a dark tunic, reflected that, although villains and heroes were different in character, a villain could not become a hero. He smiled, realizing that, in a world doomed by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to take on both roles. He noticed a small house emanating a faint blue light at its entrance, as if it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly like this life on the edge. But it was all he had. There was a large organization here, a gathering of villains, eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and other men sat down to discuss. Noah, sitting in the center, looked boredly to the side. Vernon asked for everyone's opinion. A man with purple hair reassured him, saying he was in control of the test. He asked if he had messed anything up. Again, the instructor got angry, pursed his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he had already said he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah's eyes widened. She looked threatening. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Vernon suddenly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and told her they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked her if they could continue the discussion. He told everyone where they were and didn't finish his thought because Noah smiled artificially and asked him if they hadn't heard her. Everyone looked at her in fear, and she told them that she had informed the entire faculty. She asked the instructor and the purple-haired man if they weren't listening to her as usual. A man with gray hair and glasses told everyone that the dean spoke about the enemy that appeared during the admission exams and endangered the candidates. Noah sighed deeply and agreed with him. She told the professors that behind this, there were people who wanted to wreak havoc on the academy, as well as the entire empire. She wasn't just the first target. The dean asked if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, became their target. The purple-haired man told her it was because the rival trading company her family runs imports about 70% of the goods for the Arcun Empire. Vernon told her that if the enemy deliberately wanted to hit the rival, then they probably wouldn't stop there. Noah agreed with him and said that what happened was both a challenge and a warning to the academy. Therefore, they need to prepare carefully for bad events. Everyone agreed with her. Then she stood up to leave, but she changed her mind, sat down again, and smiled. Raising her finger, Noah told them that she also wanted to mark a person who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Vernon asked what she meant. The dean answered affirmatively, and then remembered how she had been watching Nox. In fact, she was the girl with the white hair. Noah told the professors that this was a student who was supposedly the most talented in the current batch of students. The man with purple hair asked in surprise who he was. He was shocked, and his eyes flew wide open. He thought that there was actually a person whom she immediately recognized as talented. The man thought that this was the first time since that incident with the princess. Noah told them the student was Nox. The purple-haired man asked her if it was the same scoundrel from the Rainharbor family, who was famous only for his lust. She stood up and walked towards the exit of the room. Then she smiled and told him he was right. The dean remembered Nox's appearance and told all the professors that he was just a child, but she didn't finish her thought. Noah grabbed the doorknob and then told everyone that Nox might be even stronger than her. The purple-haired man shot up abruptly in surprise. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear that wrong?" The professor in the blue sweater asked how the black sheep of the Rainharbor family could be like that. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Nox entered a small tavern. A man with a short beard called him Kid and asked what he had forgotten there. Nox laughed and told him that the moonlight would shine upon the sharp pen for the glory of the empire. The man looked at him seriously, then discontentedly told him that he could pass, although he had no idea how that woman could have told the secret code to someone like him. The young master calmly asked, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked to the shelf. There were bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and thought about entering the dormitories, but Nox didn't finish his thought. He grabbed the third bottle, then the first, then the eighth, and the fourth. Suddenly, a strong blue energy appeared in front of him, so he covered his face with his hand. The system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic, so his mana flow was temporarily reversed. The genius magic perception skill was temporarily blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The young master's cloak and hair fluttered in a gust of wind, and then he looked down sadly, thinking that his stats were still lacking. He even felt a tremor in his body. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because there was a sharp blade at his neck. In front of him stood Luna. She was holding a long sword to his throat. She asked who he was. Nox cheerfully called her Luna and smiled, but she just pressed her sword against his neck. His skin was lightly pierced, and blood began to trickle out. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the sleepers and the sole pillar of the Sword Empire, whose face no one had yet seen. He told her that he was here because of her. Luna's eyes widened, and she asked if he knew not only the location of the headquarters, but also her true identity. She told him she would ask the question again. Luna asked him threateningly, "Who are you?" Nox calmly pushed her sword away with his hand and said that he was Nox. He raised his hands and told her he wanted to join the slippers. Meanwhile, it was already night. The bright moon was high in the sky, and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window and thought of Nox, because it seemed that he knew something about the death of old man Celsus. Paracelsus wondered how the young master knew that his teacher was dead. He doubted that he had simply guessed the death of one of the three pillars of the Sword Empire, who had supposedly lost his life in an accident. He said it was ironic because Nox was a disgrace to the family. Rainharbor. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie came from. He recalled the battle on the mountaintop and thought that, even though it was only for a few moments, the young master had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen a faster man, with the exception of old man Celsus. Perhaps all the known information about Nox had been deliberately fabricated, and the rumors about his personality and behavior were lies. Paracelsus got up and lay on his bed, and then wondered why it was necessary. Why would the Rainharbor family hide such a talent? The swordsman said that, however, it should not concern him because he would simply trample anyone who stood in his way, especially if it was a stinking aristocrat. There were deep scars on his chest, and he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus fell asleep, but had a very strange dream. In the dream, there were events from the past. The man told him that Empress Este had gone mad and become a tyrant. Because of this, the imperial family's authority was shaken, but her daughter, Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena to survive. He would have to choose a side. It seemed this man was his teacher, and Paracelsus listened intently, and the man continued to tell him that he should enter Eldon Academy and think about which side he wanted to fight for. This was his main task. Paracelsus was sweating, tossing and turning in his sleep, and the teacher told him that he had taught him everything he could. After that, in the dream, he remembered how his teacher was killed. Celsus apologized to him for having to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic, breathing heavily, and covered his face with his hands. He wore gloves that began to glow pink. Displeased, Paracelsus rubbed his neck with his hand and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man was gone, he would have to go after Nox next. He stood up and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. Nox was facing Luna, who still held her sword to his neck. Basic information about her appeared on the black screen. Luna was female, 20 years old, human, and possessed a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: Sword and Battle Genius, Aggressive Eye of Reason, and Cold Blood. Her limitations were cruel, furious, fanatical, and a mad fan. Luna's stats were good: 27 points of stamina, 24 points of mana, 4 points of luck, 25 points of willpower, and the same number of points in charm. She had 3 passive skills: Battle Spirit, Piercing Gaze, and Intimidation. In addition, Luna had active skills: Sword Master, Lunar, and Mana Burst. The system notified the owner that some information was unavailable. It would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought that she was one of the 3 sword pillars. She was a monster, comparable to the best Knight Masters, at only 20 years old. Moreover, her sword style was not easy to master. That's why Luna asked him why the son of the great Rainharbor family would join a criminal organization. The system notified the young master that the first level of bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was here to destroy the Iron Empire. She asked him what that was, but didn't finish her thought because Nox interrupted and asked what. She probably already knew that to destroy the Empire, one must first destroy Eldain Academy, which is under the influence of the Imperial family, right? He placed a hand on his chest and smiled, and then confidently told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked him if he really thought he was capable of it. Nox answered affirmatively. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword, and said that he clearly wasn't the shy type. She asked again for his name. The young master touched the new wound with his hand, and introduced himself as Death Called Moon. The man in the black cloak immediately approached her and said that he was here. She told him that he must prepare for the moon test. Daphne had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and said he would carry out her order. Then he approached Nox and handed him a black robe. He told him he needed to put it on and follow him. After some time, the moon was still shining brightly. They walked into a small forest. The young master looked up at the sky and thought that this was great, because everything was going according to his plan. They arrived at a strange building, and Daphne told him that after he ascends the altar, he must kill every enemy that appears. Besides, he shouldn't lose the cloak that he was given. Daph spoke a bit strangely. He seemed to stutter a little and spoke very slowly, his voice sounding mysterious. Nox asked him why he shouldn't lose his cloak. Daph told him that it was the only way to escape, the power of the Berserker. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head, thinking that he already knew why he had to keep this cloak. The frenzy debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drives you mad in exchange for a short-term boost in strength. Daph told him that, if he were exposed to the blood moon, he would essentially go crazy. This was the Berserk effect. The moon in the sky had indeed turned reddish. The young master thought that there were 2 conditions to pass this test: resist the crimson moonlight, to avoid the Berserk effect, and face the horde of monsters. The original game didn't say exactly how this test was meant to be passed, as it was a world seen from the main character's perspective, and he certainly didn't need the trials of the villainous organization. Therefore, almost no one knew how to pass the test. However, he was forced to deal with it. Nox smiled, and Luna crossed her arms over her chest, telling him that, after passing the test, one of 2 fates awaited him. She raised a finger and smiled. She then told him that he would either join the sleepers if he succeeded, or he would join the corpses. The young master looked at her and then chuckled, telling her they would soon see if things were really that simple. He and Daph went to the altar. A member of the sleepers took out a scroll, and blood dripped onto the ground, causing a strange seal to activate above them. It glowed pink, and Daph looked to the side, and saw that many monsters had appeared. Nox saw them too. There were snakes, bulls, and monsters with enormous fangs. There were so many of them. The young master thought that this was definitely not a level he could handle right now. After all, every monster here was at least a mid-level chimera. The sheer number of monsters was also unnerving. That's why he didn't finish his thought. Nox took off his hood and tossed his cloak aside. The red moon shone down on him, and he grinned, thinking that his way of passing the test was perfect for this. Luna frowned, thinking he had truly gone insane. The system notified him that the blood moon was inflicting a rage debuff on him, and that the character could lose his sanity. The young master's eyes widened, his body seeming to blur and duplicate. He stared at his hands in shock as the system warned him that his sanity would not be restored if he lost it. Then, suddenly, the young master smiled, his eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all the player's indicators had been increased by 1.5 times. His stamina was almost at 10 points, his mana was almost at 14 points, his luck was at 10 points, his willpower was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified him that the rage effect was applied to him. This did not affect his luck or charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system again notified him that the blood moon was placing a rage effect on him so he could lose his sanity. Nox's hidden stats appeared on the screen. His agility was at 7 points. The young master possessed the following skills: Genius Time, mid-level family sword skill, Southern sword technique with ignition. The remaining time of his life due to a fatal illness was 142 days. He had a rage effect applied to him. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was crazy. Nox smiled and took a deep breath. Daf told the boss that he couldn't believe that the young master simply threw away the cloak because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna responded negatively and then said that, first of all, Nox is clearly not the type of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Daf worriedly told her that he was the son of the Heinhoff family, and his father was Theo, and he didn't like dormant people. He asked her if they would give him a reason to create a conflict between them. Luna smiled and told him that wouldn't happen. She would take care of it. She smiled and looked again at the young master, and then asked Daf if he really thought Theo was one of those people who was full of paternal love. He told her that definitely couldn't happen. Luna told him they would just watch. She looked at Nox and called him an idiot. She then told Daf that he probably had a plan. He told her he would do as she said. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy, and the monsters screamed sharply. The red dragon quickly rushed towards the young master. He immediately slashed its body with his sword. Drops of blood fell on his face, and he smiled. Then he thought that the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the sleeper's test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought that all his indicators had increased sharply, and that wasn't all. It was as if he had suddenly become more capable, taller and wider. Even his shoulders grew. Nox was now definitely more capable than all his peers, the other monsters. Screamed and rushed quickly towards the young master. Then Nox opened his eyes wide. They glowed purple. After that, he again easily cut down the monsters. He tore off their heads, splattering his clothes, hair, sword, and face. Were all covered in droplets of blood, but the monsters refused to calm down. There were so many monsters. The beast-like creatures rushed towards the young master, so he crouched down a bit and took a stance, a comfortable one to attack from. He thought about how the rage effect is considered a negative status, one of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled and extended his sword in front of him, and then thought that he had come here with the intention of using it. From the very beginning, it was all thanks to a trick. The system notified him that, with 2 genius-level traits, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought that he had the traits of a melee combat genius and a magic perception genius. The system notified him that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the main point was that geniuses were just on a different level. It was completely unfair, but he was the one who could pull it off. After that, the young master quickly stood up and then swung his sword, saying he was using the Dark Judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and struck the monsters with his sword. Many heads were sliced off. Luna and Dave looked at him in shock, and the system notified the young master that, thanks to the effect of the Ring of Black Flame artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked like a madman. He shouted to the monsters that if they were so jealous, they could also get a fatal disease just like him. After that, he quickly spun his sword around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox didn't hear her. He thought it was too noisy there. He sighed to calm himself down, and then walked up to her and asked if Luna was watching the fight. She smiled and cheerfully told Dave that it seemed they should still accept Nox to join them. He said in surprise that there weren't many people on the entire continent with a talent like his. She called out to Nox loudly and said that he had passed the test, so he needed to come back to them. Luna's eyes widened and she smiled, then thought that Nox was very interesting. She called Dave, and he bowed to her, then handed the young master a black cloak. He told him to take it because it was the cloak of a full member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled contentedly and looked at his hands. The system notified him that he would receive a Sleeper's cape. Then the data on this item was downloaded. After that, basic information about the Sleeper member's cape appeared on the screen. It was an advanced intermediate item, and it didn't have a compatible attribute. The cape gave +1 point of willpower. The requirement to use the item is to be a member of the Sleepers. The cape had special effects. The Moonlight Oath was now available to the young master. Members of the Lippers would recognize it by the cloak's design. It was woven from the webs of black spiders. The cloak could reflect most weak negative effects. The system notified the young knight that data on a new passive skill was being downloaded. He closed his eyes, pleased, and then looked at Luna. She looked at him with a questioning expression and then asked if he actually had a question for her, since he was staring at her that way. Nox calmly said that, from what he knew, few of the newcomers had done well on this test, which meant he was entitled to a reward, an appropriate one. Luna looked at him thoughtfully and then smiled, saying he was handling everything well. She called him a brave rookie and said she wondered how long he could manage to stay as cocky as he was. Luna told him that he was now free until he was assigned a mission. He bowed before her, and she said she hoped he wouldn't disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the blue portal, and Luna asked Daphne, "Nox is an interesting boy." He agreed with her. Then he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said he couldn't understand how the young master endured the madness of the blood moon. Luna told him she shared his bewilderment because anyone else wouldn't last even 5 minutes, of course, unless they were a genius. But even geniuses wouldn't risk fighting without protective gear, which means that Nox is reckless enough to put his life on the line. Daphne agreed with her again, and she asked him to keep an eye on the young master. She told him they should observe what Nox was good at, and what else he would do. At that moment, Nox emerged from the other side of the portal. He returned to the tavern. Kieran calmly wiped the dishes and then smiled, and asked Nox if he was really crazy. Nox told him he was right about that. He smiled slightly, and thought that, in other words, he was asking why he threw away the protective cloak when it could have cost him his life. Except he hadn't risked anything, because he had the ability of complete resistance to the berserk effect. Two geniuses at the same time. This is the genius of close-quarters combat and magical perception. Nox thought that, simply put, only he could use the blood moon as a bonus. Kieran told him he hoped it was worth it. The young master asked if he really needed something from him. The man put on a serious face, and told him he found it unfair that Nox hadn't introduced himself. The young master's eyes widened in surprise, and asked him what he meant. Kieran smiled and said that he had told him his name, but Nox hadn't. He didn't finish the thought, because the young knight immediately introduced himself and stated his name. He asked if they were even now. Kieran answered yes, and then told him they would see each other again. Nox walked towards the tavern exit, and Kieran told him that it would actually be very difficult to balance with the academy's schedule, but it probably wouldn't be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped that Nox wouldn't stand out too much. After some time, when Nox went to the dormitory, he thought about how well everything seemed to be going. He entered his room and Zethra was there. She was annoyed and asked him why he left the room on the very first day, without even telling her anything. She looked at his hair in a panic. There was blood on it. He thought Zethra was asleep when he left. He had even checked on her. The disgruntled maid asked him if he was even listening to her. She told him that she had said many times that he should avoid reckless actions, despite all sorts of rumors, negative rumors surrounding his family. There was always a chance for rehabilitation. She said the last word, especially loudly. So Nox awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After that, he started to take off his clothes and told her that she should just forget about it. He asked how her day was. The young master told her that, as far as he knew, the servants were also trained. Zethra's eyes widened and she wrung her hands. She suddenly looked sad and glanced down, then told him that nothing special had happened. Nox looked at her and thought that something must have happened today. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his hand and realized that the lessons were for all servants, not just those of low rank, but also nobles. It seemed that Zethra had become the target of their ridicule. Nox wondered if anything could be done about it. Then, he handed her a small pouch and said that she needed to take it. If she had any trouble in class, she should open this pouch. Zethra took the pouch and looked at it with interest. She asked what it was, but the maid didn't finish her thought because the young master smiled and said that she should only open it if there was a problem. There was an item in that pouch that would help in a rather radical way. Zethra looked at him, surprised, and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He told her that she shouldn't do that. The maid bowed before him and said that she understood everything, and if something happened, she would certainly use this thing. The young master smiled and told her not to hesitate to use it if she was in trouble. He asked if she understood him, and she replied affirmatively. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully entered Elaine Academy and the first part of the plot had been completed. Nox's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that it had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen, informing him that he had an unread message. The system asked if he wanted to read it. The young master pressed his finger on the screen and thought that, of course, he wanted to. After that, he felt a strange sensation from the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he received this letter, so he had successfully entered the Elaine Academy. The sender knew he could handle this task without any problems, so they were happy for him, Nox thought. about the fact that the sender of the letter expressed themselves in a tone as if they saw right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter from the sender. They wrote that this was just the beginning of the trials. They were sure that Nox had already been through difficult times before. But regrettably, it would only get worse. No one could handle it except for him, because only Nox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that they knew it would only be irresponsible, but they were genuinely trying to help him in any way they could. The person also included gifts in the letter and wrote that there weren't many, but they hoped he would accept what was attached to this letter. The young knight sat down and said that the letter's contents didn't really explain anything this time either. He needed to rethink everything carefully, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was a prophetic dream. The simple fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and send something to him proved that his conclusions were correct. So he should focus on completing the story because it was directly related to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said he would stop talking about something he couldn't decide on. For now, he looked at the letter icon on the screen and said it was better to take a look at this gift. Nox pressed a button to make his character's inventory appear on the screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise because several names appeared on the screen: Theo, Helena, Grind, Thalia. He was shocked and said that if he understood everything correctly, but he didn't finish his thought because he pressed the button with Thalia's name, and many screens appeared before him. Basic information about Nox's father also appeared on the screen. Nox smiled and thought that this was an incredible ability, to actually read someone's characteristics using his vision. He needed to see the person, but here, everything was different. Now, he could at any moment see the characteristics of those he had already met. He smiled and said that such a gift could only be sent by. Suddenly, he frowned and looked closer at the screen. He called Theo crazy. His resistance had increased so quickly, by almost half a point. Nox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down and said it didn't matter, because while looking at the increase in Theo's stats, he realized something. He looked in the mirror and saw his current self from the past world, so he thought that this world only looked like a game, but it was not a real game. Nox tensed up in displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He looked at the scroll and said he was happy that at least choosing his classes went smoothly. On the scroll was written a list of classes that Nox had to attend. These were martial arts and the study of magical techniques, history of the Arkham Empire, and horsemanship. The next morning, there were many students at the academy. Zitri entered the room. There were many apprentice maids nearby, and they all looked at her with mockery. A girl with short red hair asked her friend if that was her. Zitri's eyes widened, but the girls continued to gossip about her. The girl asked if she was from the low family that had become commoners. Zitri felt a little sad because everyone was whispering and talking about her. The dark-haired maid told the girl that it was definitely her. She couldn't even imagine how shameless a person would have to be to follow her master, all the way to the academy. Elaine, the red-haired girl, laughed and said that if she were Zitri, she would be ashamed to appear in public. Her friend said that she probably wanted to seduce the aristocrat and live a wonderful life. They smiled and looked at Zitri. The red-haired girl told her friend that, with a face like hers, that was quite possible. Her friend said that Zitri was, after all, the personal maid of the black sheep of the Heinrich family. She heard that Nox is also lecherous, and Zitri is happy to take advantage of that. The maids laughed at Zitri. They said it was obvious. The red-haired girl agreed with all of her friend's statements. The girl asked her friend where her relatives were from. She laughed and told her friend that it didn't matter because it was probably some backward place and not even worth worrying about. Zitri clenched her fists and thought she was ready to endure countless insults, for that was the fate of a fallen noble. However, they shouldn't tarnish young Master Nox's reputation. She frowned, then approached the girl and politely asked if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, and then another long-haired maid pushed the other maid aside with her hand and asked Zitri if she really wanted to talk to them. She smiled and told her she was a count's daughter, and that her name was Jael. She was from the glorious Flores family that serves Lord Grin. Jael crossed her arms smugly and asked Zitri if she really thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic commoner like her. Zitri told her that she heard them spreading unfounded rumors about her master. Jael smiled and asked what she was going to do to them about it. Is it really her fault that there are so many bad rumors about her master? The other maids laughed, and Jael told Zitri that if she wanted an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get one. Zitri looked at her seriously and thought that her master Nox was right. A person's position in this academy is more important than anything. After that, she took from her pocket the small pouch that Nox had given her, thinking there was nothing she could do here. She opened it, and a small Nox appeared by her side. Zitri's eyes widened in surprise, because a hologram of her master was in the air. Jael suddenly screamed, telling her she was scared. Everyone stared in shock, and Zitri looked questioningly at her master's hologram. Nox introduced himself to everyone and then said he didn't know what was happening here. But it didn't matter. He looked at everyone with displeasure and told the maids that if Zitri had called, then there could only be one reason. Nox pointed his finger at Jael and said that she, or all of them, it didn't matter how many there were. He didn't finish his thought, because Jael looked at him in fear and then asked if this was the same man from the Heinrich family. Nox smiled menacingly and told everyone they were in deep trouble. He would rip their heads off and send them in a box to their families. After that, he vanished, and Zitri stood calmly in silence. Then she fell into a daze, thinking that this was truly Lord Nox's radical decision. Jael was terrified. She grew pale and then suddenly collapsed to the floor, bowing before Zitri. She awkwardly asked for her name. Zitri sighed heavily and stated her name. Jael became even more frightened and thought that her mere sigh was a bad omen. Now the Reinhardt family would easily kill her entire family. She apologized loudly to Zitri, saying she was out of her mind and that it would never happen again. She apologized to her once more. Everyone else stared at Jael in shock, and Zitri thought with surprise that this method had actually worked. She was shocked by it. However, this would only fuel the unflattering rumors about Nox. She glanced to the side and asked in a low voice, what was he thinking? After that, she walked past Jael. Everyone stared at her in fear. Sometime later, the sky was gray and the sun was not shining. Zitri and Nox were walking down the street when she asked with concern if he was all right. The young master truly seemed a bit tired. She pointed out the dark circles under his eyes. Nox rubbed his eye with a finger and said he was fine. Zitri frowned and looked at him with pity. The young master thought that because of this, he had barely managed to choose his classes. He sighed wearily, and then a young man stepped in front of them, causing them to stop. The man was wearing a white shirt and brown overalls, and on his head, he wore a brown cap. He smiled at them, removed his hat, and bowed to Nox, addressing him by name. Nox asked who he was. The man continued to bow before him and said he would introduce himself. He said his name was Rick, the faithful servant of Lady Eleanor. Rick smiled and said it was an honor for him to have this meeting. The young master repeated her name questioningly, but he frowned and wondered what was happening here. The system notified him that he would be surprised. Then the master's acting skill was activated. After that, the shock effect was removed. Nox thought that from the very first seconds he had encountered a very dangerous fellow. It was Rick the Deceiver. He was a true servant of the devil. In the next 3 episodes of the main story, he will betray the rival trading company, which will drive the plot's development forward. Besides, Rick literally worships the devil, and will essentially betray Eleanor. Nox looked at him arrogantly, and thought that the phrase, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," is complete nonsense. In the prophetic dream of the game, Rick is total trash, and you must not get involved with him. Rick took out a small blue box, and told the young master that Eleanor had asked him to give him a gift. It was an extremely valuable artifact. He handed the box to him, and Nox narrowed his eyes and told him rudely that he needed to get out of there. The young master looked serious. He was thinking that, of course, he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he could not accept it. Rick looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Nox's eyes widened and he gripped the hilt of his sword with his hand, then asked if he really needed to repeat what he had said before. Zitri tensed up and looked on in shock as her master gripped his sword. Rick turned pale, and Nox glared at him with hatred. The young master was about to draw his sword, but the maid Zitri started to tremble with fear, so he turned around sharply and walked in the other direction. Zitri bowed to Rick and then ran after her master. She asked him to wait for her. She told him that his body was weakened, so he needed to be careful. Otherwise he would fall. Nox asked her if she really thought he was that pathetic. The maid remembered how the young master had been lying in bed due to illness, so she told him that he had recently had a cold and chills. Judging by his always cold hands, she thought it would be hard to find anyone weaker than him. The young master smiled awkwardly and told her she was right, but he would be fine. It would definitely live and not die. Zitri agreed with him and then looked down a bit sadly, saying that it still was not easy for him. He was always at the center of events. Nox looked at her in surprise and then sighed, saying that nothing could be done about it because he was popular. She glanced sideways at him, and he realized that for her, Nox was not just a master, but also the man who had saved her life. Zitri had an extra devotion to her master, so being away from him for too long was a burden for her. They continued walking, and the maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man that way just now. Nox asked if she was really referring to Rick. Zitri answered yes, worriedly, and then said that he seemed to have gone crazy out of nowhere. He put his hand on her shoulder of her and said that she should listen to him carefully. Nox told her that no matter what happened, she should not let Rick get close to her, because nothing good would come of it. She remembered Eleanor, and thought she believed it was because of their tense relationship with her, but then Nox would have acted differently. Apparently, there was one more serious reason here. After that, she bowed before him and said that she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her and then went on his way, thinking that given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Eleanor herself. Otherwise, there would only be more unnecessary attention directed at him, and they should be more careful. After a while, some students were sitting in the grand hall of the academy. It looked luxurious. The students were sitting on benches, and a man was standing in the middle of the hall. Nox frowned and thought about how he and Zeet had recently talked. He wondered why all the hardships were falling on his head. A man with gray hair, a mustache, and glasses coughed, and then told everyone loudly that from this day forward, they would have to form a team with which they would grow, and go through various tests over the next year. And for the successful formation of a team, the most important thing is that they must know each other well. The young master thought he had started celebrating too soon. He held his head in his hand and stared ahead, emotionlessly. He didn't think that not having friends would be a problem in a single-player game. The gray-haired man in glasses told the students that the guys who already got along well could form teams of 4. He gave them 5 minutes to do so. Nox closed his eyes sadly and thought that this was impossible, because an outsider like him would never recruit people for his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone couldn't form a team. The man told him they would not receive a grade, and furthermore, they couldn't take this course again. He looked seriously at the young master and told him he couldn't work alone. He asked Nox if he understood him. Nox replied that he did, and then thought that because of this, he would truly fail from the very beginning. He thought that graduating from HEROINE is already not easy. Failing a single subject is a direct path to expulsion. He couldn't let that happen. All the students began to team up. A young man asked the princess if he could join her team. Equina said she also wanted Penelope on the team. The black-haired guy asked Celsus if he wanted to join him. Nox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the table. He thought there must be a way to get a team, even for someone like him. A blonde-haired guy asked Helen if she wanted to join their team. He told her that, although he didn't look it, he was quite strong. The short-haired guy smiled and told him that Helen was already on his team. He told her that, in return, he could give her a contract for his family's products. But Eleanor simply walked past them and approached Nox. She called him by his name, smiled and asked if he really didn't like her gift. Nox remained silent, and she said she had another proposal for him, because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked what she meant. Eleanor smiled and fixed her hair with her hand, then told him she would take him onto her team. He frowned his brow and thought she sounded extremely arrogant, but soon realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Besides, he didn't finish his thought, because Thalia ran up to them. She told Nox she wanted to join his team. Nox thought that another annoying girl Thalia would be with them. She was embarrassed and therefore looked away, and the young master thought she could be understood. Thalia was a good character in the game, whether she liked Nox or not. He was still her fiancé. She couldn't remain indifferent and wanted to help the unfortunate loner. Nox frowned and said quietly that it was creepy. Eleanor thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said, "This was very unexpected." The displeased young master asked her what she wanted to tell him. She smiled and told him the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Nox remained silent and then thought that considering what he had told her as a child, she could be understood. He wondered why her words enraged him so much. Thalia timidly asked Nox if he would put her on his team. He didn't smile and asked if they needed another member. They didn't, Nox said calmly. She acted as if her opinion mattered, smiled, and asked him if he had a choice. The young master glanced sharply to the side and told her she was very perceptive. He thought that she was right, because to recover his memories, he must continue his studies at the academy. He needs good grades, because in the very first episode of the plot, he must get into the top 10 students of the academy. Then he will have to fight an archdemon. It will be the first time he plays the roles of both villain and hero at the same time. All the students were chatting happily among themselves, when suddenly, a guy with brown hair and freckles on his face approached them and greeted them. This guy's name was Poe. He told them he was happy to join their team. Nox looked at the black screen and thought he was lucky, because the last team member was an ordinary person. Basic information about Poe was written on the screen. He was male, was 15 years old, and was human. He had no attributes or achievements. His bonuses were efficient survivor, devout, and physically prepared for hardships. His stats were average: 4 points of resistance, 3 points of mana, 2 points of will, and 10 points of charisma. Suddenly, Nox noticed something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a unique blessing, but no passive skills. The young master smiled and found this incredible. His stats were terrible, but that didn't matter because Paul could bestow blessings. He wondered how there could be one person in the academy who possessed such a rare gift and one inherent only to the saints of the monastery. He thought that now was not the time to think about something stupid. Paul smiled and told them he was looking forward to working together. Nox smiled, said his name, and then said that he hoped everyone was ready to work. Thalia blushed and also said her name, saying she was happy to be part of the team. Nox calmly looked at Paul and asked if he wasn't going to introduce himself. He said that he just hoped not to be a burden and that he could at least do something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man slammed his palm on the table to get the students' attention. He said it seemed everyone had successfully formed their teams and wished them good luck for the coming week. He added that they couldn't change their team composition for the entire upcoming semester. He told them they could all go now. An annoyed Nox called him an old fool. A worried Thalia told him he had spoken too loudly. The young master told her he knew that. He wanted the man to hear him. She told him she didn't think cursing at the professor was a good idea. But Nox didn't listen to her. He walked towards the exit and told her he didn't care about that. He said he was on a team now, so the professor shouldn't yell at him. The young master pushed the door to leave the hall, but Thalia called out loudly. She glanced his way and asked what classes he had added to his schedule. She said she had no ulterior motives. Nox thought he couldn't believe she was asking this so openly. He left the hall, and she followed him. Thalia reached out her hand to him and said that she was just curious, so she asked the young master. He pointed his finger at her forehead and asked if she really wanted to know which subjects were the easiest to get a top grade in. "Do you really think I would just tell you that?" he asked. Thalia's eyes widened, and she asked what he meant. She said that wasn't the issue. Nox walked on, thinking that she couldn't fool him. He wouldn't tell her such information. After some time, night fell. This was the fourth sector of the academy, where there were shops with goods everywhere. Nox was wearing a long black cloak, and Zeet told him that this was to be expected of Helene. Studying here requires a lot of investment. She flipped through a small notebook and told him that he needed textbooks, equipment, and notebooks. Now, she understood why the commoners didn't study at the academy for long. They simply didn't have enough money for it. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He picked up 2 small bottles and told her that the problems of common people didn't concern him. He looked at the potion vial and thought that if a person is talented enough for the academy, they will easily attract sponsors. Even as a commoner, as long as the person's talent isn't something useless. Zetri gave a bag of money to the saleswoman, and Nox thought that the problem of money would never become an obstacle. Suddenly, they heard a man calling someone a dirty brat. He was telling a person to get out of there. Zetri tensely told the young master that it seemed to be getting noisy. Nox told her that a place where people gather is always noisy because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat. In the crowd of people, his eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "It's that man." But he didn't finish his thought because the guy spat on the pavement and then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he wasn't going to buy anything. He asked the man why he was blocking the way. For people with money, Nox thought this was the son of one of the 3 families. With the darkness attribute, this was the young heir of the Marva family, Leon von Marves. In fact, he wasn't paying attention to the tall guy in the burgundy coat, but to Leon, who was holding a potion jar in his hands. The young master thought that maybe he was going through hardships. Financially, since his family had recently gone bankrupt, the guy got angry and asked what could be reasonable about picking up and putting down the same objects. He said irritably that he should stop talking nonsense and get out of there. "Helene has such low standards lately," he sneered. "They're recruiting all sorts of beggars." Leon looked down and then raised his head, his eyes glowing green, as green energy began to appear over his feet. He asked the guy what kind of poor people he was talking about. Green energy appeared around Leon. It looked frightening. The book in his hands began to levitate. He placed his hand in front of him, and clots of energy began to fly around. Leon told him that his family may have difficulties, but he would not forgive him for such insults. To the Marva family, Nox and the maid's eyes widened in shock. He thought he had really snapped. He ran towards them and thought that this shouldn't be done even when someone is very angry. The young master panicked. He ran and thought that Leon was really going to use mana in front of the entire 4th section. Moreover, black magic skeletons with swords appeared around Leon. He controlled them, and there was one ominous green energy everywhere. Zetri called out to her master loudly. She worriedly asked what he was doing. The young master called Leon an idiot and said he was completely insane. You could see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does bad things. She asked if he really understood. Just by his eyes? Nox said seriously that he knows what he's talking about. She should just believe him. Zetri's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guy fearfully asked Leon if he had really gone mad. "Do you understand what you're doing?" The guy frowned and said to him, "How dare you?" But he didn't finish his thought because Nox sternly told him to back off. "You need to get out of here." While we're asking nicely. The young master stood in front of him, holding a black sword in his hands, and his body was enveloped in a dark purple energy. He told the guy that he needed to leave if he didn't want to die. The guy asked loudly what he meant. He called Nox an idiot, and asked how he dared to stand in front of him. "Do you know who I am?" The young master put his hand on his hood, grunted, and took it off. He asked him, "Do you know who is in front of you?" All the people looked at him with wide eyes. They were in shock. Meanwhile, Emma looked at Thalia, perplexed. Thalia asked if she really believed that, even now, being on the same team as Nox, he had a reason for not telling her his agenda. She looked out the window and asked the maid if it was the result of his puberty and if he was just being shy with her. She turned quickly to her and asked what she thought about it. Thalia told her loudly to answer. Emma looked at her nervously. Thalia looked upset. The maid awkwardly asked how she would know what was on Nox's mind. She suggested that her mistress calm down a bit. Thalia glanced sideways and told her she was trying to act in the most mature way possible. She no longer judged people by their appearance. She was doing everything to win back the favor of Nox. But she didn't finish her thought because she started wringing her hands awkwardly. Emma looked at her worriedly. She thought that at this rate, her mistress would be dwelling on this for weeks. If she had known what would come of it, she wouldn't have defended that idiot Nox in front of her. She remembered how they were riding in a carriage, and Thalia asked why her fiancé was so cold to her. Emma then told her that she thought he was just going through puberty. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. The maid, with a clever look, told her that all boys his age behave like that. They are rude to others and pretend to be hard to deal with. Thalia was satisfied with her answer and smiled. Emma thought that everything seemed to have started. At that exact moment, she started to have feelings for Nox back then. Emma still didn't know what this would develop into. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have said something so thoughtlessly. The maid rubbed her chin with her hand, thinking that it was now obvious Thalia liked Nox and how that happened. But she didn't finish the thought, and said awkwardly that she wasn't sure if that was why Lord Nox was behaving like that. Thalia asked in surprise what she meant. Emma explained that he was already her fiancé, and then asked if it was possible that he was trying to separate his personal life from his success at the academy. In response, Thalia suddenly took her hand and happily called her name. She said that what she knew was that the maid was good at relationships. Emma hesitantly asked if she really thought so. Thalia blushed with joy and said that she sounded very authoritative. Now she would only turn to her for advice. Emma looked at her lady's joyful face and mentally apologized to her, and then thought about the fact that she had never actually dated anyone yet. The maid smiled helplessly. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, because a person knocked on the bedroom door. They turned to the sound, and Emma told the person outside that the lady of the house was ready to hear them, but to do so, they must state the purpose of their visit here. Eleanor entered the room and greeted them. She smiled and told the maid her name. She explained that she was part of Thalia's team in the battle magic class. She said she would like to speak with the lady. Emma looked at her wearily. Then Thalia called out with a questioning look. The maid frowned slightly and told Eleanor that if she didn't have an appointment, it would be better for her to schedule a meeting with the mistress first. Eleanor smiled and said Nox's name. Then they looked at her worriedly. She told Thalia that she wanted to talk to her about Nox. A few minutes later, Thalia and Eleanor moved to another room. Eleanor told her that she was happy to see her. "This is the second time today." She smiled artificially, and Thalia looked at her with concern. At that moment, Nox asked the guy if he needed an introduction. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself that he really did have silver hair and purple eyes. Everyone looked at Nox in fear. They realized it was him. The guy asked if he was really the Hainhofer, who was accepted into the academy this year. Nox calmly said that he didn't like to repeat himself. The guy immediately apologized to him. He told him that he didn't recognize him at first because he was wearing a hooded cloak. But he didn't finish his thought, because the young master glared at him menacingly and told him to get out of there before he got angry. The guy looked at him in fear, and Nox asked loudly if he was really going to force him to repeat himself for a third time. The guy turned in fear and started running in the other direction. He shouted back that he would do as he was told. Leon looked at Nox and said that he hadn't finished talking to the guy yet. After that, the skeleton, shrouded in green energy, opened its mouth and rushed towards Nox. The young master held out his hand in front of him, and a clod of purple energy appeared in it. It looked like a ball. Nox asked him if it was now necessary to use black magic just to have a conversation. He placed the energy ball in the skeleton's mouth, causing its skull to shatter into small pieces. The onlookers stared in shock, and Nox told Leon that he was practically begging the Imperial family to capture him. Leon's eyes widened, and he cried out in surprise. He then said that Nox was right, because using Magic before becoming an adult is forbidden by law. He looked at his palm and said that he had completely forgotten about that. After this, all the green energy vanished, and Leon bowed to Nox. He apologized and told him that he had helped him a great deal. Nox took out a small pouch and said that since he understood, he could buy whatever he wanted and then get out of here. He tossed the pouch to him and told Leon he could use it if he didn't have enough money. Leon opened the pouch. It was filled with many gold coins that seemed to gleam. He was stunned, and then asked the young master why he was helping him. He calmly said that if Nox was trying to put him in his debt, it wouldn't work. Nox replied that such a small thing didn't really affect his own situation, though he wouldn't say that he didn't have ulterior motives. Leon looked at him, surprised, and then let out a laugh, saying that he understood everything. Then, he held out his hand. A green magic seal appeared in the air, sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Nox. He glanced at the gold coin and said he figured it was payment to ensure his silence about what he'd sensed from him, the unique necromancy magic inherent only to the Manhwa family. Leon held the coin in his hands. It began to glow with green energy and rose into the air, levitating. Leon controlled it with his will. He told Nox he wasn't satisfied with such an agreement. He calmly closed his eyes and asked him where his family's strength came from. Meanwhile, his fiancée, Thalia, was sitting at a table with another young woman, having tea. Alina had told Thalia that she wanted to talk about something. Now, Alina observed Thalia's intrigued expression. The reaction was different from what she had imagined. Thalia was so calm, she was gazing thoughtfully to the side. Alina wondered if Thalia could possibly have feelings for Nox. A small smirk touched Alina's lips as she dismissed the impossible idea. Feelings for someone like him? An engagement is just a burden. It's better to be direct. You should know that Nox is a dangerous person, Alina stated coldly. First, he is the son of a family that is a pillar of darkness. Second, you cannot deny the sheer volume of terrible rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of her tea. Thalia looked down and replied, I don't think Nox is such a bad person. She tried to appear as serious as possible, but Alina frowned in displeasure. Remembering her own childhood encounter with the young master, she calmly closed her eyes. Not everyone would agree with you. Alina thought Thalia was truly strange. Why would an honest and open girl like her, like the useless Nox? She looked at her again, and noticed that the emotion in Thalia's gaze was clear displeasure for her. Thalia decided to be direct. The young master has his flaws, but he's not the type of person who would do something terrible. People just misunderstand him because he's cold to others. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, I think. Alina looked at her discontentedly. I heard you two were engaged, which explains why you protect him so much. She placed her cup on the table. But engagements between aristocrats are things that can change very quickly. Thalia looked unhappy. She retorted loudly, That's not why I believe in Nox. Alina smiled grimly. People don't change that easily. Nox's fiancé admitted that she might be right, but she wanted to remind her of one thing. It was Nox who saved your life. If he hadn't been there, you could have died. I'm sure you understand that yourself. Alina's eyes widened. Thalia insisted, So why are you so hostile to him? Alina frowned, then smiled, and calmly told her that she seemed to have said too much. She stood up to end the conversation. She thanked Thalia for her time, and Nox's fiancé said goodbye. Alina left the room and went down to the courtyard where Rick called out to her. He smiled. It seems your conversation didn't go so well. Alina looked down. She asked him, What do you think is the most important quality for a merchant? Rick smiled. Of course, a keen eye and an awareness of your surroundings. She frowned, thinking that it was her own attentiveness that would make her the money fox and a star in the world of finance. She wondered if Nox had really changed. Alina thought that was nonsense. She frowned with pity and said aloud, After so many years, that simply can't be true. Meanwhile, Nox and Leon were still in the 4th sector of the academy. The son of the Marvis clan looked terrifying as black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted for everyone to get out. He looked at him, confused, as people began to scream and run. The green energy began to spread through the air until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around attentively. It's barrier magic. He thought that things were getting more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept his ancestral power being used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He said to Nox, You should have chosen something more significant for the negotiations than this. The young master laughed. Are you really saying you have something more to offer? That disrespects your family. I don't think you'll be satisfied with anything in return. Leon looked menacing. You talk as if you know me well. The young master called out his name and then said to him, Your family once held a position as high as the Heinrich family. Your family was so powerful. But he didn't finish because a green energy surged in the air. Leon interrupted. I don't like you talking about the past, Nox calmly replied. You yourself know that things aren't going well for your family right now. He said the word Sylvestris, and Leon reacted immediately. He frowned, and the young master continued. Those people are organizing a territory war to overthrow the head of the Marvis clan and take most of their lands for themselves. Leon gritted his teeth and then calmed down. He said to Nox, Are you trying to seem more knowledgeable than you really are? He asked him. Are you really appealing to my thirst for retribution? Nox smiled and chuckled. What are you talking about? This is absurd. I have no such intentions, but I would like your family to return to its former glory. Besides, Nox continued, the new head of the family will defend what is rightfully theirs, and the Marvis family will be on top again. The young master smiled. Isn't that what you want? Leon admitted. Not bad. You know me well. After that, he pointed a finger at him. We should return to our dialogue about how exactly you acquired the power of the Marvis clan. Nox calmly said it was an accident, and he had only recently learned that this was the unique power of his family. Leon looked to the side and said, I believe you. The young master asked, surprised. Is that really all? You're not going to ask me any more questions? Leon looked a little sad. You've already told me what I wanted to know. Nox frowned, realizing he understood what Leon had wanted to know from the beginning. It wasn't how the family's power came to him, but how much Nox knew about him, and why he got involved in this conflict. After that, the black barrier began to disappear, and the young master told Leon that he was content to have gotten his answers. The heir of the Marvis clan thanked him for his help and promised he would certainly repay him in the future, but not with money. The young master turned and went back to Zitra. He said to Leon, You can forget about it. I don't expect anything from you in return. The next day, the weather was great and the sun was shining high in the sky. It was a luxurious building, with golden details on the inside. Nox crossed the small bridge inside the building, and everything around was covered in ice. Noah was sitting in front of him, her throne also shrouded in ice. He thought about how she would be his light at the end of the tunnel, his sanctuary. It's time to enhance my skill, genius time. He smiled and his eyes seemed to sparkle. He thought that among all the brilliant skills in the game, prophetic dream was the most powerful. He remembered how, in a past life, he played a game, and a notification appeared on the computer screen, saying he had beaten the game for the first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was now unlocked. Genius time was available for his character. However, the skill is only available for characters with 2 active genius stats. Now he looked at Noah and thought that at first, he just liked this game. He didn't even know what would be in the expansion when he bought it. If he hadn't made the right decision, he probably would have died more than once. Just the thought of it made him shudder. Nox smiled, but he was slightly panicked. The dean was eating a large lollipop. She smiled and told him, You really did very well on the test. Is your family secretly raising a monster like you? The young master approached her. I can't believe you're calling me a monster. Right to my face. Don't you think that's a bit much? Noah smiled. Am I wrong? She lowered her leg, and blue energy appeared beneath her. The dean asked him, How can you explain the fact that you fought the troll, the ice troll, so calmly? She looked terrifying. A strange magic seal formed around her. Her face began to freeze as she asked, Is it possible to call a talented guy like you trash? Noah stared, his mind reeling. I can't believe it. The Sword Emperor himself didn't notice your talent. She smiled. This can't be true. Nox frowned with worry, thinking that she suspected something. But that wasn't surprising. After all, the original Nox was truly a nobody. A notification appeared. Master acting skill has been activated. After that, he looked at her confidently and smiled. Then he wondered, who cares about her guesses? The shock effect was removed. The young master asked her, Why do you care about what I was in the past? She said he was right, but that his talent was exciting. She smiled sinisterly. I'm so excited about this that I want you to be mine, Nox. He calmly told her that she seemed to be thinking the wrong thing, so he would pretend he didn't hear that. He remembered how he passed the test and then told her, I saw you watching me disguised as a student. The young master smiled, satisfied. She asked him, You really noticed? A scroll appeared above her hand, levitating in the air. She told him, I want to see how much more you're hiding from me. The young master smiled. Thinking this was finally happening, she told him, This is why I called you here. It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would improve any of his skills several times over. It was an extremely valuable item. Nox said, It's the first time I've heard of this scroll. Noah acknowledged his disbelief and then said he could have it. She extended her hand in his direction, and the scroll flew to him glowing with a yellow energy. He reached out for the scroll and caught it. The young master frowned deeply. Noah remained silent and smiled slightly. Nox looked at the scroll with concern, Thinking it felt as if he had been electrocuted, he wondered if perhaps he had imagined it. He smiled in satisfaction and opened the scroll. He figured he was just too excited. A system notification appeared. You have received a new artifact. Information is being downloaded. Basic information about the item appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. Type scroll activated effect increases the effectiveness of any skill. 1.5 times the system notified that the skill amplifier was ready for use and asked if he wanted to activate it. The young master pressed his palm on the screen and responded. Affirmatively, a prompt appeared, informing him that he should choose a skill to enhance. Nox chose Genius Time, after which the system notified that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled in satisfaction. As yellow and pink energy appeared around him, the skill was successfully enhanced. You have received an improved Genius Time. After that, only a yellow energy appeared around him, circling his body. A message appeared saying that he had received the artifact at an early stage, so the effect would be further enhanced. The system notified that the artifact's effect would be doubled. The duration of the Genius Time skill increased to 10 minutes. Nox smiled, thinking it was impossible to improve this skill in any other way. This is already one super powerful skill, so there aren't many ways to develop it. One of the ways is a strengthening scroll. Getting the scroll at the beginning of the story is the best loot. Noah smiled. Are you happy with the result? Yellow and red energy levitated above Nox's hand, looking like flames. He thought it was better not to prolong the conversation with her after this. He answered affirmatively and told her he would leave if she was finished. Noah told him he could go because he must be very tired after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously, thinking that she knew everything. He sighed deeply. It was an accident, so you shouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't want to attract too much attention at the academy. The dean said she understood. She told him he should go and rest. Nox responded, I am truly grateful to you. After that, he left the hall. And Noah thought that Nox was a dangerous guy, so she needed to keep an eye on him. She laughed softly. I'm looking forward to seeing the monster Nox will become. She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, is it really that interesting? The next day, in classroom 1 of the academy, a professor in a white suit stood before them. He told the students that they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Nox leaned on his arm, bored, and thought that the subject of the Empire's elemental magic wasn't described in such detail in the original story. But now, what mattered more wasn't the class itself, but Professor Rash von Celestia. Basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was a 35-year-old human male, and his attribute was Earth. His achievement was Professor of Eldane, and he had 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestia's limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Nox thought the professor had a crucial role at this point in the plot. Celestia's statistics appeared on the screen. His resistance was 12, his mana was 18, and his luck was 3. His will was 21, and his charm was 19. The young master thought that he wasn't particularly strong, but was satisfied to know his abilities. Beforehand, he was even a little surprised that with such a skill set, he had managed to become a professor at Eldane. Celestia looked thoughtfully around the classroom and told the students the class would now begin. Meanwhile, he glanced at Nox and thought that he seemed very arrogant. He was already looking arrogantly at the guys around him. Celestia wondered what kind of talent he had to become like this, and what Dean Noah saw in him. After that, he coughed and told the students that every person, not just academy students, has a predisposition for one or another mana element. Today, they would find out which element each of them possessed and how to manifest it. Suddenly, he loudly called out Nox's name. Nox looked at him questioningly, and Celestia asked if he already knew which element he possessed. Nox said that his attribute is darkness. The professor asked him what he knew about it. The young master said that unlike the 4 main elements, darkness is quite capricious, and it doesn't mix well with the other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive, compared to the basic elements. Among its disadvantages, it can be noted that it is quite difficult to control, and only certain families can manage it, passing their knowledge from generation to generation. Celestia asked him which element is the opposite of darkness. Nox immediately told him it was light. The professor frowned and asked him, when those 2 forces collide, which one usually wins? He smiled, and the young master calmly told him that light usually wins. Celeste's body began to tremble, whether from anger or fear, as he told him, surprised, that students usually deny the weaknesses of their main attribute. The professor asked if he was special, and told him that he had to answer one more question. After that, he raised his finger and smiled, and then he asked what he would do if he suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle. Nox smiled and said that he would try to find the right moment and kill the enemy. Before they could do anything, He would ensure that the enemy definitely would no longer interfere with him. The young master smiled menacingly, and all the disciples looked at him in fear. Celeste's eyes widened, and he thought, what is he? What is Nox saying now? In the maids' and servants' dormitory area, in the room of Rich, Eleanor's butler, he is sitting on the bed. He is deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body, and lets out a satisfied groan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and shadowy veins begin to emerge around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rich's face displays an expression of satisfaction. After the injection, Rich approaches the mirror, admires himself, and smiles maliciously. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He murmurs to himself, now, I just need to push, and I will be able to become a true demon. Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and the demon confirms, yes, it's just as you said, Rick Holtz. You will be able to become one true demon instead of a mere human. You won't need to sleep, and you won't age. You will become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans. Rick smiles happily. He then kneels to thank the demon, promising, I will do everything in my power to revive you. The demon doesn't respond but gives an evil smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rick gets dressed again, his face changes, and his eyes return to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Reese and the students are surprised by the protagonist's answer during a confrontation with an enemy. Nox smiles calmly and answers, well, while that person was still unconscious, I would kill them. I would make sure to eliminate them so as not to create future problems for myself. Professor Hayes is surprised by the answer and comments, you would want to rip out the roots before they grow into any future problems. I did not expect such an answer. Nox sits down and apologizes, saying, I am sorry if that was not the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient method of doing things. Meanwhile, a notification appears indicating that the acting genius has been powerfully activated. Professor Haas looks at Nox with a perplexed expression and silently evaluates him with firm eyes. An upright posture and shoulders that were not slouched showed that Nox von Rainharbor truly meant what he said. I am starting to understand a little why King Trinoa is interested in him, however. As his thoughts come to a halt, he shouts loudly, Assistant, prepare the devil immediately. Upon receiving the order, he hesitates and asks for confirmation. Professor Haas looks coldly at the assistant and says, Did you not hear me? I am asking you to prepare for the magical aptitude test. The frightened assistant, without questioning further, prepares as instructed. Professor Haas then looks at Nox and states this kind of arrogant attitude needs to be taken down a notch. He strokes his chin with satisfaction, thinking to forge a sharp sword, it must be tempered 1,000 times. After some time, the assistant brings a cart into the classroom covered with a white cloth. The students begin to gather around, while the assistant still appears anxious. He begins to pull back the cloth, and as it is removed, the students' eyes widen. In surprise at what is revealed before them, Professor Haas calmly explains, they are the lowest-ranking demons, supplied by the association. They are known as imps. A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed. As the students become increasingly anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Haas reassures them, although it is very aggressive, it is not that threatening. Because it has low health, the cadets can easily kill it despite the professor's assurance. The students remain apprehensive and fearful. After all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. This is only the first class, however, I guess this is the level of Eldon Academy. Professor Haas interrupts, saying, Now stay focused. You are the elite who were accepted into this academy. You must all remember this. Your ultimate goal is not to become a knight, or a mage. It is to subjugate all the demons that exist in the world. And to do that, you will all need to get used to beings known as demons, about which we still know very little. Hearing the professor's encouraging words, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to perform. You must all infuse your mana into the caged imp to force it. Submission. Meanwhile, Nox looked at the imp with disdain for this action. He felt that something was out of place. According to the original story, this lesson was only supposed to happen in the 2nd year. Something is wrong. After condensing mana in the palm of your hand, let it flow to your target. Before any student could follow the instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he muttered, no matter how incredible the Heinreifers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp. In the first class, a new student would definitely fall for the imp's trick, and end up drooling uncontrollably. I'll teach you how things work around here, Heinreifer. Suddenly, as Nox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned to intrigue. He looked at the creature in the cage, which was terrified and trembling with fear. Its eyes were shut tight, refusing to face Nox, which made the professor wonder what had happened while he wasn't paying attention. Nox looked at the small, perplexed creature, wondering why it was so scared when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students were hypnotized by the creature, causing them to hallucinate, except for Nox. At the same time, Thalia was also hypnotized, clutching the creature's cage, and claiming it was her maid, Ima. She promised Ima she wouldn't do it again. Other students also felt something strange in their bodies that they couldn't describe, or felt as if they had just eaten a cake, a delicious one. Thalia continued to cry and apologized to the cage. Suddenly, Nox broke the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, "Excuse me, Professor, I'm sorry, but can you switch out my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear." The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Nox in confusion. Nox wondered who would make such a sound in the hallowed classroom. When he turned around, he saw the professor's face beaming like a madman. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Nox, asking excitedly, "Hey Nox, how did you force that little imp into submission?" Nox reiterated, "Wait, I just said I haven't done anything yet." The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Nox. "Excellent. I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing such a great talent in you. Amazing. I will give you a chance." The professor then turned to Nox and declared, "Please, pay attention. I am giving you the chance to become the top student." Nox was surprised and confirmed internally. "The top student? Is that what I think it is?" In his mind, several illustrative scenes appeared, and he thought of the one thing from dramas you should never do: become an assistant. Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were a mix of happy and apprehensive, saying, "I'm so envious. He's going to become Professor Haas's top student. Wow, he has to accept." Suddenly, Nox raised his hand and declared that he was refusing the title. He expressed his thoughts directly. Being the top student in name is no different than being a slave. Hearing Nox's direct refusal, the professor was completely shocked and couldn't believe it was true. The other students also wondered what Nox was thinking. Meanwhile, the top students in the class were exhausted after trying to resist being hypnotized, watching Nox with uncomfortable glares, especially Iris Quita. She silently assessed Nox, thinking, "I can't believe he's the only one standing. Honestly, who the hell are you? Queen Rafa?" A few hours ago, in the academy hallway, Professor Burnham was following Professor Haas, anxiously exclaiming, "I'm telling you, that scruffy, white-haired bastard is incredibly strong. I guarantee you, this Nox kid is a crazy guy." Professor Haas looked indifferent, replying, "Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to draw conclusions just because he's had a few achievements. Don't place such high expectations on new students." Professor Burnham expressed, "Haas, your problem is that you're too closed-minded." The Dean. Dean Noah also asked us to keep an eye on him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is necessary? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized as the best by one of the four sages. Professor Haas disregarded this and stated, "I need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to worry about it anymore." Professor Burnham still tried to keep up, saying, "You and your nasty attitude, hey, wait for me." Back in the present, Professor Haas, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Nox had rejected his offer. He stammered anxiously, asking Nox the reason for his refusal, while other students shared their feelings, expressing similar thoughts. "He's crazy." That was an opportunity to help Professor Haas with his class. He's the foremost authority on magic education. There are mountains of people waiting in line to be his top students. I can't believe he simply threw away that chance. This is exactly the kind of thing the useless member of the High Rafa family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why useless people like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the rumors about himself, Nox was a little perplexed but remained resolute in his thoughts. "Say what you will. I'm not changing my mind." Nox also felt irritated and commented, "Helena is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me causing problems?" At that moment, another student spoke to Professor Haas. "Professor Haas, I have a question." Professor Haas, with a pained expression, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Nox with hostile eyes and asked, "Why are you giving this chance to him? There are many other exceptional students besides him, aren't there?" He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, "Besides, his strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Kidna are also worthy of being considered for the position of top student." Nox looked at the student and confirmed that he was an idiot. He thought, "Look how he's trying to take advantage of a rising family. Smart. He knows who to please. I'd better remember him." Professor Haas Upon hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, "The professor is the one who decides who the right person is. But if I just say that, you might not be convinced. There could also be negative rumors saying that I'm biased towards Nox's talent. So let's set the record straight." His gaze became serious, and he challenged the students. "I will tell you right now why he is the right person to become my top student." Then Haas turned to Nox, his eyes softening with affection. Nox felt uncomfortable and silently expressed, "You psycho. I told you I'm not doing it." Professor Haas then announced, "Firstly, let's start with how he subjugated the imp's mana." At this point, Nox fell into contemplation, thinking that, so the summary of Haas's opinion would be something like this. Number 1. I don't know why, but I managed to subdue the imp quickly. Even though it may be a low-ranking demon, it's not easy to do that. It's not surprising that Haas is fascinated by it. Number 2. The talent that I have, a genius-level sensitivity. Then, Nox's thoughts turned to Professor Haas, and suggested that Haas had studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily distinguish who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Nox's thoughts, Professor Haas continued, "For this reason, it is only fair that Nox becomes my top student." Nox abruptly refused, saying, "I already told you I'm not doing it." Receiving a direct rejection from Nox, a perplexed Professor Haas said, "Nox, you can take your time to reconsider." Then, he looked at Nox with a somewhat frightening gaze and said, "You're rushing your decision here." Nox felt disgusted and said, "Please speak after wiping your saliva." Nox then decided to leave the classroom and said, "For starters, there is one more suitable candidate. I would be grateful if you would give up on me," leaving Professor Reese saddened as he calls out trying to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this, each with their own thoughts. Princess Penelope expresses, "He's different from the rumors I've heard." Echidna also agrees and admits, "My apologies, my information gathering skills are lacking." The princess says, "It's all right, Echidna. I think I've become a little curious about him." She also comments, "Nox, will he become a light for the imperial family, or a dark cloud that hangs over us?" Back with Nox now, he has left the classroom and is breathing. Relieved, he complains uncomfortably, "Why is Reese acting like this? Suddenly, he was looking at me as if I were some honey-covered food, or something like that. Why are there no normal characters? He is an absolute lunatic, but I managed to get rid of him, so I should be able to live in peace for now." A long day passes. Now it is also night. Nox is in his own room with a grim expression. Zeddy notices Nox's tired expression and asks, "Did something bad happen at the academy?" Nox replies with exhaustion, "Yes, something horrible." Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Reese's room wherever he was. The presence of Professor Reese bothers him, trying to convince Nox to become his best student, be it in the classroom, in the cafeteria, or even in the restroom. Professor Reese doesn't give up on him. He even sticks his head into the stall to persuade him. "Nox, become my best student." Nox leaves the restroom with a displeased and annoyed face, however. Professor Reese still tries to ask, "Nox, have you finished considering? Become my best student." Nox replies with a disdainful expression, "Professor Reese, please. Stop it, you madman." Professor Reese doesn't know when to stop. He persists, his face looking excited, as he says, "I like how direct you are with your words, I like that." Nox tells Zeddy everything that happened, and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. "That bastard Professor Reese kept asking me to become his best student." Zeddy is also intrigued upon hearing the story and asks, "But Professor Reese? Are you referring to the person known for being the best in magic theory?" Nox confirms that it's him. Zeddy, intrigued, expresses, "That's strange, from what others say. I remember him as a good teacher. Why would he do something like that?" Nox reveals, "I know he's a nice person too, but Nox remembers Professor Reese's negative traits." Then Nox looks out the window and expresses the problem is the characteristics he has. Meanwhile, on the Rainharbor family estate, a group of the family's soldiers with tense faces are demanding that someone stop, and warning the others not to let this person pass. At this moment, on the mansion grounds, a blood-covered sword is being dragged across the ground, held by a man with white hair and violet eyes. He emits a sinister aura, indicating that he is also one of the heirs of the Rainharbor family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Everyone, stop him. Didn't you hear what the patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen enter the room." The man pays no attention to the soldier's warning, laughing lightly and commenting, "That's so severe." In the next moment, with surprising speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened, and the man's sudden appearance behind him. The blood-stained man says, "This is no way for a father to treat his son, is it?" With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the Patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises from outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Rainharbor family enters without the Patriarch's permission, his entire body emanating a frightening aura of dark mana, with the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere prevents the head butler from moving, filled with fear as he thinks, Master Garen has become even stronger in this short time. The Patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son, Garen, I never thought you would return to the Rainharbor family again. Garen smiles and retorts, what reason do I need to return to my own home, father? With a cold and somewhat intimidating expression, Theo questions Garen, is this place your home? Garen receives the question with a less cheerful expression than before. He then chuckles quietly and says to Theo, I'm sure I've told you before, it's time to give up. Then, he declares, there isn't much time left, is there? Theo replies, that's none of your business. Garen warns Theo, the demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it will rise up and devour everything in its sight. Theo, with a cold and firm expression, says to Garen, it seems you want that to happen. Garen then states, well, my business here is simple. He then threateningly asks Theo, where did you hide that sword? Shocked by his son's audacity, Theo looked frightened. He reiterates, the sword of the first Patriarch. Where did you hide, Stormbreaker? However, the first Patriarch's sword, Stormbreaker, had already been entrusted by the Patriarch to Nox. The dangers that await Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next chapter, as Garen boldly questioned the Patriarch. The sword of the first Patriarch. Where did you hide the tempest of Jean von Rainharbor? He demanded, irritating the Patriarch. The Patriarch reprimanded Garen von Rainharbor. How dare you utter the name of the first Patriarch? You must be truly out of your mind. Garen, unshaken by this, replied, is that what matters now? What matters is getting stronger and building greater power. That is what's most important for a noble. Disregarding that, Garen argued, you don't know what truly matters. You show no respect but bring up things from the past if you know so well what truly matters. Then why did you let that woman die? Hearing this, the head butler grew concerned about the topic of discussion. He warned that woman should not be mentioned in front of the Patriarch. At this point, apparently losing his composure, he said grimly, did you just say that woman you truly disrespected your mother with? That Garen immediately denied what his father said and confirmed. My mother is Priscilla von Orel. She is my only mother, he emphasized further. That woman is your mistake, and she is nothing more than a guest in the Rafer family. Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the Patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded that Garen leave the room. Garen tried to call out to his father. As if wanting to confirm what he was saying, the Patriarch, now emanating a dark and terrifying aura, glared at Garen and reiterated, I said, get out. Then he warned Garen, I don't want to cut off my own son's head. Faced with his father's threat, Garen decided to leave. But before doing so, he declared ominously, you will regret this soon. Soon you will understand that it was all for my sake. Garen then left, leaving Theo with a pensive look. The head butler, now worried, asked Patriarch, are you all right? Theo averted his gaze in shame and admitted, I slipped up. I showed an unsightly side of myself. The head butler denied it and said, please, do not say that I am someone who has sworn my eternal loyalty to the Rafer family. But expressing concern, he added, if the world finds out that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried things will become dangerous, so I think it would be good if you decided on a new successor. Soon upon hearing this, Theo pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided more subtle information about another successor he could consider. Yes, it just so happens that we have received some good news in a letter, Master. Nox is the top student in the Eldane entrance exam this time. Surprised, Theo confirmed, is that true? As I recall, the new headmaster of Eldane Academy is. The head butler continued, confirming, yes, Noah von Trinity, one of the four sages, has acknowledged Master Nox's talent. At this point, reflecting on the name Nox von Rainharbor, Theo also grew contemplative and thought, his growth might still be insufficient, but if he truly possesses the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Nox might end up sitting right there. Back at Eldon Academy, Professor West was still persistent. He invited Nox to become his apprentice, but Nox remained firm in his refusal, saying, I don't want to. Professor West didn't seem saddened, but he added, I will provide ample support funds. You could graduate from Eldon Academy without having to pay for a single thing. Nox stated bluntly, I have plenty of money. Don't you know I'm from the Rainharbor family? Professor West then emphasized, along with immense fame. However, Nox remained indifferent, saying, what good is fame to someone useless? That's just a luxury I don't need right now. At this point, Professor West had already exhausted all his incentives and tried to persuade him. Please, Reconsider. Nox sighed in annoyance, thinking, my ears are about to bleed from his persistence. Nox then recalled the previous night, when he had shared everything with Zetri. After hearing Nox's concerns, Zetri had asked, even so, shouldn't you hear him out if he's being so sincere? She added. I looked more into Professor West, and this isn't his usual behavior. They say he's an educator, who normally focuses on helping the weaker students. Nox laughed ironically, admitting to Zetri, you're right. This isn't something I can just keep avoiding. No matter how persistent he is, he'll give up once he finds out what I'm lacking. Zetri also admitted, yes, I did think he was a bit strange. Back in the present, Nox still felt uneasy, but he wanted to clear things up and spoke to the professor. Although you explained it yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand why a professor as renowned as you would want me as your apprentice. Professor West explained, because you are excellent. Nox disagreed and asked earnestly, I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me, and not the other excellent students? Professor West, his expression now serious, asked Nox, do you have a moment? You must have heard a lot about how I'm a good for nothing. Nox replied mockingly, that just means I have nothing but time. Professor West laughed and said, you got me there. Well, in that case, would you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll like the tea I've prepared. It's the finest herbal tea I bought from a rival merchant. Although he didn't want to, Nox tried to accommodate Professor Ross's request. Professor Ross served Nox another cup of tea and began to explain the reason he needed him. I mean, an exceptional apprentice is so that I can complete my research. Nox grew curious about the professor's research. Professor Ross elaborated, yes, in order to find someone weak who cannot use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong desire. As the professor's face grew increasingly grim, he continued, that is why I need you. Because I don't want to see anyone else die, powerless, unable to even fight back. He also revealed, yes, just as my son died. The character Nox listened intently to Professor Ross's story in his mind. He thought about the backstories of each character that he never knew, while playing Inner Lunatic. In this world, there would always be a new situation, an abrupt one that would appear. Then, Professor Ross began to tell his own life story. I was born into the Viscount Celeste family as the first son, and I led the family. I had no exceptional talents, but I managed to get into Eldon Academy on my theoretical skills alone, and I became a professor. I always had poor results in practicals, and my colleagues looked down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it couldn't erase the scorn they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After working hard constantly, I managed to become a professor, and I even married a woman. Despite that, there wasn't one single person who recognized the achievements I made as a professor. My accomplishments and my theses were published under someone else's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I managed to have a son with my wife. My only son grew up and was admitted to Eldon Academy. He managed to overcome all the difficulties and graduated from the academy successfully. He told me, Father, I'm going to work hard so that people will speak well of you. I was so happy to hear that. My son joined the squad. That was directly under the Emperor's command and went to the front lines of the battlefield. He wanted to achieve victory so that people would speak well of me and to elevate the reputation of the Celeste family. But on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't long after the war began. He died after being struck by an arrow that had just a touch of mana. Now, that explains why I am obsessed with this thesis and my research for the sake of the weak. After hearing Professor Ross's tragic story, the character Nox silently evaluated this story. It's nothing significant in the merciless world of Inner Lunatic. There are hundreds of stories like this, but I wonder why. The professor's back I saw through the monitor, and Professor Raza's back now look different. I think I'm starting to understand the depth of his loneliness. Nox then said to the professor, I'm sorry, but I'm more certain after hearing your story. There's someone more suitable for this than me. Someone who would listen to your story better and more earnestly than I could. I think that's the kind of person you truly need right now. After that, Nox decided to leave, and before doing so, he said, see you in the next class. Professor Raza watched Nox leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son. On the desk, filled with fond memories, he smiled faintly and commented, there's a resemblance between them. Meanwhile, back at the academy, night had fallen on the dormitory. In Nox's room, at that very moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, say that again? Who came back? Zetri, with a grave expression, answered, the first son of the Heinrefer family, Master Garen. He has returned to the family. Because of this, several knights from the royal guard have already died. Upon hearing this news, Nox thought with concern, Garen von Rainharbor, the first crown prince, Louis, and the creator of bad endings, number 1, from Inner Lunatic, has finally started to make his move. After hearing this terrible news, the entire room gradually fell silent. In Nox's mind, he thought, the ultimate creator of bad endings. He then looked at Zetri and asked, Zetri, you were at our family estate recently, right? Zetri confirmed, adding, the head butler, Rodwell, summoned us. So I went there with Rona. Surprised by this information, Nox thought to himself, that guy despises Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, the one Theo truly loves, instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Nox, but if that's the case, he might even hurt Zetri. Nox sighed and lamented. Why did I have to make so many enemies? He then asked Zetri, did Garen do anything? Zetri recounted with concern. Come to think of it, Nox, when I heard it, I became furious. I silently clenched my fists, sizing up that fool. He really did cause trouble right after. Zetri elaborated, Master Garen tried to recruit me. Nox was shocked to hear this. Zetri, with a worried expression, began to recount everything that happened at the Rainharbor family mansion. Rona and Zetri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were deep in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Rona and Zetri stood up respectfully. Garen, upon noticing, Garen commented, What's with this maid? She seems extraordinary. He then called Zetri and asked her identity. Who are you? I've never seen you around here before. Zetri stood before Garen courteously and replied, Greetings. I am Master Nox's exclusive maid. My name is Zetri. It's a pleasure to meet you, Garen impatiently said. Enough with the formalities. Then he made an offer. I want you to become my maid. I know you are capable. Garen smiled and continued. You have enough ambition inside you to satisfy me. However, Zetri refused politely, saying, My apologies, but I am already serving Master Nox. Unfortunately, I will have to refuse your offer. Annoyed by the refusal, Garen warned. I'm sure you know who I am. Why the hell are you refusing my offer? Did that brat Nox give you a lot of money? Zetri replied calmly. It's because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I'm sorry, I don't know what kind of person you are, but... She paused briefly, her face glowing as she spoke of Nox. Above all, I wish to stay by Master Nox's side, to see what he will do. Upon hearing such words from a servant, Garen felt uncomfortable and sighed. I can't believe she wants to serve a punk like him. She's strange. He then made a lucrative proposal. I will pay you 3 times what he is paying you. Zetri remained firm. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temper, he was clearly irritated by her refusal and wouldn't let the matter go. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Zetri continued her story. He asked me to be his maid, and even offered to increase my salary. Hearing this, Nox felt a little sad, and asked Zetri, how much? Zetri answered, honestly, 3 times my current salary. Nox, worried, contemplated in silence. Although I have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't spend so much money, but I can't give up on Zetri. Zetri became intrigued by Nox's expression as he stood up to face her. Nox offered, if you want a pay raise, I will match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it and focus on your work. Zetri was surprised to find that Nox had been worried about her salary the whole time. Zetri suddenly laughed charmingly. Nox found this perplexing, wondering if he had said something wrong. Zetri teased Nox. She turned around and said, about that, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Nox felt a wave of confusion, thinking, what just happened? Did she just laugh at me? It can't be. Nox asked her again with regret, have you already decided to work with Garen? She replied, whatever you're thinking, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the salary I receive now is enough. Upon hearing this, Nox felt less worried but was still curious, so he asked again, why did you laugh then? Zetra, being mysterious, replied, I can't tell you that. Nox became irritated, saying, that's an order. Zetra replied casually, something funny just came to mind. So I laughed. Nox retorted, Zetra, you've gotten worse at lying. Zetra turned and sighed at her foolish master. However, Nox was lost in thought. Whatever the case, I'm fine as long as I haven't lost her. But Garen, that idiot. I won't let him get away with it. If I ever get my hands on him, of course, that will be after I become stronger. After the conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn. There are 5 mandatory classes at Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of the Arkan Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten. The second is horsemanship. The third is the chivalric code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic imperial magic. And, finally, the subject that Nox struggles with the most, cursed stamina training. Thinking about it, Nox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line, as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Nox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, his breathing ragged, running with his chin raised. Nox's stamina had reached its limits. He sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining to himself. Suddenly, a professor approached and commented, "This is so strange, Nox. You're like a mayfly." Nox spat out the water in his mouth in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The professor explained, "You are exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it seems you have great difficulty when it comes to stamina. It's as if you're being blocked by a great wall that you cannot overcome." Upon receiving the professor's assessment, Nox pondered. As expected of an instructor from Eldon Academy, just as he said, due to the terminal illness trait, Nox's stamina is fixed at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Nox then stood up and questioned, "Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words?" The man replied, "I apologize if that was rude, but it would be good if you paid attention to what I said. If you act so recklessly, you might end up shortening your life." Nox replied, "I'll keep that in mind." In his mind, Nox assessed, "There's a countdown on my heart. How could I not pay attention to what you said?" At the same time, a notification appeared, reminding him that due to the terminal illness condition, his life expectancy was rapidly decreasing. Nox grumbled, "This is so annoying." Paracelsus was nearby, observing Nox's actions. Nox looked like a fool, talking to himself and staring at nothing, which made Paracelsus suspicious. He stood there and commented aloud to Nox, "I can't understand him at all. He did all those things in the admission test to get first place, but now he's hiding his power." In his mind, Paracelsus thought, "This is definitely related to the fact that he's acting so useless." Paracelsus's constant staring and comments irritated Nox, who turned around and replied, "You annoying bastard. If we fight again, you'll see what happens." The scene then changed to the town next to the academy. Nox, dressed in a black cloak, was walking discreetly through the streets. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke. "I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." It was Rick, the youngest son of Ryan Rafer and Eleanor's servant. Nox, recognizing Rick's presence, grumbled internally, "Why the hell is he doing this to me? This gamebreaker." Nox looked at Rick with wary eyes, questioning his intentions for appearing here. Nox added in his thoughts, "Rick. His real name is Halls Danifer, the worst creator of bad endings, who is on the same level as the first prince, Louis von Arcane. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has several skills, like negotiation and eloquence, exceptional talent with hidden weapons. Furthermore, he is cunning, skilled with the staff, and proficient in the edged northern sword art, a merchant and a swindler. His attributes are stamina, 4, mana, 4, luck, 3, willpower, 5, charisma, 12, passive skill, negotiation, revision." Nox, remembering the events of the story, became worried. Later, he will attack his rival in trade and betray Eleanor, which means he is the #1 person to avoid. Nox looked at him with disdain and said, "You're the one who came to give me that gift earlier. What do you want with me?" Rick maintained his cheerful expression and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I saw a noble from the influential Einrafer family walking around without a servant. I was just a little confused." Nox replied immediately, "That's none of your business." Rick didn't mind and continued smiling, "That's true." Then he changed the subject. "Oh, since fate brought us together here, shall I help you while you shop for some items? I have a lot of free time now." Nox scoffed and said, "I doubt that's the only task that the head of the rival family assigned you." Rick, showing respect, replied, "Historically, great nobles have always turned a blind eye to servants who stray a bit from their work." But in the next second, his eyes shifted, looking at Nox with a hidden meaning. In Nox's mind, he thought, "I need to figure out what he's planning. There must be a reason he approached me." Then Nox replied, "I don't like people who talk too much." Rick understood and replied, "Yes, sir. I will make sure to remember that." Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you requested." Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the documents, she focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Nox. After reviewing the additional information about Nox, Eleanor pondered, Nox von Rainharbor, why on earth did he save me? She felt a mixture of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that in the first place. The Rainharbor family has practically no interaction with the rival family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal. But he rejected it. The youngest son of the Rainharbor family that I know doesn't have this type of personality. What is certain is that he started to behave differently, starting with the resolution of the incident with the child, who went missing in the forest. But I don't know the reason for the change. Thinking about this, she sighed deeply. It seemed she also sensed the mysterious and dark nature of Rick. His recent movements have been strange. He is also gathering people within the merchant guilds. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned to the window. She pondered deeply as she closed her eyes. The image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that? His face was furious as he spoke. If it was necessary, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she wept bitterly. Her childhood memories resurfaced, of when she went to a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was heartbroken and crying. Eleanor was very young back then. The little girl stood before her late mother, with a desolate expression. But this experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, holding back her own tears. The image of a strong, yet lonely woman, looking toward the future, emerged in her mind. Back at the market, Nox and Rick were now buying some items as Rick had mentioned. While passing by the shops, Rick explained, "It's not necessary to buy a high-quality orb for magic classes when you become a second-year student. You will receive an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle that will be used in alchemy, you need to buy one made with a special type of special iron. The items will usually be crafted in the empty chemistry room, it just needs to meet the minimum requirements." After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Nox continued to follow, without saying a word. Rick added, "The shop you see up ahead has connections with the Elon merchantry, so you can acquire items at an affordable price. Let's see what else we have here." While Rick pondered what else to buy, Nox reflected, although I don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is genuine. The cheat-like trait and the bargaining revision passive skill he possesses. If he wasn't a demonic host, I might have considered recruiting him. After tallying up the items to be bought, Rick approached Nox. I think you've probably bought everything you need now, right?" Nox confirmed yes. "This will be enough." Immediately after, Nox's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Rick. "But I still don't know why you sought me out." Suddenly, Nox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and shoved him forcefully against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, making Rick's face contort, losing his fake smile. Nox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick feigned ignorance and asked Nox, "What do you mean?" Rick's answer only fueled Nox's anger even more. Nox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. "Wasting time is not in your interest, is it?" Rick dropped the pretense and began to smile, sinisterly. Well, it seems our conversation will be a short one. I will get straight to the point." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Nox sensed the danger and turned to assess a barrier based on its appearance. It is a sound-blocking magic. At that moment, Rick's face became menacing. He smiled maliciously. Then, with both hands, he gripped Nox's hand with immense force, making it impossible for Nox to resist. Even as he tried to exert more strength, Nox instinctively pulled at Rick's shirt, revealing the demon tattoo on his chest. Nox's eyes filled with rage, and the dark aura around him intensified. As he interrogated Rick, "The one you serve is not the first prince, but a demon, right?" When Rick heard Nox revealing his secret, he was stunned. "You really do know a lot." Immediately afterward, a sinister aura enveloped Rick. He smiled triumphantly, saying, "I do not think my master is going to like this." This menacing aura unsettled Nox, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick, a terrifying red-faced demon appeared, its eyes staring intently at Nox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue. Seemingly merging with the demon's power, Nox remained calm despite facing this intimidating presence. He spoke coldly to Rick. "Do you really think your master will grant your wish?" Rick remained confident, confirming, "Of course." After a moment, they both let go. Nox warned, "I hope you don't end up regretting this, Rick." Still composed, Rick buttoned his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Nox then turned and walked away. But before he did, he gave Rick one last warning. "Oh, and just so you know, if you try to use or insult me and my family again, I will kill you." At this moment, Nox's eyes and face truly showed his rage. This was the last warning Nox would give to someone like him. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation, and cautiously acknowledged it. I'll keep that in mind. Nox then left the market, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Burnham is in charge of today's class. He begins by addressing the gathered students. All right, now that everyone is gathered, let's begin the class. A student whispers to another, commenting, "Isn't that the crazy professor from last time?" Another student asks. "The bald one?" Suddenly, a figure in glasses interjects, warning them, "Be careful. There's no problem in calling someone who isn't bald, bald. But if you call someone who is actually bald, bald, then that's very disrespectful." Hearing the long-winded explanation from the student in glasses, the others simply respond with a, "Huh?" However, Professor Burnham seems to have overheard their conversation. His face twitches with anger. He says nothing but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, "Calm down. I can't just crush these brutes from our academy, just because of my hair." He then composes himself and continues the lesson. First, I will tell you about our class location. This place is the Clariel Plains. It's a famous location within Eldon Academy that has many incredible trees and plants. You will learn the basics of horseback riding here. Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Burnham encourages the students, "All right, try mounting your designated horse, or the horse that you brought with you." Many of the students begin to feel apprehensive about today's class. One complains, "I haven't even had a chance to get a good look at this place yet." A nearby woman asks, "There are people who have their own horses?" Others express their concerns. A horse? I've never ridden one before, and why do we even have to do this at the academy, just to learn how to ride a horse? One man beside them reassures them, "We have no choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" While the other students complain about the riding class, Nox pays no attention to their complaints. He immediately called for his horse, whose name was Cal. Right after, a glossy black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared. It was brimming with energy. Then, the other students also received their designated horses from the academy. Professor Bernard said, "All right, try to mount them. Please hold on tight so you don't fall." Nox's gaze was at this moment fixed on someone else, Celsus. He was mounting a horse. He mounted the horse rather clumsily. Nox watched him and assessed. He's very good at riding. He lived in the East for so long that he should be able to ride a camel or a horse. Then Nox mounted Cal and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, "How could a good-for-nothing like him have a horse like that?" House Heinrefer is rich, though they aren't as wealthy as House Rivalin. The image of Cal with its blue flame was impressive. Nox smiled to himself, thinking, "Cal is truly an excellent horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player." Back with the other students, one of them was practicing mounting his horse, managing to get on and feeling cheerful. The professor beside him praised him, "Very good. Communicate slowly with your horse and ride it." Then he turned to all the students who were ready on their horses and announced, "Okay, it seems you've all gotten familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the race for this class." Upon hearing this, the students were quite surprised. "A race? But aren't there people who just started riding today?" Other students added, "This doesn't make any sense." In particular, one student was very angry and complained, "This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." The brown-haired student looked terrified, saying, "This is insane." The one with glasses nearby looked menacingly, saying, "He's angry because you guys called him bald." But before he could finish, the professor with the shiny head appeared behind him and smacked him on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and said, "The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and make the turn located in the nameless forest, at the end of the forest, and then return to this location. The first one back will receive extra points. Any questions?" Nox, standing at the far end, stared at the shiny bald head and thought to himself, "The rules are as simple as his haircut." So Nox muttered to himself, "Well, that's not what matters now." Thalia, standing behind him, nervously asked Nox, What did you say?" Nox replied coldly, "Nothing. Mind your own business." However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Although horseback riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Being its first appearance, it was arranged for the protagonist to meet the rude demonic human. The demonic human that appears in this episode causes all the students to get trapped in the forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human in the nameless forest, along with the other academy cadets. This is the basic sequence of this episode. Thinking about this, Nox tightened the reins and thought, There is no protagonist here. In a place with so many strong personalities, I wonder how things will unfold. In the absence of a leader, careful thought is important, but action needs to be taken. At that moment, Thalia proactively suggested to Nox, Nox, do you want to ride with me later? She explained hesitantly. I'm not scared. It's just in case something happens. The forest is a really dangerous place. After all, Eleanor was also there at that moment and interrupted Thalia. I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race. Huh. However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Nox's gaze turned hostile. He looked directly at her and said harshly, Can you not bother me and just go on your way? Misunderstanding Nox's intention, Eleanor left without a word. Her face was pensive as she walked away, returning to her horse. Now, only Thalia and Nox remained. Thalia, now sincere, admitted, Well, I guess this really is a race. It's best to get back as quickly as possible. Nox, you go on ahead first. I'm not very good at riding. Hearing Thalia's self-criticism, Nox commented coldly, The race isn't what matters. He then rode off, leaving Thalia perplexed by his attitude. Thalia stood there, pondering. If the race isn't what matters, then what is? Soon all the students had gathered, and the instructor announced, The race has begun. Go now. Immediately, all the students set off at high speed. Nox was among them, riding on the right side of the group. Every student was trying to take the lead. Urging their horses on, a confident boy boasted to the others, I won't lose to commoners, who have never even ridden a horse before. Suddenly, one student's expression turned apprehensive. Cal seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames on him intensified, and his eyes were on high alert. Nox, realizing what was about to happen, held on to Cal and said, Cal, I know. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Due to the effect of the human sensitivity trait, the circle was revealed beneath the student's feet. A large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified. Wondering what was happening, Nox calmly explained, It's teleportation magic. Then, he advised, Everyone, stay still, unless you want to die here. Immediately after, blinding beams of light emanated from beneath the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering afterimages and swirling dust. The surroundings returned to a tranquil state, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely, a demon, had appeared. Around the demon was a dense and terrifying aura of bloodlust. The demon silently felt the long-hidden power surging within him. He was ecstatic and whispered to himself, Finally, my opportunity for revenge has arrived. This demon seemed to be the one Nox had mentioned, named Ruga. Let's see what Ruga is searching for, and who he is searching for, which could be our unfortunate protagonist, Nox. At that moment, Nox had sensed the unusual situation and quickly alerted all the students. Everyone, stay still. His eyes gradually turned serious as he spoke. Unless you all want to die here. Immediately after, Nox decided to dismount and urged Cal to get out of the magic circle's area, saying, I'm counting on you. Just moments later, while all the students were still confused about what was happening, the magic circle activated, transporting all the students to another location. Inside a forest, all the students had been teleported. Some of them were still in shock, after being suddenly transported elsewhere. A black-haired woman was holding her head, complaining, My head hurts. Where on earth are we? The man beside her guessed they were in a forest, but a girl nearby who overheard them disagreed. That's not true. We were on the plains. Everyone had their own opinion, causing confusion among the students about their location. Many believed it was just another test. Nox stood silently amidst the crowd, his eyes gravely observing the surroundings and quietly assessing the situation. This is definitely teleportation magic, but it's different from Dean Noah's. The formula itself seems unstable. In moments like these, Nox was a highly respected figure. The princess noticed his demeanor and approached to ask him a question. Do you know what's happening, Nox? Although he knew exactly what was going on, he still answered coldly, I'm trying to figure it out. Then he added enigmatically, But one thing is certain. There are outsiders who are not with the academy. Echidna, with an arrogant attitude, stepped forward to interrogate Nox. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell us the details. However, Nox didn't hesitate to put her in her place. Know your place, Echidna. You are not the princess. He believed he had no reason to tell Echidna anything. Reprimanded by Nox, Echidna was left speechless, her face burning with irritation, but she kept her thoughts to herself and said nothing. Eleanor, who was also behind them, asked for confirmation. Teleportation magic. That's what you said, right? And that this is due to an external influence? Nox didn't hide it, and confirmed that it was true. Eleanor, needing a reasonable explanation from Nox, asked why he thought so. Thalia, also present with a worried and curious expression, said, I'm also curious why you think that. This could just be some kind of test from the other professors too. Nox sighed in frustration at the group of privileged people, thinking, this is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They are too complacent. In his heart, he was certain, this is Inner Lunatic. We are inside a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult games ever. However, he didn't share this with them, as it was his own secret. He found a reasonable excuse and told them, the magical power seems very unstable. At the same time, his acting genius skill was activated. Nox continued to explain. A disorganized formula. The fact that it completely ignores the target's safety and is focused solely on its function is the proof. One of the elite students, listening to Nox's explanation, agreed and said, yes, the formula is strange. Besides, if this was done by the professors, they wouldn't want to put us in danger, and there's no reason they would do this with so many children from reputable families in Eldon. Upon hearing Leon's words, the other students began to trust Nox a little more, but no one spoke up. Leon continued, seeking a consensus. I think Nox is correct. What do you all think? It must be recognized that Nox had already been through all of this before, which allowed him to make this assessment with ease. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first time, but his assessment was not something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's further explanation, silently praised him. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's correct to think that an external influence is at play. She began to feel uneasy and speculated. Could this have been the brothers' doing? The other students weren't as concerned. One of them spoke up. In any case, we need to get out of here quickly. The others heard this, and also agreed to leave the area. At that moment, Leon warned everyone. I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for too long. Not understanding, Echidna raised her voice and questioned you, dark families. You're trying to take the reins, aren't you? You need to prove what you're saying first. The princess beside her immediately demanded that she stop. The princess confirmed, Echidna, everything they said is correct. If we continue in this unstable mana vortex for too long, we will be as good as dead. The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further after hearing the princess's confirmation. The others hesitated, but after thinking it over, they agreed. The way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange. Yes, it's very inefficient, others agreed. The princess is really sharp. She learned magic before we did. Celsus, who was nearby, heard but didn't comment. However, his eyes became vigilant. He turned in a certain direction. Drawing his sword and preparing for battle, he signaled for everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited skills, noticed nothing wrong. Celsus asked her coldly, Don't you smell the blood? He added, This is an intermediate level monster or higher. Its location is above us. What Celsus mentioned also alerted Nox, and he had detected it as well. Above them, a bird-like monster appeared with a large body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below wary. However, before the bird could even make a sound, Nox quickly leaped up. In a flash, his sword slashed several times through the bird's body. His expression remained cold and composed as the bird received Nox's blows. He warned all the students, All of you, prepare yourselves. The large bird, easily dispatched by Nox, was on the ground. After effortlessly defeating an intermediate-level monster, Nox declared seriously, In this dangerous situation, I will take command of the fight. The other students, upon hearing this, were reluctant to acknowledge who was taking command. Many of them thought, Nox is taking command? That useless guy? This is insane. The princess, surprised by Nox's swift response, thought, An ambush from a monster, whose presence I didn't even detect. He was the first to sense it. The good-for-nothing of House Raver, huh? The elite students witnessed this, but neither denied nor agreed with Nox's statement. The bird monster was not completely defeated, as its body seemed to be infused with bloodthirsty mana, making it even more ferocious. The princess, still deep in thought, wondered, How is he so different from the Nox von Rainharbor I knew? Meanwhile, a bald professor looking at his stopwatch, wondered seriously, the current class of students is completely untalented and only good for riding horses. How has no one returned yet? This is the worst time record in history. This indicated that the bald professor was not aware that the students had been suddenly transported far away. Professor Haas arrived quickly to report an incident. The bald professor, upon seeing Haas, asked, "Haas, why are you here? Shouldn't you be teaching the second-year students?" Professor Haas responded quickly, "That's not what's important right now. Where are the students?" The bald professor, still oblivious to the situation, replied, "They're having horse riding lessons on the plains." But he soon noticed something strange. "Wait a second. This feeling, what's wrong?" Professor Haas explained. "A person who uses demonic magic was sighted at the academy 3 hours ago. A large magic circle was activated, and we tracked it to these plains." The bald professor, now irritated, exclaimed, "Of all the times for this to happen, when the returner wasn't around, damn it, we need to go now." Suddenly, Cal, Nox's horse, came running alone towards them. Attached to Cal was a letter written by Nox. The bald professor, upon seeing Cal, recognized him as Nox's horse and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest and that immediate assistance was required. The bald professor read the request for help with some concern, knowing that the nameless forest was a dangerous place. He and another person hurried there. "It will take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope everyone is okay." Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Nox had just completely defeated the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword, Echidna. Having witnessed Nox kill the monster with ease, his rival couldn't maintain his arrogant expression and had to admit, "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was correct, Rainharbor." The princess approached, but before she could speak, Nox interrupted coldly, "Forget it. I don't need a forced apology, princess." The princess was taken aback by Nox's words. He then stated abruptly, "This incident is an extension of what happened before. Please, give me the authority to command all the students by the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and replied, "But that could become dangerous. I, the princess, will take responsibility for the students, personally." Nox felt irritated and concerned by her response. He quickly called over a young man named Pell. When Pell stepped forward, Nox asked him, "Tell me, the manual that must be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, but then complied with Nox's order. "The highest priority is to protect a member of the family, Imperial, and the authority to lead will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Nox addressed the princess. "Princess, you are the only member of the Imperial family here, and you are also one of the most powerful people needed to defeat the demons in the future." Nox added, "The wielder of lightning and the power of punishment you possess are passed down only within the Imperial family, and thus, even if everyone here dies, we must protect your life. That is the law of the Empire." The princess, upon hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Nox continued, "Besides, the person who made the quickest judgment during the ambush was me, so please, give me the authority." Nox's face slowly formed a cunning smile as he extended his hand toward the princess, concluding, "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." The princess felt a mixture of emotions, not knowing if she was moved or frightened after hearing Nox's speech, proving he was the right leader for the student group. Thalia's face started to blush. He wants to become the leader with everyone's lives at stake. Incredible. She stared intently at Nox. Assessing the situation, she thought, "I was truly right. Nox is the very model of a knight." Sensing something behind him, Nox turned around to see Thalia looking at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, "What the hell is wrong with her?" Nox then addressed the crowd. "Anyway, if there are no other opinions, I will be the leader and take care of us. If you don't like the idea, then prove your worth with your skills." With a confident smile, Nox added, "If you can manage that, I will gladly give up this position as leader." None of the students voiced any objections. However, a smart-looking young man thought to himself, "If something bad happens, while he's protecting the princess, the leader will definitely face severe punishment, even if he does well at first. Something is bound to go wrong eventually." This means Nox is drinking from a poisoned chalice. He was now standing right behind Nox, scoffing at him. "Ha ha, you clueless idiot, do whatever you want." Nox heard his words, and turned to look at him with the utmost affection. Upon seeing Nox's glare, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly averted his gaze, terrified by Nox's love for him. After a moment of silence, everyone tacitly understood that Nox would be the leader. Nox then declared, "It's settled then. From now on, follow my instructions. If you don't, you will be punished accordingly." The princess silently agreed with Nox's every word. Even the Echidna who disliked Nox could only grumble internally. After clarifying everything, Nox began to command everyone. "Let's start moving now. Everyone follow me." Nox then took the lead. Eleanor, seeing Nox leave without further explanation, was confused. Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first? Nox, without bothering to explain, gave her a frightening look and said, I'm not good at explaining things, so make sure to follow me closely. Then he led the group, thinking to himself, if you only knew how many times I've played this chapter, you would be horrified, because I am a veteran of this damn game. Meanwhile, in a cave, someone was observing the students' actions through a magic orb as they surrounded and killed a beast. This man was none other than the demon Ruger. He watched, calmly, as the students fought like prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name Ruger, accompanied by a terrifying black mist. From within the mist, a mouth appeared surrounded by countless eyes. The entity ordered Rudy, devour the humans of Eldon, eliminate all the buds that fail to grow. Rudy listened obediently, kneeling down, then extended his hand to receive the dark energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued, if you do this, I will share my power with you even if you don't deserve it. As the dark energy entered Rudy's body, the veins in his arm turned black. His body seemed to endure an immense pressure, but soon he controlled the power, clenched his fist, and replied, yes, my lord. I will handle this in a way that won't disappoint you. At that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. As soon as the black mist vanished from the core, the mysterious figure disappeared, and the core fell to the ground. Ruger, looking at the magic orb, muttered to himself, Eldon, this is a perfect mission for me. I will punish you for the sin of abandoning me. The orb reflected the image of two teachers riding toward the nameless forest. His gaze fixed on Professor Ross, pronouncing his name Ross von Celeste. It seemed they already knew each other from before. Rudy's terrifying aura spread throughout the entire cave, causing the birds to scatter. Dusk began to fall. Under Nox's direction, the students quickly subdued the beastly boars. Nox then spoke, from now on we will need to assign roles. He looked toward Leon and Celso, saying, you and you, help me. Paracelsus, although a bit reluctant, agreed begrudgingly. It's a fact that you defeated me, so I'll cooperate for now. Leon, however, responded differently, bowing respectfully. I am likely lacking in skill, but if I can be of use, I will do my best. Nox looked at the two geniuses before him following his orders, and marveled in silence. Good. With this, I have the stronger new students on my side. Then his gaze shifted elsewhere as he thought to himself about what to do next. Nox gathered some elite students and said, there are two ways to get out of this forest. Someone has to break the barrier from the outside, or we have to kill the caster who used the teleportation magic inside the barrier. The princess, upon hearing this, asked a question. Regarding the latter option, Nox explained, it could get dangerous, but we have no other options here. It will take about 2 days for Professor Bernard to reach this place from the plains if he travels in a straight line. Our best option is to try and survive, as best we can while we hunt down the spellcaster. Although he said that, Nox also thought to himself, in reality, I already know this situation can't be resolved. With the first method, if we want to get out of here, we must kill the spellcaster. The caster is Rudier, the demonic human who lives in this forest. After explaining the situation to all the students, Nox spoke up. First, let's gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this amount. Upon hearing this, Paracelsus feared that Nox was referring to something they had killed and quickly asked, hey, Mr. Nobleman, what are you asking us to eat? Nox replied, bluntly, this is a pig. Is there a problem with that? Paracelsus sighed and said, look, I know you're quite skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is some noble's private hunting ground. We can't just eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous. Nox glanced at the pig's carcass and confirmed, I am aware of that. I also know that the plants in this area cannot be eaten recklessly. Paracelsus, even more confused, asked, then why are you telling us to eat it if you already know all that? How can we possibly eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was back in the East, I never stooped this low. Do you have any idea how long your stomach would be in agony? Saying this, Paracelsus wore an expression of disgust. Nox watched him and thought silently, this lunatic, he only got a stomachache after eating demonic beasts? I think it's best if I don't get too involved with him. After a moment of thought, Nox ordered sternly, shut up and stay quiet. I have my ways. At that point, Nox picked up some herbs and said to Leon, Leon, summon the undead and have them protect the students from the monsters. Leon quickly agreed. Nox then turned to Celsus with a sigh and requested, I want you to protect the princess. Aside from that sassy mouth of yours, you really do have excellent skills. Being insulted like that, Celsus became quite irritated, but endured it because it was an order from the leader. I'll definitely beat you half to death in the future. After the two left to carry out their tasks, Nox began his own work. He found a large, flat rock to use as a table, and then he used various ingredients, available in the forest for cooking. Finally, Nox brought out the key ingredient. A piece of purple demonic pork was set aside. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat. All the students who witnessed this were terrified and wondered, "What is that disgusting thing? Look at that color. I think we'll die if we eat that." After grilling the pork for a while, Nox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread out and, gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from an eerie purple to the color of normal meat. The students who witnessed this were amazed, so Nox explained, "I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat contained. This plant, the crimson, is capable of neutralizing the poison of mid-level monsters and below, and the horned boar is one of them." The other students reluctantly acknowledged, "That's right. I think I read that in a book somewhere, but the Rainheifers have no reason to starve. How would he know such information? I don't know either." Then, Nox turned to the princess and asked, "So, princess, do you like it rare or medium?" He thought to himself, "I'm boldly excluding the well-done option. There was a mention in the game once that well-done meat is just thrown away." At this point, the pork was almost ready. All the students were extremely hungry after moving around all day. The princess, despite being royalty, was also eyeing the meat with hunger. In that moment, hunger left no room for dignity. Meanwhile, at the two professors' location, they were riding hastily toward the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a device to contact the academy's director. On the other end at Avon Trinity, he began to report the situation. "Director Noah, can you hear me? Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate level or higher. The academy has determined this is a grave matter. I'm on my way to rescue the kids with Professor Ross." In response, there was only a chewing sound. The bald professor continued, "The other elite professors are already on other dispatch missions." Contrary to his concerns, Director Noah continued eating calmly. Her chewing was clearly audible. Shocked, the bald professor thought to himself, "What was that? That sounded like someone eating snacks." He reassured himself, "No, I know she's crazy, but there's no way she'd be casually snacking in a situation like this." But Professor Ross beside him questioned it directly. Director, are you eating snacks right now?" "You've been caught." Director Noah asked nonchalantly, "Oh, you heard that?" Her question left the two gentlemen speechless. Seeing their silence, Noah reassured them, "There's no need to be so worried." She stated confidently, "They'll return without any major problems," as she sat in her ice chamber. Eating snacks calmly, the two professors were still very worried about the students. But if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be so serious, but they are first years. They haven't even been at the academy that long, they are basically fools. Now Professor Ross, who was at his side, also shouted in agreement. Their expressions were far from calm, as sweat trickled down Professor Ross's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly yet. To their surprise, Director Noah cut the connection without bothering to hear any more. The two old men were left helpless. "Damn it, then there's no other way. I'll do everything I can." The bald professor was no longer calm, urging his horse to run faster as Professor Ross behind him called out to Vernon. In his mind, the professor worried, "My top apprentice Nox, I will never let you die in a place like this." What are your thoughts on the story? Leave a comment below and rate it from 0 to 10. I can't wait to read what you think. Well everyone, this is the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please comment. For the next part, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. Thank you for watching and see you next time.